I'm on a roll now. No pictures, please. Good luck.
Big value.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 4 of the main event, the day we play down to the final 2 tables here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
46 players remain, returning for day 4 from a starting field of 1,285. And if we look at the full list of players, there is a lot of talent in this field, Nick, including several former champs.
Yeah, absolutely. Very stacked field, very exciting times, a record-breaking EPT turnout. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I got a couple favorites in the field. Let's see if they can pull it off.
We will be back tomorrow when we play down to the final 6, and then we'll bring you the final day of this tournament on Sunday as we play down to a champion. Live tomorrow at 12:30 Central European Time, same as today. On Sunday for the final table, live at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of today and tomorrow. As things stand, CPS is on. Chat Pro Saturday will be a thing if you're using the live chat on Twitch or YouTube, but there is still plenty of time to ruin it for everyone and have it vetoed. So let's check on the chip leaders coming into day 4. It's John Kite from Norway who's going to be on our first feature table, who has the biggest stack, 2.2 million. Behind him, a former EP. And with 46 players remaining, everyone's locked up at least 18,260 euros. Tomorrow, we're going to start paying out those 6-figure scores. And on Sunday, someone's going to be receiving more than €1 million, that top prize of more than $1 million for the champion of the EPT Prague 2023 main event, along with the main event trophy. Lots of exciting poker to be played over today, tomorrow, and Sunday from the last EPT of 2023. Our first feature table. We've got John Kite, we've got Marley Sprague, we also have Preben Stocken.
Stockenblocken.
Plus, our French colleagues, Benny and you, tell us that Serge Chachin and Adrien Guillon are very entertaining, a little bit crazy, and have a big following in their home country.
Guyon and Serge are crazy, you don't say.
Romain Retier is the other French player on the main stage. Table 2 features O'Dwyer and Mulder, second and third in chips. So very good chance we're going to flip tables when we get to the first break of the day and give those guys some time on the main stage. There will be a redraw when we get down to 24, the final 3 tables, and play will stop tonight when we hit the final 2 tables, the final 16. Now, should things go the distance, should we play 6 full levels and not be at 16, we'll stop there. But I think there's a very good chance we get to 16 players, we get to 2 tables inside of 6 levels today, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And me and James were discussing this earlier. Play has been very speedy. I haven't seen any slowdown or necessary need to call clocks thus far. Lots of pros in the field. They pretty much know what they're doing. Very, very well rehearsed in these games. There's my boy Jan Kite himself. Love to see this guy go far.
It is worth highlighting that right now we're playing a 56 big blind average, and you're not wrong, Nick. It has been going at a fast pace. But Joe, we've seen time and time again, once you start getting to the bigger payouts, and once you get to the point in the tournament where there's a money jump with every elimination, it does slow down.
It definitely slows down, but just to say, yesterday, several people were out of time bank cards by the time we got to the end of the day. So not to say that things weren't moving fast, but people have been taking their time with their decisions as well.
Can't really blame them as well. So many tough spots against so many tough opponents, right? But actually, you're right. I mean, there was plenty of time bank cards used, but they were really interesting spots, so we didn't mind watching them, right? Didn't feel like a drag to observe.
Of course.
So one of the French players at the feature table, Serge Chechin, is an online qualifier, won his seat into the EPT Prague main event for 250 euros, but has played a fair few live events, had an 80th place finish in the 2022 WSOP main event, and also cashed EPT Prague in March of last year. Blinds are 10K, 15K, with a 15K big blind ante. The clock is running, and we are good to go.
I haven't played with anyone else besides him, I think. I haven't played with anyone in the whole tournament. Not one. I did. Person one time. This table?
Yeah, I played with you for like 5 minutes at the end yesterday, but that's it. Everyone else is new. I guess it was truly random.
It is Grigori Rodin under the gun who folds. Umberto Ruggeri is out. Preben Stocken has passed. Queen Jack for John Kite. Do you think he minds his name being anglicized, Nick? Going with John Kite rather than Jon Kite?
I'll actually tell you a funny story. I'm not even sure if it's pronounced Jon Kite, but we have a back and forth about how nobody ever pronounces his name right, so he doesn't even correct anyone anymore. So I just said, I'm going to call you Jon Kite from now, and he goes, you're not a million miles off. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting how so many of the Nordic players have just accepted that their names are going to get anglicized and just, they go with it.
I mean, you know, plus...
Joe Smith it is.
Joe Smith, indeed. Flying high like a kite, though, that's fine, too. I'm sure he's happy. As long as his name ends up at the top spot, I'm sure he doesn't mind what you call him. It's all good.
Well, he raised with Queen Jack. He has paired his Jack, but it's Trip Kings for Chechin, the French qualifier. 97% favorite and leads.
25K lead. We've been warned about this play already, haven't we, James? Lots of unconventional poker being played. At least we were warned as much from our French commentators.
And now checks the turn, having bet 25,000 on the flop.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that lead is extremely unconventional, but that's kind of what we were warned to look out for from Chechin.
Well, it's a bet of 50,000 from Kite on the turn.
Kite's going to get all the info he needs, I think, right here.
He's a kite blowing in a hurricane.
I'm liking the Hollywood here, actually. It looks pretty legit, too. Looks like a legit decision, right? It's not, the Oscar goes to Chechin here.
Let's see how he plays the river. Check calls the turn. River card is the 9 of spades. So the open-ended straight draw gets there.
Now another lead. I love it.
75,000.
Oh, man. Look at it. John's thinking, oh, this is weird. What a weird line. Would he really do this with a king? Would he really lead and then lead river?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know he's blocking queen 10 or whatever, but I feel like that's another hand that might kind of play it funny like this.
Yeah.
And it will get him paid.
Curiosity call potentially from Kite. Shashan winning the first hand of the day. John Kite still has more than 2 million. Shashan chips up to over 1.1 million.
No kings, surprisingly.
Chad asking how many big blinds. Marley has 93 big blinds at the start of day 4. Absolute huge stack at this stage, sort of late stage of the EPT here in Prague.
She's a top 10 stack, and she's number 2 in chips at this particular table.
Yeah, doing fantastic. Love to see Marley doing well in this.
We've also got Maria Lampropoulou and Leo Margetts out in the field. And we've just ticked down from 46 to 45 because I've done it again. Commentator's curse strikes. I have just been informed that Leo Margetts is the first player eliminated on day 4. John back in action, opens to 35,000 with queen 10 of spades. King queen suited for Marley Sprague.
The queen of clubs.
Three bet from Marley. And action now on Roman Bartier. And the 3-bet is 115K.
And this is the one that's not supposed to be Maniac? Okay.
Fold from the big blind, so action back on John Kite.
Remember, guys, they are quite deep. Very deep, in fact. So I think a defend here isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen, but obviously both players in a great position to find some ladders. Wouldn't be surprised to see a slightly tighter fold. Yeah, and I think queen 10 isn't even, queen 10 suited isn't even really just like a fist bump call there anyway. And Marley's going to stack up another one. Off to a good start here.
I'm sorry, I took your glass like a reflex. I didn't even think.
My water? Yeah. Oh, it's okay.
Sorry.
I'll get some.
My bad.
It's okay.
If she got real mad, that would be great. What?
That was my lucky water.
I need that to live. That's right, Christian. For as long as Marley's still in this tournament, Marley is Spraggy, and Spraggy is Ben.
Can imagine if Marley wins this, it's going to be a very Merry Christmas at the Sprague household. Cool $1 million in the bank.
And if not, it's going to be terrible.
Sorry, Mom, we couldn't afford any presents because somebody didn't win the $1 million.
Down to 44 players now. Maxim Shonikov, who was on our feature table yesterday, has been eliminated in 45th place, also cashing for 18,260 euros.
There is really nothing like a Shornikov. I suggest you try it.
Retier raises from the cutoff. Shashan calls on the button. And looks like Ruggieri's in as well from the big blind with 6-5. So we are going to go 3-way to this flop.
He seat 10. She say like seat 10. Oh, 10? Yeah. It's like for 10 marks. Yeah.
Ace 10-5. So Ruggieri flops best.
Ruggieri or Roteri?
The Italian.
35.
But it is Retier who continues with the straight draw. What is Shashan thinking about? He's got 7-6 off.
Yeah, I mean, even the call on the button here with the offsuit combo, very unconventional. And I think you're going to find yourself doing that a ton of the time, which is why we probably don't end up sneaking in there with combinations such as that. Obviously, flattening the button here gives a lot of opportunity for a small blind, big blind to squeeze. And at this level, players really know how to spot those weak squeeze conditions, and can become very profitable to start, you know, squeeze bluffing there quite frequently. That's a nice turn for King Jack with the King of Diamonds.
Absolutely. And Gary checks a second time. Still has a pair of fives, and has picked up a no good flush draw.
Because all other chairs, like when we played, their back was a little bit back. And now it's... You felt that? I mean, chairs, they like this, and our chairs is good. Yeah. It's better. Yeah, because it's like, if you go back, like, basically leaning.
Considering calling this 90K bet.
Wow, I mean, you'll notice, guys, as well, it's like huge chunk of Retier's stack. And yeah, it does lay it down.
Okay turn? Okay turn. Decent. Almost not. I'm learning from you. All in flop, aye. All in flop, fold. Aye. Fold.
I've got a bad lookalike for Shasham. The French John Oliver.
I'm letting the badness wash over me. I think it might be the perfect bad lookalike because it's not good, but it's not so bad that I can make fun of it for being bad. It's just bad.
Chip leader back in action with ace queen of diamonds. Adrien Guillaume with ace queen off.
Yeah, Guillaume, the effective stack here, 52 big blinds. Looks like he's reaching for the tree bet.
I guess 3-betting the chip leader opening under the gun with ace queen off is in the realm of okay. Oh boy.
Marley with jacks.
Yeah, look at the action here as well, guys. Under the gun open, under the gun +1 3-bet. This is a weird spot. Lots of players stacked behind. Marley might just muck it. Yeah, I mean, look, we can see the cards, but that action is real scary, and I don't know.
And if things keep escalating,
well, exactly,
you're going to have the 5th best hand.
That's exactly, well, and then things could escalate where you still have the best hand and you still got to fold.
Hand. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I'd probably do the same thing there.
You're right, Lobster. That might have been the only right way to play jacks.
And we're going to the flop. Well, both players, same combination. John's going to have a little bit more equity with the diamonds. Ooh, there's one. Not enough to make the flush just yet, though.
Terrible fold with jacks.
They both have the back door. Both need running red.
And Duncan has returned. Morning, lads. Are we playing to a winner today?
No, we are not. We are playing to the final two tables. We will play to a winner on Sunday.
That's right. We're going to play down to 16, or we're going to play 6 levels, whichever comes first.
To answer Emil's question, I don't think you would fold queens there, no.
What about Onno's question? Would you have loved to see a 5-bet to 230K then fold to a jam? Well, first of all, it would have been a 4-bet, not a 5-bet. But what do you think about re-raising there with the intention of folding to any further betting?
I think the only way to play jacks there is to skip right to the 5-bet, personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that idea. That doesn't sound quite right to me. I think just giving it up is probably okay. It's quite a specific setup where both players have ace-queen.
$195.
185.
95.
It's 195,000.
Little discount there, not 200K, 195,000.
Discount and disrespect.
Ooh.
Betting 195,000 here with nothing, that's rude. Man, oh man.
Wow.
These guys want the kind of pot that everyone loves. So, do we think this goes check, check?
That's the coward's way out.
Imagine if John turns his hand into a bluff here.
Oh my.
Yeah, well,
it's actually a great run out for the defending for the 3-bet defend call, but it's also a really strong hand that can still be winning at showdown. So it goes check on the river. Does Guyon want to fire again?
Well, there's 920 in the middle, and he's only got 345 behind. Yes, he shoved the river.
Guillaume.
What a life. Ace jack of hearts, ace 10 of hearts. You can have it.
Wowee.
Maybe a spin out. Yeah, okay. No heart, I always go.
The cheek. The absolute cheek.
Bluffs him off the chop.
That was pretty unreal.
John Kite's dropped down to 1.5 million. Adrian Guillaume now playing close to 1.3 million. 84 big blinds.
Kite just got his string snipped.
It's a very good chance
What are you trying to get me to
that O'Dwyer or Mulder is now tournament chip leader by virtue of Kite losing that part.
7 nines. If I had a pair,
I know you can do it.
If I have a pair, I call.
I know you can do it.
I think you're on the 10. Oh, yeah.
The good news is Marley's still probably feeling okay about that.
I mean, obviously the action would have been probably a lot really different if she'd been in the pot, but still, you're not feeling great about jacks, are you? Regardless.
You're like, I was definitely up against aces, kings, or queens there. 100%. 100%.
He showed the ace queen as well, so I don't know.
Oh, he did?
Oh,
my bad.
I don't know if they've agreed. Well, that's kind of what John was sort of commenting on was, you know, are you trying to get ace king to fold on that river because like nothing else is folding, right? Especially with the pot odds he has on the river. You know, I don't know if that's true or not. Could just be a little bit of table talk, but I don't know if they've agreed to do the show game as well here. We haven't really heard chat of that, have we?
I love it when people watching on YouTube answer their own
Unbelievable.
questions. Christabel, oh, there goes the first breakage of the day. Christabel asks, is Marley out? Followed by, oh, she's still playing. Followed by, nice. Christabel. Five hands played at the feature table. Therefore, this is hand 6 of the day. 20 minutes into day 4. The day we play down to the last 2 tables.
This clock is much more visual than tablet. Visual?
Yeah. 6 passes.
Queen 10 of diamonds.
Apparently, you got to do it when it's suited. Oh, no. Nick?
Yes?
Are you supposed to play that hand when it's suited or no?
Potentially. It depends.
You people. You people.
Lyford asks, where is Ramon Kalilas? He is still in contention. There is the chance that we will follow Ramon later on today. But again, another deep run for Ramon in an EPT. Ever since winning the PSPC in 2019, he has consistently put up amazing results in top-tier tournaments.
Yep, absolutely. Guy always seems to be in the cash, battling it out. Love to see a deep run from fellow Team Pro as well.
Sorry.
Queen high still ahead. Someone please explain to T. Gizzle how feature table selection works. Thank you.
Is that a rhetorical request or?
No.
No, it's just I can't be bothered to address it. We've got fellow viewers.
All right, so T, here's how it works. We don't construct the tables. The tables are the same as they would be if this was an untelevised tournament. We can only select which tables we think might be most interesting for the audience. And then even then, we still rotate them off so that players don't have all of their play televised most of the time. So under these circumstances, the table you're looking at right now is how the redraw happened earlier today. And now we are going to follow this table for a level, and we're going to rotate thereafter. Hopefully, you'll get your wish, and all those players will make it through to the later stages, in which case they'll all end up on a feature table at some point. But until then, we must follow the normal flow of play. But you might get your face off after all.
Raise.
Ace King of Strawberries. Raise to 30,000.
Guillaume.
One time.
One time.
Thanks.
Marley Sprague defending her big blind with 9-8 of spades.
Let's have a spin.
Need an ace.
Well, ace high is still ahead. Action has been checked to Retier.
Win this hand. Table total flower.
Royal flush draw.
One zero.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like the royal.
Is this a rule now? Are they doing the show both, or is this just?
I think it's voluntary.
Oh, don't you blush, kind
I feel like everyone's been observing it, though.
More voluntary than usual, or less voluntary?
I had a beautiful one too.
Yeah.
8-9 of spades. Gorgeous.
Yeah. Ace 9.
8-9 spades.
Oh, you know who would really hate this show game?
Griffin.
Lee Jones.
Oh. Lee Jones. The man behind Lee's Lowdown, not fan of the showdown.
Wait, didn't we have a theme song for Lee's Lowdown?
Yep.
Didn't I write different lyrics for it all the time?
And then we stuck with a particular introduction.
Yeah. Lee's, 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 Lee's. Right? Something like that?
It was please, 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 please. Give me some of that
Let me
sweet
get some of that Lee's. Low down.
low down.
Yeah. Oh, it feels like a different lifetime.
It was. Many, many years
Please,
ago.
please, please. Yes.
Call.
You guys will notice this Trey Deuce of Diamonds open on the button here.
Guillaume.
Definitely on the wide side.
Take a walk on the wide side.
Floor.
I see a pair of deuces. And that is the best hand right now, Nick. So wide is right.
Guillaume. I mean, we saw him blasting off with the ace-queen just now. Do you think he's going to miss the opportunity to see that ace-queen deuce? Probably not. 40,000 chips in the middle. Marl's got a gut shot. And obviously, as we can see, the best hand right now as well, but still a player to act behind. If she's played it all with this guy, maybe maybe she can find a check raise here once in a while. That would be pretty spicy. All right, makes the fold. That's also totally reasonable.
Better.
Better. Whoa, that's scary. I have a set of deuce.
Yeah. You waste my time. You waste my time.
Go, go, Guillaume.
Obviously, you have queens at least. Good fold. Good fold.
Fish, yeah, you're correct. It wasn't the best hand, of course. Pair of deuces best. My apologies.
Yeah, we established. You open with Trey Deuce there every time. That is Marco Ragonasci being eliminated in 43rd place. That takes us down to 42 players in the EPT Prague main event.
Marco.
And I think we're losing a player from the main stage because we've got to keep the tables balanced. I think Jean-Olivier, a.k.a. Serge Chachan, is being balanced off.
You are not that good for TV table.
Like that.
Brutal.
Okay, like that. Good friend, huh?
Director decides social.
Okay.
So just to clarify, because there was some confusion based on what I said at the start of the broadcast. Right now, Chat Pro Saturday will happen tomorrow, which is Saturday. But the antics and behavior of certain people on a Friday may make me change my mind. And right now, you're already ruining it.
With stuff like, where do I find the free roll for golden ticket, please? Looked yesterday, could not see them.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about.
How about, has there been any straight flushes in this tournament so far?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, there was.
There was one against Marley, going against Marley, I should say. I got a golden ticket. So you guys might have noticed we did get Shishan balanced off the table just now. Lost one of our French action players.
Thank God we still have Steve Zissou.
I love that movie.
Was Stockton blocking his reader there because we didn't see his hold cards. It's going to be Preben Stockton who starts the action here. Under the gun, folds. The other Norwegian at the table, former chip leader John Kite, still the biggest stack at this table, has pocket threes and opens.
Kite in the mix, starts the hand with about 106 big blinds. And running an ace queen once again, Retiere. 28 bigs on the button.
Raise.
A re-raise from the button. 3 bets to 100K. Kings for Grigory Rodin in the small blind.
And look at his pose. Just take one of those hands down.
He is definitely a thinker.
The double thinker.
66 big blinds. And he's gonna make it just a smidge more than that 100K 3-bet.
So what is the minimum 4-bet when the 3-bet's 100?
Another 70-ish K is the min.
It would be 165,000 would be the minimum.
Right.
And how do you come up with that?
Because the size of the last raise was 65,000, from 35 to 100K.
Got it.
That's the one.
I would be heading for the hills here.
The 4-bet gets through.
Seems good.
$78 big blinds for Rodin, who is 4th in chips at this particular table. Oh, good. Players can order some drinks, which they can then drop on the floor and smash.
Still water.
At least the stage is carpeted.
Sparkling water for me too, please. Thank you.
Still water, please. Thank you.
Whoa, slow down, everybody.
I feel bad because I drank your water. I took your water.
Oh, no, don't worry. Oh, no. It's fine.
King, Queen of Diamonds for Kite opens under the gun to 35,000.
Why even bother? Someone's just going to wake up with aces.
Triple off with ace queen when you got ace queen.
Yeah.
Round to the blinds. Round to Preben Stockton in the big blind, 10-4 of diamonds.
It's okay. I think a bit of a disadvantage now.
Lights Out Loser on Twitch says, I think I'm the only person that doesn't like sparkling / carbonated water. I'm the other one. We're part of the same little gang, Lights Out Loser.
Same little gang of boring-ass losers. Doesn't even drink bubbles in his water.
It tastes like lemonade that's gone wrong.
I love it.
James is English, so he thinks it's spicy. Too much joy in a sparkling water for these people. I don't think I've ever seen James drink a soda.
I don't drink soda. I don't drink sparkling water.
I mean, most of the time it's just decaf Earl Grey.
If I took you, hold on a second. If I took you to like a Mexican restaurant in LA, would you have a Mexican Coke as a treat?
No, I'd have a spicy margarita. It's my standard order at a Mexican restaurant. So right now we're watching the players of the feature table out in the field. We've got Ramon Calillas. Where is the Christmas jumper? You've got to harness the power of the festive season, Ramon. Tuan Mulder is at table 2 along with Steve O'Dwyer. Chances are we'll see these guys on the main stage later on today. Neil Farrell is sat across from Maria Lampropoulou. Both those players are former EPT champions. And that's right, we've got roll neck Ramon today. Okay, that's going to require some new lyrics.
Very good, very good. James, I'll handle things for a minute. You get writing.
Roll neck Ramon, here we go.
James's songs that he writes for this stuff, by the way, are better than any Broadway musical I've ever seen. That includes Hamilton.
Wow. You just lost a huge segment of the audience there, Joe.
I'm Alexander. I mean, all musicals do is just sing what's happening. Rodin has made it 30,000 King 5 suited. Quing suited for Regari. Just a flat on the button, otherwise known as in the position. I see a club, I see another club, and I see a yak.
An opportunity perchance. The effective stack here being Rugetti. 35 big blinds.
Continuation bet for 55. Jerry does have a gut shot.
Don't imagine we see a fold here too often. King Queen obviously can be the best of it right here, right now, but obviously the opportunity to improve to the gut shot as well. Oh,
raise.
Wow. Finding the raise.
Can't go fold in the nut flush draw. Rodin. Makes the call. Got nearly 300, excuse me, over 350 in the middle and makes the flush on the turn.
Potential for a street flash, Joe.
That's right. Steel wheel possibilities.
You're going to love these lyrics, Nick.
Yeah? Can you type them out for us?
I've maximized the alliteration just to screw with you.
Oh, jeez.
But don't worry, however bad you do, you will not butcher it the same way that Griffin does. Because at least you know the guy's name.
Follow Moran.
James, if I spent my whole life just trying to do slightly better than Griffin, I think I'd be in big trouble. So Rodin decides just to lead into the player who's putting in a raise. I'm not sure if I love this. if your opponent's raising on the flop, I feel like there's a chance they're going to continue barreling on the turn quite often. The lead, I think, kind of screams strength. There's already a decent chunk of change in the middle with the raise on the flop. Does get away from it. Still a nice pot to win, though, for Roden.
Okay, Nick. Roll neck Ramon. Roll neck Ramon. Beige but sassy, sleek and snazzy. He's roll neck Ramon.
Hey, you know what? For some reason, I feel like that's actually going to be easier for me, but we'll see.
I like it.
I've tried to keep it simple.
I especially like it because A5 Cubing and more just said, James and Joe work like bread and butter of commentary. Joe being funny, while James being the analytical commentator.
Irreverent song lyrics, yes. Top level poker analysis, no.
So Masik on Twitch just said, Rodin is a coach of the most profitable and famous CIS backing found.
That's the TV show, right? With the guy with the sunglasses. Ow!
Wow! That one, yeah.
Yeah. There's the one in Vegas, the one in Miami,
Looks
the one
like
in Los
he
Angeles.
flopped him dead. Wow! Somebody missed their backdoor straight draw. Wow!
He's going to find it hard to write without hands.
Wow!
Oh, Guion loves the Dolly Parton. Calls out of the big blind with 9-5. Ruggieri a 2-1 favorite with ace-king. And the flop is Jack 8-6.
Seventh size coming.
Still needs a 7.
8, 9, 10, jack. Queen is good, too.
Oh! Or a queen.
He's now up and down.
Queen's not good.
Well, it will complete a straight that he
Yes.
thinks is good. I'm not sure how I feel about the defend with 9-5 here as well, though. Seems like an extremely wide defend here. Does have a good price. It's probably not burning money with the big blind ante in there, but okay, that's spicy. That's the one, a spicy meatball.
I really hate the defend with queen 5.
With 9-5.
Man, when you get bet into here, you're just like, really?
You're loving absolute life, and I'm all in.
For real?
Joe, I'm all in every single time. All of it. Every single disc. Every single fun disc in the world.
I might check my hand here just to make sure that I have the nuts. Then I'd be all in.
I like the Hollywood here, though. It really looks like he's trying to figure out how much he has behind. For a second, I thought he was going to mark his cards. All of it. Every single fun disc on planet Earth.
There's the all in.
Hollywood, my friend. Wow, what a river. Pretty sure that is. What a river.
If you get away from this, that's pretty impressive too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you can use more time bank? No? No. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hollywood, you understand?
Default?
Yeah. Proud. Sure. Okay.
Guillaume does make the lay down.
Forward.
Wants Ruggieri to show. Seems a little annoyed that Ruggieri used a time bank and then jammed with the nuts. I'm not gonna lie, I take it a little personally too.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but if somebody had the nuts and they like time banked, I'd be like, ah, come on, bro.
It depends how for me, it depends how good they made it look. If they make it look really stupid and you're like, all right, nice Hollywood, bro, that would tick me off.
"41 players
Great fold, though.
out in that field." Yeah, good fold. Good on you, Guyan.
I feel like Guyan's the kind of guy that has really good live reads, and I feel like in that moment he's like, yeah, it's pretty obvious what's going on here.
It is all part of the game, Ed Kilworth. It's all part of the game. That's why I have to limit the amount that I play this game, because I am way too emotional.
You're too empathetic, Joe.
I have all of the emotions. I'm too empathetic. I'm too impatient. I take things too personally. Any bad emotion you can have at the poker table, I have it. I'm genuinely frightened. I mean, anything. Jealous of people who make hands. Every bad emotion you can have at the poker table, I have it.
Well, it's 2 pair for Ruggieri. Not much for Marley to be excited about.
It's 1 bet, 30,000.
Continuation bet of 30,000 from Ruggieri and a fold from Marley Sprague.
Zoomerfin, none of us have played the new RoboCop game yet, but I did ask for it for Christmas. Which means I should get around to playing it about March.
Of 2029.
Luckily, we don't have a PCA this year, so I might actually get to play some video games in early January.
Oh, nice.
Maybe.
En die wil ik.
Juice?
One pair, one juice.
Juice, it's the same thing.
9 deuces straight.
For the time.
All right, everybody, one conversation.
I have nines.
Always 9.
Always 9. You sure? And you? Pass. We have 5s?
You sure it is?
She's 1 pass.
I show 1. 1. You can see.
You probably left that hand. She's 5 pass.
I just want to say good fold again there. Just knowing you're up against ace king
Yeah.
and folding a straight.
It all went pretty quick. You didn't use too much time bank there, but yeah, we breezed over it pretty swiftly. That was a very good fold with the river straight with the 9.
Do you feel he has received the appropriate number of claps?
Never enough claps in chat, James. That's my motto.
I can do it in bluff, but I have it.
6, 7 pass.
Simeon asks, why is there not going to be a PCA this January? Well, obviously because Joe's going to be playing the new RoboCop game. We work around Joe's schedule.
Sorry.
It's very simple.
I put in for it months ago.
Have you already played the new Spider-Man game?
A little bit, yes.
Because you were jazzed about that, and
I played it for maybe a half hour.
you're just too busy, Joe.
I'm too busy. And I feel bad asking Santa Claus for video games for Christmas because I know by the time I get around and playing it, it's going to be like half the price it is now.
You didn't get your Cyber Monday discount, whatever it was.
I'm still playing. I'm still slowly weaning myself off of Starfield.
Yeah, sure.
I got Baldur's Gate. I got to play. I still even cracked the last Final Fantasy game.
To be fair, Joe, I did purchase Baldur's Gate, sit down for about an hour, and I haven't touched it since as well, so I'm in the same boat as you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not because I wasn't enjoying it, but again, I had to get back to work, unfortunately.
Ace 10 in the big blind for Rodin. These are the 2 biggest stacks at the table, by the way.
I can't get over how much he looks like Nick Pine.
That's not a bad lookalike. That's a good lookalike.
I think I took a picture of him last time he was on stream and sent it to Nick.
Oh!
Yikes.
2 pair for Rodin. Kite with second pair and a straight draw. He is a 3-1 underdog here. The action's been checked to him. Continues for 25,000.
25,000.
Rodin calls and improves to a full house on the turn. Kite drawing dead. Check to him a second time, and the problem with that ace on the turn is all this blockers nonsense, because now he's going to think his queen's good there.
Yeah, but I think also his hand is such that he can check again if he so wishes. I don't think betting the turn is ridiculous either, though, which is what he's going to go for. I don't know if I'm Rodin. I think I like a flat here again. If he has value, he's probably going to continue barreling. If he has bluffs, you want to keep those in as well.
160.
I think the biggest issue is that they're quite deep, so I think raising the turn to try and play for stacks is also a very reasonable line. You can see both players here redonkulously deep. John's still 1.4 behind. Rodin still 1.1 behind or thereabouts.
Good fold.
Yeah, been a rough couple rounds here for John Kite. He seems to be...
He's getting blown around in the wind.
He's just he seems to be making the right moves, and then he just kind of getting all caught up in the pre-flop action. Couple ugly post-flop scenarios too.
We're going to the outer tables where Maria Lampropoulou's in a hand against Cesar Garcia. Garcia, one of the chip leaders at the start of the day, has raised to 30,000. Maria Lampropoulou announces all in. Garcia looks back at his cards and folds. So Maria chipping up to around 350,000.
I forgot what a killer Maria Lampropoulou is. It's terrifying.
Back to the feature table where Kite's in action again, raising an early position with 9-8 of spades. 41 players remaining in the EPT Prague main event. Big blind defend from Umberto Ruggieri. Ace-4. Well, there's an ace, but 2 spades on the flop.
Action stations. It's your boy John back in the mix. I think you see bet this almost 100%. 1/3 pot seems fine.
25,000.
Even smaller, nearly a quarter, a little bit more than a quarter.
Go ahead.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Ruggieri now a 3-1 favorite.
But what's a 10 now? Right? 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen.
Yep, 10 would give him a straight as well. I think we see 2 barrels here quite often. You can still get some Deuce X to fold, maybe some weaker Jack X to fold. I'd say from a GTO perspective, Jack X never folds turn here, or very rarely does. But against human beings, different story. You could argue UTG +1 has a pretty large number of ace-X combos, though, so you can understand why.
Mm-hmm.
Ruggieri Calls. River card is the 7 of spades. That is the flush for John Kite.
Kite is flying high.
Kite finally getting rewarded here. Great run out for the old 8, 9 of spades. I think I like 180,000 on the river. No. Yes.
It's prediction time. Ooh, how close is this prediction going to be?
Oh, he absolutely drills it. He absolutely drills it. Prediction confirmed.
And the crowd reacts with no applause.
Okay, chat, prove him wrong. Get some claps in there.
5 seconds.
Time bank played by Ruggieri.
All right, Nick, let's predict some other things. Let's predict what possible bluffs.
What John's going to have here?
Yeah.
Loads of stuff that have a king of spades.
Did 1 call.
Oh, wow, gets paid. Oh, the 180 worked. Beautiful
Apparently,
stuff.
Ruggieri thought there was a lot of bluffs also.
Oh, Alberto Ruggieri takes a big hit there. He's down to 20 big blinds. Kite back up to 1.8 million. Bless you, Preben Stocken.
See, persistence pays off, Joe. Couple rough spots, no problem. No problem. Just expertly size your river bets, and everything's going to be fine.
You got to make the flush first, Nick. That's the hard part.
Confirmation that we are down to the final 5 tables as we witness the elimination of Daniel Erlandson out in 41st place for 18,260 euros. 40 players remain, spread across 5 tables of 8.
You sure we can't play to a winner today?
I mean, if you want to keep going until like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, just play through the night. We can do that.
Of all hands I had, I win.
I don't even think that would do it, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Especially for this guy.
I mean, maybe because people would just want to go.
Why did you fall? Huh? Why did you fall?
Like voluntary disqualification?
Why did you fall? Sorry, Sweden. What? Like on the first hand against the king? No, between you and you. Ace. You have ace. You had 0% equity. But if I have a heart, I don't fold. I don't have a heart. No, it's not my question. Why did you fold? Why I fold? Yeah. Only because of hearts. I think you have like queen of hearts. Not why. What did you fold? Oh, I just say you have 0%. Okay. So you fold aces. You can never win. Good call. I was bluffing. I was so close to the jam that I should have done it. But I want you to bluff. I call every card except
Bluff sounds the best in French.
Bluff.
Bluff.
Bluff, le bluff.
Bluffing.
I'm lucky for you, I
Le
didn't
bluff.
have a heart in my hand.
Cut off, smashing this board. Top pair, top kicker. Thierry.
40.
7 bet, 40,000. 53,000.
Stocken folds.
Haven't seen too much action from old Prebz, but hasn't had too many spots to enter the pot.
So obviously, we are currently playing 7-handed on the main stage. I just referenced the fact that we're down to 40, so a table's broken. We are getting a new player. Andreas Berggren from Sweden is going to be occupying the empty seat.
He went up and down again. Oh.
But not yet.
You have to wait for him.
Average stack now about 963K. Is that right, James?
5 tables left.
Yeah, close to 1 million chips now.
You have to wait until the hand is
How many bigs is that?
A lot.
Hashtag quick maths.
We need some Swedes at the table.
So according to the trusty widget, we are meant to finish this level with between 38 and 39 players.
Hashtag widget. Trust the widget. All hail the widget. Kite back in the mix, defending the big blind versus Marl's open with the suited king.
So sick of hearing about the widget. Can it drive a car? Can it buy beer? Can it make love to a woman? No. Enough.
Oh, could get spicy here. Both players connecting with the 7. Better kicker for Sprague, though.
Let's go. Let's get to showdown. Hey, never mind. Let's get some value.
Yeah.
Bringing on down a value bill.
Six bet. 75,000.
75.
I was gonna go, I would have called 70.
No, so now? Really?
There you go.
Good ball.
Bluff ace 5.
Welcome.
Here comes Andreas.
Welcome, welcome.
It's quite hard to be bluffing, isn't it?
Hard to bluff?
Hello.
Maybe.
He said hello.
She doesn't bluff ace jack ace 10. She's behind and thinks she wins.
I felt a bit alone.
Yeah, but no.
Still has love, so.
Yeah, actually.
She lost something.
She got too much showdown when with ace jack ace 10. Obviously losing, but that's the problem. Maybe she knows. So just
We'll know in 30 minutes.
Huh?
You'll find out in 30 minutes.
Not really.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
I bet on bluff.
Huh?
I bet on bluff.
The guy bluff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much want to bet?
Already 1 hour.
It's not many.
Maybe 4. Too much showdown. Yeah, that makes you fold 7.
It's kind of been the theme of this tournament that when you sit down at this feature table, you get dealt a hand immediately.
And Berggren coming to the table with 15 big blinds, guys, and it's going to just open at none all in just for the 2 bigs. Kite has napkins in the small blind. Guyan does too, but we've seen him put in some pretty wide defends with the big blind ante in play.
We saw the old 4-gapper defend. The 2-gapper, no problemo.
I actually prefer this than the 9-5, to be honest.
Queen Jack 6.
Does this make the cut for you, Joe? I know you said you just refused to defend certain combos.
Suited, I would defend this. Offsuit is a no-go for me. Also depends who I'm playing against, which I think is probably a good answer. If it's a player that I think I'm going to be able to see multiple streets for free, then yeah, sure, why not?
Sounds good. Good adjustment.
5 pounds. Did you drink of this one?
Yeah, I put it on my.
Okay. I think that's sparkling, right?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, I should get one.
I actually missed. Yeah, because I had eggs.
You also said
I here.
but you said still. Did you get yours?
I'm not sure.
No, but you didn't get it.
Maybe
Oh.
actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she just gave still instead of sparkling. That's
Okay, 2 still one.
Yeah, whatever.
It's 7 past. Sit 8 past. Sit 10 past. Sit 1 past. Sit 3 past.
Round to the button. John Kite with ace-5 offsuit.
Sit 4 raise. 35,000. Sit 5 pass. Sit 6 pass.
And it's raise and take it.
Yep, John's been plenty active here since we've started our first feature table session, but also kind of had the right hands to do so as well. I wouldn't say he's getting particularly out of line. Seems like all very reasonable opens. Hand selection pretty on point here pre-flop.
Yeah.
I feel no one's going to see your hands. Huh? I feel that no one will see your hands on TV. I'm not sure.
Oh, that is a raise out of turn. Action is on Berggren.
They usually come up here and say.
Sit 10 raise.
Oh, yeah,
30,000. Sit 1 pass.
They haven't said anything.
Sit 3 pass.
Well, the raise stands. Rodin making it 30,000 with queen 10.
Eager guy.
Yeah, just table is way too big.
It is.
Never seen somebody so excited to raise queen 10 offsuit.
And Mr. Kite is going to 3-bet. Oh, wait a second. Jan, king, queen. Any chance of a cold 4-bet, Joe?
I think there's a chance.
275.
Ho, let's go to town.
175,000.
Oh, the raise out of turn dynamic that just makes the entire world go off its axis.
Classic. These two have history, though. You'll recall that encounter. John was not very happy about the ace-queen scenario that we saw very early on at the start of today's play. Does Mr. Kite get stubborn?
5 seconds. Sit 4 pass.
And it works.
Wow.
Excellent. Excellent cold 4-bet.
Speech 3-bet, and he still came in with the cold 4. Wow, that's strong. That is strong.
Let's see that one. Brilliant.
What a guy,
Yeah, figured.
What was
I believed you.
What do you mean when there's two kings? If you show one, we both know what it is.
What do you mean was strong? Like 4-bet?
Yeah, yeah.
4-bet is like strong action.
Yeah.
On average.
Well, he gave a speech too, and then he. Oh.
Speech doesn't work on French.
Sit 1 pass.
Has the opposite effect.
20 minutes on the level, 20 minutes until the first break of the day. We've seen 6 eliminations so far, 40 players remaining. There'll be a fair few more today. We'll have the redraw at 24. We'll play down to 16, the final 2 tables.
You only 270?
275.
Sit 4 raise. 35,000. 5 pass.
Leon lets it go in absolute position on the button here. Marl's ace-8 off, puts it in the muck.
That one's going in my notebook.
This is a wider open, though. We were just talking about Jan playing a pretty good, solid range. Gonna be widening up the old range now. Still our table chip leader, our feature table chip leader.
Now on 17 big blinds. 5-4 suited. Can I peel this one?
You gotta
have
peel
to.
this
Okay,
one.
good. Okay,
It
good.
is. I would rather you peel this.
I'm dying to peel this.
I would like rather you peel this than like ace-3 off.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'd rather have this than ace-3 off.
Yeah.
Queen 7-8. Top pair for Kite. Gut shot for Berggren.
Whoa, playing it trappy.
And what happens when you have a straight draw, Nick?
On the turn, you can definitely lead here, but
You make a pair. You always make a pair.
I would also be ridiculously hesitant to do so under these circumstances, Joe. I think that a lot of bluffs that you would love to try and get to fold as a lead would just bet flop here. I think when John checks in position, he's going to have some 8s, he's going to have some 7s, he's going to have some queens, he's going to have like 9s and 10s and jacks and stuff like that too. When the stacks are much shallower pre-flop,
2 pair.
you can definitely afford to do more trap checking on flops and indeed a little bit more pot control with some of your weaker showdown that you might otherwise see bet, 35 big blinds and higher more often. Trying to get even an ace to fold at this point, though, Joe, is hard times. Very, very disciplined. A lot of players might perceive the 2 checks as an opportunity to take a stab here, but I just think you're just not going to get anything to fold.
A stab isn't going to work.
Board I can beat.
A shove is about the only chance you've got.
Yeah.
And even then, ugh.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Anyway, it does go check, check. Berggren playing the board. Not good enough to beat the queen from John Kite.
Yeah, I mean, there might have been a river bet there. I think maybe John aware of the fact that quite a few ace combos are going to be played as a 3-bet jam as opposed to a flat there, so that's probably one of the main things you want to target. King high, probably not getting too brave there too often either at this stage in the tournament. Just playing it safe, taking a check.
C1 pass.
I mean, if at the beginning of the hand someone asked me, hey, would you like your final hand to be 8s and 7s with a queen kicker? I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good. I'll take that.
4 pass.
It's a pretty good run out for me. Oh, wait, that's the board. Ah!
5 pass.
Crap.
C6 raise. 35,000. C7 pass.
Round to Rodin in the big blind. Marley's raises to 35,000. Grigori has 9-6 of diamonds.
Oh, too much. Yeah.
And to defend, we shall see and flop, which is 8-5-4 with 2 clubs.
Rodan looks like he wants to find a lead here.
Then bet. 30,000.
Bets 30,000 into 95,000.
6 call.
Marley calls. That is the straight for Grigori Rodin. Plus, he has the diamond draw as well. In fact, there is street flash potential here.
Great turn for Rodin.
10 bet.
Fires again, quick fold from Marley.
How good's Marley playing, huh?
Very solid. Love to see it.
Lucky guy.
Playing around 1.3 million, 86 big blinds. Rodin, meanwhile, up
It was
over
good for me,
1.5 million, up over 100 bigs. And we're heading to one of the outer tables. It's Neil Farrell's turn to play a hand against Cesar Garcia. We've gone to the turn with 200K in the middle. So the board is the deuce of hearts, 8 of hearts, 3 of clubs, queen of diamonds. Actions on Neil. He checks. Garcia. Checks behind. The river card is the 3 of diamonds pairing the board.
Mm-hmm.
Neil checks again.
It feels like a long pause with a check, like a please don't bet kind of pause.
That's a lot of chips in front of Cesar Garcia. We did reference the fact that he started the day among the chip leaders. Could well be overall chip leader right now.
How about I have Ramon and Cesar staple your tongue to your chin?
150.
It's a bet of 150,000. And a fold from Neil Farrell. So Garcia almost at 2.5 million now. Meanwhile, former EPT champion Neil Farrell's playing 800K as we return to the feature table. Looks like a card was exposed during the deal.
But we have video recording. Don't worry, guys. We have video proof.
C5 raise 30,000.
The action folded to him. Adrian Guillon opens to 30,000 with ace-3.
Never mislead it.
Never missed it. Never. That's why you
know if one player take another card from another player, it's four both, but it's not mislead. She takes that.
Rounds the blinds. Ruggieri in the small. 8-7. Passes.
Stocking blocking. Woo!
Folds the big.
Wow, raise and take it.
At least there's no action, just in case.
Everyone's playing too well today. I need someone to make a gross error in judgment.
We had a couple of those in the previous sessions that were a lot of fun.
I need Tu and Mulder just putting insane pressure on people.
Watched him crack.
The only way out is to make the nuts.
5 raise 30,000. 6 pass. 7 pass. Pass, 6-10 pass, 6-1 pass.
Haven't seen a lot from Preben Stocken today.
And we're not seeing a lot now.
Yeah, I only seen one of his cards, the Ace of Hearts, but we know he's calling. Ace-6 of Hearts, okay. John Kite calling as well with 5-3 of hearts out of the big blind. Queen 9 deuce.
C3 check. C4 check.
Guillaume.
Guillaume.
C5 bet. 50,000. C3 pass. C4 pass.
Stay here. Brother. I want the old dealer. Just no 7 of hearts on the... Yeah.
W. Cutmore on Twitch asks, is poker in the ears back in 2024, sir? We're planning on it.
That is the plan. We recorded the last episode of 2023 just before EPT Prague. We did confirm that we're taking an extended winter break, but planning to come back in early February. First week of February, in fact.
But you use the camera, right?
Yeah, it's not really that. It's just
C6 pass.
I don't have my phone.
No, I mean like
having your phone.
No, I mean like
There's
YouTube.
Yeah. No, yeah, cameras are fine.
It's different if she filmed herself than
Yeah.
all these cameras on her. You know?
She's used to playing every player at the table.
Sometimes
also.
I want to say stupid jokes, then I remind you. I remember of your video and I don't do them because
I make fun of you.
lame. Yeah.
Oh, that's an all-in.
Yeah.
Rodin's raised with ace-queen. Ruggieri is shoved with king-jack.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see a fold here. Ace-queen seems like a pretty good hand to call the shove. So less than 20 big blinds. And it is, of course, hijack versus cutoff. So yeah, it makes the call. It will be ahead. King Jack suited, 2 live cards, and the club's working in his favor. 1 club missing in Rodin's hand, though, of course.
Russians are okay with that call? No, don't stress.
First all in and call it. It should have been 2 against this guy. Should have been 2.
Ooh. Okay, so an ace-high flop, but 2 clubs out there. Ruggieri with the flush draw.
Sweaty flop.
But right now he is behind. Club on the turn. No sweat on the river. Ruggieri doubles up.
Another one. One flush against flush.
How many clubs in this deck?
Too much flush.
Come on. Come on.
Very crunchy board, James.
It's entirely too much
Second
tuna.
time for him.
Oh yeah.
Second time.
I'm getting flushed all day.
Your turn.
Flower.
Someone tells that hand history, they're like, oh man, flush over second nuts, some nuts over second nuts. How sick.
Third versus second.
Ruggieri close to 40 big blinds. Andreas Berggren still the short stack at the table with 15 big blinds. Very playable stack still for Rodin, an above average stack. Blinds going up in 6.5 minutes. That's when we will come to the end of this level. We'll take the first break of the day, and we'll come back with a new feature table. We're going to swap table 1 for table 2. That means we're going to have Steve O'Dwyer, Tuan Mulder, Porrig O'Neill, Alex Lapuliak, Anton Bergstrom, Govert Matal. They'll be among the players at the new feature table on the other side of the break.
King Niner. Nah, we're holding on. We're waiting for a premium.
King Deuce for Stocken.
Chance to see behind the curtain here. Prebz enters the pot.
25.
And it's a min raise.
Ace king of spades for the other Norwegian at the table. And John Kite is 3-betting.
5 plus. 6 plus.
Someone else has folded. Action back on Stocken.
Not I, mate.
No.
Ace king of spades, big slick suited, gets the job done.
Well, I just referenced the fact that we are going to have a new feature table on the other side of the break. Let's go over to that table right now. Table number 2. There is a hand between Steve O'Dwyer and Alexandru Lapuliak. Lapuliak has bet the flop, which is Jack 4 deuce. He's made it 200,000, and Steve O'Dwyer calls. 10 of hearts on the turn.
200,000, that feels like a lot.
Action's gone check, check. River for free, which is the deuce of clubs, pairing the board.
That was a dry-ass board.
Very dry indeed.
Action on O'Dwyer.
I guess Steve Zissou's entire submarine is parked nearby.
150,000. It's the face of a man who wants to call.
I mean, it's smaller than the flop bet.
That's a time bank card being played. He started with 6 new time bank cards today. He used all of his time bank cards from day 3 on day 3. Didn't bag any overnight.
Don't look like he's got that many left right now.
He's only got 2 behind, right?
Looks like it. Maybe 3 tops.
Oh my God, how many chips has Prague O'Neill got?
We're going to find out when they get to the feature. O'Dwyer shows ace-jack.
Top pair, top kicker, and it's good as Alex mucks. O'Dwyer wins that hand. Yeah, I'm hearing that O'Neill has about 2.5 million.
What?
Is just ahead of Cesar Garcia on the leaderboard. Prague O'Neill is the current chip leader. So the biggest stack in the tournament will be among the players coming to the feature table during the next session of play.
Let's go, guys. More action to come. Stick around. We've rejoined the action here. Raise all the way around to the big blind. Just the min-raise from Ruggeri. Ace-queen suited. Berggren, our feature table short stack, 13 big blinds. I'm just mucking this all day long. You don't want to get mixed up here.
Really?
I think you had a good hand.
Yeah. J7.
You can hit a jack or a 7.
Hard to play.
Remember, there's a money jump right now. Next player out, 18,260 euros. But if you can ladder up to 39th place, you've locked up 21K.
Yep, even more reason to stick around.
All right, I'll give you that.
Luxury blind levels too, Joey. Don't forget that. Luxury.
Lily White luxury.
That's right.
90-minute blind levels in the EPT main event.
Sometimes I think it would be fun to play one. And then I think about how stressful it is playing one hand of play money poker. against a bunch of commentators who are also bad at poker. Not you, Nick, but everyone else is pretty bad. And then I'm like, no, I don't think I need to.
So Retier with 4s on the button.
What do you think of this idea? I sell 100% of my action to the community, and I move all in every single hand, and we see how far I can go.
Are other people at the table aware of the fact that that's what you're doing?
Yes.
I think that ends pretty quick.
I would publicize it.
I think the story ends pretty quickly.
Yeah, or maybe I just win it.
Over the years, you've had some really good ideas. That is not one of them.
I think it's a great one. I think I would snap sell out.
I think we should make a series where we get like Joey coached by like absolute supreme top pros. We'll call it like Joey's Journey or something like that.
We'll call it Joey's Snooze Fest.
Or
sounds boring.
No.
Sounds like something you put on at night if you're suffering from insomnia.
So play has concluded at the feature table. We have hit the break, but there is still a hand in progress at one of the other tables. In fact, it's the table that will become the new feature table. Steve O'Dwyer is in action again, this time against Tuan Mulder. And let's be honest,
what?
This is the matchup that we're all waiting for. These are the two players we want to see duke it out when they're up on the main stage after the break. But in this particular hand, we've gone to the turn. I can tell you that on the flop, Mulder bet 45,000 and O'Dwyer called. It's an ace on the turns. The board is now ace, jack, 10, 6. 2 hearts, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Mulder checks to O'Dwyer. I mean, good luck if you're in that tournament knowing what the blind levels are.
It says it on the screen. $280. Dwyer betting big. That's a lot bigger than the flop bet.
And Tuan Mulder folds. So after that hand, Mulder down to 1.5 million, O'Dwyer up to 1.6 million. They will be bringing those stacks to the main stage because this table will become the feature table on the other side of the break. Let's check on the stacks of the players we've been watching for the last 90 minutes. John Kite started the day as chip leader. He has dropped down a few spots, but he's still a top 5 stack with 90 big blinds at the new blind level. Marley Sprague doing okay, 62 bigs. Andreas Berggren and Roman Retier both in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
But a reminder that those players will now go out into the field, and that new feature table up on the stage after the break will be headlined by O'Dwyer, Mulder, new chip leader Porrig O'Neill, Alexandru Lapuliak, Govert Matal, and Anton Bergstrom. So we are going to be back from break in 17 minutes time. Join us for more action here on day 4 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour main event in Prague as we play down to the final 2 tables. Back shortly.
I'm just trying to build the image, destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
I didn't realize just how many sick hero calls you made, both at the final table and in the run-up to the final table. I am never, ever, ever going to try and bluff you because you're basically, your calling frequency is high.
I mean, yeah, there was two big hero calls. One on the semi-final and another in the final.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like a very good spot there that just appeared to me. Like it's not like a big hero call or anything. You can try to bluff me. I'm not gonna call you.
So you're saying this is not standard for you. You're not the guy, like, because we see like Adrian Mateos, for example, will like hero call pretty regularly. He's right a lot, but he's wrong sometimes too. You're saying that this is not usually something you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build the image. Destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
So what was it about those two spots specifically? Was it just sort of replaying the action through the streets and decided the line didn't make a lot of sense, or was it personally based? Was it, hey, this person seems uncomfortable, there's a live read here? How did you come to that decision?
No, it was just the spots actually. The one in the semi-final was just like a very good price. I remember he limped small blind. I think I checked behind and bet 3 streets and he check raised the river. I already put like 700 in. It was like 1.2 million more, something like that. It was just a very good price for me. And I mean, he was a good player. Of course, he could be bluffing. I don't remember correctly the board or anything, but I think I had some good calling properties on my hand, like a good blocker. So that one was more like that, and the other one in the final table was just the line didn't make much sense with basically anything. And there was a little bit of live information in the ace queen hand, just because he wanted to go in pre-flop like really badly, and then he decided not to. And with that stack size, usually like the hands that he almost go in pre-flop but doesn't are all like dominated by ace queen. So it was very rarely he would have the king. There was 2 in the board, and king queen he would shove pre. So yeah.
Oh, James, did that make the TV coverage that he wanted to go all in with ace queen? I feel like I don't remember seeing that in what we.
I think certainly by that point, this is the hand against Pinto, right? He was pretty short. So I think his options were incredibly limited, and he decides to play through the streets instead. I think it was Queen Jack was his hand. In that
it was not like very explicit. He just started to count his stack and like almost go and not going.
Cool.
And then calls, you know?
But you make that ace high hero call, Fabiano, which takes us down to the final 6. So it was kind of, I guess, the second half of the final table on the final day. What both days had in common, and I still can't quite comprehend it, is just how everyone was treating this like it was a 1-2 home game in their local casino. Everyone's having a laugh. Everyone's messing about. Everyone's just enjoying the moment. You've got huge crowds on the rail who've clearly had quite a bit to drink. The sums of money, the difference in prize money with each elimination is obscene. And yet everyone just seems really relaxed.
Yeah, it was like an amazing crew. Like I remember exactly the point where it started to get tense, and then everything like just where it was not tense anymore. It was like 15 left. I went to the river in a very small pot and bet like third pair or something like for fin value, and the guy calls me with second pair and I lost. And then Patrick Yaros was at my side. He said, like, well, why did you bluff your third pair? Like, stuff like that. It was like a very good joke. And then we started just messing with each other up from then onwards.
Yeah, to James's point, it seemed like there are a lot of things that happened between Patrick Yaros and Jimmy Guerrero, who I think that if it were a different group of people, their antics, their attitude, people might have gotten angry.
I also think that there was clearly a lot of history between Kyan Mokri and Jimmy. They've clearly played a lot of hands against each other. And again, that bore out a very interesting dynamic between those guys.
$25 minutes left on the level. Or one hand, who knows? Jimmy folds 8 deuce. Yarosh, pocket 4s in the cutoff. Hello. Ace queen for Kowalski. Starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Too much for an all-in, but could certainly call on the button, is what I was going to say.
Wow, yeah, he's playing it slow here in position. Ace-Queen suited, a very, very, very playable hand in position. You see what he's doing here, Joe, and you've identified it. He doesn't want to go too crazy pre-flop here.
Oh, Pinto.
Uh-oh. Shields.
Oh, boy.
Shields up.
Pinto with the worst of it of these three hands. It's only 250K to call, though.
Oh, Joe, I feel like he wants to squeeze this in.
It does seem like he's sizing up an all-in. One, two, three, carry the one. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
A equals MC squared.
20 days, half November, April, June, and November.
High is 3.1472.
Just a call.
Okay.
All right, we're going three ways to this flop. Four's the slightly ahead for now. King 6-3. Everybody misses. So four's way ahead now. Kowalski does like to hit his turns and rivers, though. Pinto checks, Jarosz checks, Kowalski in position. You just pretend those spades are clubs if you want. Kowalski checks as well. Turn is another king. So four is way, way good. Could potentially be counterfeited by a 6.
Oh, dear.
But Pinto is going to try to bluff at this. I mean, could this work? 350 into 1.8 is maybe the sort of bet someone would make with a king.
I mean, I think it's just not enough to get Jarosz to fold. I mean, he's got a good price just to spike a 4 on the river and make the boat.
Right.
It's ridiculously good pot odds here. If you wanted to try and represent a king.
He's like, I can't. Oh, I can't believe I'm folding this.
Yeah, you can tell it pained him. I mean, Kowalski kind of has a similarly strength hand to the 4s here. Like if your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're pretty much going to be good, like, every time.
If this is what it is, which is a very lame bluff attempt, ace high is getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's actually interesting because ace queen probably has 2 live cards a lot of the time. He might be doing this with, you know, pocket 4s himself, pocket 2s, pocket 7s, something
Even
like that.
Even if it's not a bluff, right.
Yeah,
Even if it's like a weak value bet.
Yeah.
The river is an 8. So Kowalski does not improve, does have the best hand. Pinto moves all in.
Oh my days, what a player.
What an absolute boss. Shoves with queen jack high.
Oh my God, Joe, the hero call.
Who's bluffing in this spot? Oh, Kowalski's asking for a count. It's more or less a pot-sized river, shove, bluff.
Joe, the hero call would be unbelievable here.
It sure would. Is this how we're gonna end the night, with a hero call from Kowalski? He is really giving this a think. Kowalski smirking at himself. Can't believe what he's thinking about doing right now. Last time bank card.
Oh, the drama.
Is Pinto, the relative amateur, gonna make a bluff like this in this spot at this time of night for this amount of money on the line?
Joey, he shoves so quickly on that river. I don't know if that might have been a tell.
Nick, that's a great point. That is a great point, as if the river didn't matter at all, as if he had decided ahead of time. He makes the call! The hero Kowalski!
Wow!
he's done it!
Kowalski puts this night to bed with the ace-high hero call.
Let's go!
Pinto went for it, did not pull it off. In the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen, we have finally put an end to day 5 at this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Bendinelli ladders up. Neville Costa ladders up. Kowalski, the hero of the day. Patrick Yarosh ladders up. Kahan Mokri ladders up. The hero Kowalski.
Well, Gorko just got a double up, but Pasi Sormanen is the short stack at the table with less than 5 million.
There's only one hat at this table, and it's Big Toros.
Sormanen's got King 7 of diamonds. He's clearly thinking about playing it.
It could be the best hand.
He raises to 400,000. Luca Fiorini has ace-king in the small blind.
Oh, 3-bet this one, hard.
He re-raises to over 1.1 million.
And I don't know what Pasi's thinking about, but you can't call, and you don't really want to 4-bet bluff the tightest guy at the table. I don't care how finished you are.
I'm all in.
Oh dear, bad timing.
Cool.
Luca Fiorini calls.
Uh-oh.
And Pasi Sormanen is way behind and set to exit in 5th.
Favorite schmavorite. We've seen all kinds of suckouts.
Good point. Well made. Here comes the flop. And as if to prove your point, Joe, there are 2 diamonds on that flop. 12 outs for Sormanen.
Well, that's a friendly-looking rail. Yep.
The turn card is the Queen of Spades. Pasi's looking to hit a 7 or a diamond. Any other card, and he's out. It's the Queen of Hearts. He's Busto.
Flopped the flush draw. It came brick, and he is out of here.
We lose one of the 2 fins.
Gotta give Pasi credit. He was an absolutely fearless player. So much so that I probably wouldn't guess that he only plays poker as a hobby. Well done, dude.
Sormanen collects 253,000 euros. And we are down to the final 4.
You guys want to have the numbers?
I can look.
Let's try. Him?
Okay.
Should look early.
The players discussing a potential deal.
Back 1 second.
Lots of great poker minds on Middleton's rail. Off to get some advice.
Back 1 second.
I imagine Toby Lewis will be his first port of call.
Tobes.
Story checks out.
Now, deals are allowed on the EPT. The tour acknowledges that it's the players' money. Tournament director Toby Stone will be called to the table so that he can facilitate a discussion about a potential chop of the remaining prize money.
Yeah. Just going to tell you what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I have to explain that the winner could technically get less money. If you make a deal, then the winner who takes over could technically get less money, and we would still publish him as the winner. Okay. The next thing is, this is an equity split based on everyone receiving 4th place. So we give you all 4th place, and then we equity split on the remaining prize pool. However, you have to play for
we better do it like 100 more,
60 more,
60 more,
40 more,
40 more, like that.
You can do something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need a bit more than that though. Like the numbers.
Now that's up to you to talk, which
Right.
we're not going to get involved in. Luca can translate for Luca.
Yeah, cool.
And when you come to an agreement, give us a shout.
Let the bartering commence.
How many pints deep are they? Could affect the deal.
So I need to get like maybe like 15 off each of you.
Fiorini's into this. You think Luca's just showing him Grumpy Cat on there?
I mean,
Nielsen agrees to give up some equity. He seems rather desperate to make a deal.
I would be. Tom is literally sweating it.
If you are strong, strong player, why the deal?
I mean, it's a lot of money, isn't it? But I mean, I've got to take into the fact that I'm a stronger player. I mean, it's only a small amount, but like, I mean, I got to do it.
Okay.
Okay, I just need to show the numbers over there. One sec. Can I borrow that piece of paper?
Well, it seems that all 4 players have agreed to the deal in principle. Midi wants to run it past his mates. Creston Nielsen's already celebrating. Fiorini's grinning. Kirko's happy about it.
We just play it out completely.
But Fraser McIntyre wants to weigh in.
I mean, when I go back and say no deal, then they might offer me a sick deal.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
Because the chips are too level for them, anybody to go,
Okay.
right, oh, wait a minute, do you know what, I'll chip that in. So forget that. You're either dealing or no dealing. Do you know what I'm saying?
All right, let's go. Yeah, go play.
Wait, so everyone agreed and now he's out?
No deal. Got deal, sorry.
What? It's off the table.
No deal?
Yeah, no deal. Sorry.
Why is that?
What was that all about?
He's just saying what we're all thinking. Big Toro speaks his mind.
Okay.
So Middleton orchestrated the deal and then refused it.
Mom and Dad said, we don't care if it's the prom. Your curfew is at midnight.
Memories of yesteryear, but right now we're back in 2023 with the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Prague. Day 4 of the 5K main event with 40 players returning from the break. By the end of today, we should be down to 16, playing to the final 2 tables here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And these are the chip leaders right now. John Kite started the day on top. He's dropped down into 3rd place. Porrig O'Neill is the current chip leader, just ahead of Cesar Garcia in the rankings. And Porrig O'Neill is one of the players who will be at our new feature table, along with a former EPT champion, Steve O'Dwyer, an online beast, Tuan Mulder, an EPT reg, Govert Matal, an EPT newcomer, Alexandru Lapuliak, and Anton Bergstrom, who's been on the EPT pretty much since season 1 and is also a very accomplished online player as well. The price of poker's going up, Vincent. The blinds 10,000, 20,000 with a 20k big blind ante, this being level 22 of the main event. Average stack right now 963,000, so pretty deep. But because we've got so many monster stacks, Nick, because there are so many players with 7-figure chip stacks, it means there's a lot of shorties out there as well. Looking at the overall rankings, there are at least 3 players who have sub-10 big blinds and an entire table's worth of players, 8 players with fewer than 20 big blinds.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some consolidation. Hopefully those big stacks know how to wield those large stacks and manipulate that to their advantage, apply some pressure when they're not at risk, and make that ICM really count at this stage.
We're on a money jump. Next player out, 18,260 euros. Next payout is 21k. The big money's up top, including the 1 million euro score, 1,030,000 euro score for the champion. They'll receive that money along with the winner's trophy on Sunday. That's when we play down to a winner. As I said, down to 2 tables today, down to 6 tomorrow, down to a winner on Sunday. Still 3 days of this tournament to play.
Embrace the squeak.
This man does not embrace the squeak. But he does have a 78 big blind stack, and he won an EPT main event in 2013. He's won a lot of high rollers and super high rollers on the tour since. He has won more money on the EPT than any other player.
This is the most commentary I've ever done on Steve O'Dwyer in my entire career.
Also folding A6.
Tuan Mulder Close to 80 bigs right now.
Yeah.
And suitably attired for the season, Orig O'Neill, the Irish player, is chip leader right now with 123 big blinds.
He looks festive, and of course, wearing the national colors. You'd love to see that.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you very much to Elkanats for reminding me in the live chat on Twitch that Max Neugebauer, who is also at this feature table, well, he's not actually at the moment, he hasn't come back to his seat, but he will be at the feature table shortly. He recently won the World Series of Poker Europe main event in Rozvadov.
Having a pretty good year, 2023, looking real spicy, and an opportunity to try and add to that high score here in Prague.
Action has been folded to Govert Matal. Round to Lucas Rose, who has just 9 big blinds, Queen Jack in the cutoff.
8 all in, 10 pass.
It's Tuan Mulder folding the button. Bergstrom folding the big blind.
Was it better handle
So the
last
shove
time?
from Lucas Rose gets through.
This time, like, I was so confident, like, I'm not losing this one. Shall we play, if you win the hand, you open? Because you can see it anyways in 30 minutes. No, 30, but yeah, sure. Anyone in? Everyone in?
Both cards or one?
Just both. If you win the hand, you open the cards. Yeah. Better dynamics.
Good God, he's huge!
Better dynamics.
I never play one hand, so I don't show.
You want to see what I shot?
Yeah.
Has a more massive human being ever taken a seat
This
at
is
the
why they
feature
get to
table?
a stream.
Maximum max.
I have to say though, James, I would love to see O'Dwyer cross over that 40 million mark. What did we say? Anything higher than a top 5th place, anything higher than a 5th place finish here in Prague would take him over the 40 million lifetime earnings. That's a big number. Folding, folding. Spirit of the Horse folds.
45.
One raise, 45,000.
Neugebauer raising the button to 45,000. And he's in the background. If he's in the foreground, I could understand the false perspective would make him look massive, but he's further away from us than the dealer.
So Bergstrom, the shorter of the 2 stacks here, 41 big blinds. Oh, hello. Big blind action here, pocket 7s. Lepuliak, 32 bigs. I would be tempted to just ship this all in, James. I'm not going to lie. Tons of dead money out there. 32 big blinds effective for Lepuliak. And that button open is going to be excruciatingly wide. How do you ever miss this opportunity?
Raise.
The effective all-in is also the same. That works for me.
Good job, Alex. Shows the hand, as is the rules, as set by Tuan Mulder.
Yeah, loving it. Very friendly.
First hand I win on this table and I have to show it.
Yes, it's a good thing. Now your image is there.
My image. I know how to push the 7s from the big blind against button. I mean, it could be ace off as well. It could also be ace off. Then your image will also be there.
Yeah, that's when the image is there.
Action on Govert Metal. This is 14th cash on the European Poker
We
Tour.
made the money jump.
Oh.
What are your fun other priorities?
So here's the new one in like 15 places. Right?
15?
I think they're highlighting to Govert that a player has just gone out on 40th, so you can stop stalling for the pay jump.
No, not for the pay jump.
Yeah, I've just been informed that Roman Ratier, who was at our previous feature table, has just been eliminated in 40th place. So he's the last player to cash for 18,260 euros. Everyone else now guaranteed 21k.
Well, this is table 2 as well, so we're never going to break, right? So
yeah.
We're going to get a new table.
24 we're probably.
I mean, when the, like I said, it's continuing.
Normally we show on the screen, right?
They take one.
Okay.
I feel like maybe they have not been putting all the information on the screen. It's too big stakes for me.
Well, this is blind v blind. And it is a king high flop. Are we going to see our first chop of the day? Puliak is free rolling here with the 3 of diamonds in his hand. Bets 20k into 60k. Called by the chip leader. 10 of clubs on the turn. Now, 79% chance that they will be splitting this pot.
Yeah, that Diamante, not an insignificant draw here.
Puliak betting again, 50,000. Half pot. Again, O'Neill calls. Oh, it's the ace of diamonds. The pointy Barry Greenstein.
Maybe we should come up with a festive split pot song as well, James.
No, the chop pot song never changes. It's a classic.
I mean, everyone loves a Yule log.
No.
No?
No.
Everyone loves a turkey.
Don't do a griffin on me, Nick. Check to showdown.
King was good as well, probably. Yes.
We're free rolling there.
Takes it down. Diamante is working in the Puliak's favor. And fortunate for Team Ireland.
Alice. Oh, yeah.
Puliak playing 44 bigs.
Question, is there a redraw with 3 tables up? 3 tables. Sure. Redraw 3 tables. 3 tables.
Could you get me water? What is
Well, we are going to the outer tables because Ramon Callias is all in. Ramon open to 40k. Vlado Banicevic 3-bet to 125k. Ramon Chavez for around 800k. He gets a fold. Ramon now has around 1 million chips, and we can continue to follow Roll Neck Ramon.
Roll Neck Ramon. Roll Neck Ramon. Base for sassy, sleek and snazzy. He's Roll Neck Ramon. Hey! Nailed it.
Back to the feature table. The Puliaks raise the button with Jack 10. And Govert Metal has defended his big blind with 8-6 of clubs. Trey, deuce, deuce on the flop.
That was a good one. Cuts right through to your soul. The squeak.
3 in a row.
So we've got the biggest stack in the tournament right now at the feature table. One short stack, Lucas Rose.
Won't complain. It's not so bad.
Action folded to turn Mulder. King 9 of spades. He opens to 45,000.
This is a good hand.
Orig O'Neill folds the button. Govert Metal in the small blind. Passes.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for King 9 suited, James. I like this hand.
Steve O'Dwyer folds Queen Deuce, and Mulder shows the King 9 suited. Mulder will be under the gun this time. Nope. Round 2, Puliak. Ace-10 offsuit.
Oh, in a row.
4 out of 5.
Raise to 40k. Govert Metal has 4 deuce offsuit on the button. Not much to think about, in my opinion.
Yeah, he has been pausing quite a lot here. Seems like he's using all of his time bank every time at this stage. 5 seconds and a fold. All right. 25 seconds taken with 4 deuce off. Oh, Dwyer. Put him in the box, Steve.
Come on, Stephen. Three bets out of the small blind to 155,000. Action back on Alex.
Definitely tricky with the offsuit ace-10. Ace-10 suited, probably quite an easy call here. James just plays a lot better, realizes equity a lot better.
Incentive to 4-bet bluff the first time.
Yeah, with that speech, I think we're folding it.
Ooh, maybe I should have.
I think so.
Nice to see Steve observing the showy game as well.
"15 minutes into this level, we've seen 1 elimination, but I expect a few more. probably in the next 30 minutes, because there's a lot of shorties in the tournament right now. As you said at the start, Nick, we need to see some consolidation.
Yep. Feels like that tension is building. As you said, the distribution around the table seems to be a little bit off balance, right?
Yes.
There's one very short table, and then there's a bunch of tables with the largest stacks on there. If it was in a different configuration, we'd probably see more bust outs faster, because the big stacks can apply more pressure to the shorties and try and, you know, manipulate that ICM pressure to their favor. Slaps it out there. O'Neill's putting in the raise. Min raise it is.
Would you like some hashtag fun facts about Parag O'Neill, Nick?
I would like nothing more.
630K in live earnings. Biggest live score came in a tournament in Vegas last March. It's a six-figure score, $127,500. If we rewind the clock to 2012, he made the final table of UK IPT Dublin, finishing 5th for 20K. And this is his third cash in an EPT main event, cashed in Barcelona and Prague back in 2016.
Awesome. Sounds like he's doing everything right. Would love to see Mr. O'Neill going a little bit deeper here, here in 2023, here in Prague.
Well, he has flopped a set. Just the backdoor opportunities for Steve. Might think overcards are good as well.
I quite like the check on this flop. I think this is the kind of flop where you're going to open a lot from the hijack and end up checking to the player in position a ton. So it's nice to actually have some balance where you have some of your strongest stuff played slow here too. Both players very deep.
Okay, well that's a bit of equity for Steve O'Dwyer. Picks up the straight draw on the turn.
I think at this stage you got to start pumping though. You got to start going big. If you miss the flop bet, you got to go big on the turn. Like 90K? 135. Actually slight overbet, even better. Love it. The important point being that you just got to start putting a lot in as fast as possible if you're going to miss that flop bet. And it goes check, check over the first 3 cards.
O'Dwyer calls.
A lot of bad rivers here for O'Neill. That's not one of them. Quads is usually good, James.
4 of a kind. Very good hand.
$400K in the middle. O'Dwyer, the effective stack, 1.44 million. I think I probably talked myself into betting this river now as well, James. Hand's kind of weirdly represented with the check on the flop. And the overbet river, 450K. Quick fold from the king jack, of course, but
shows it.
You want to show that one?
Or you want to or you don't want to?
It is interesting though, right, James? Because playing the show game, you do feel a little bit better about making some of the bigger folds because you're going to see it, right? And I think having that kind of dynamic at this stage in a big EPT event is really, really interesting to see, and loving the camaraderie at the feature table here.
It's better than nothing, but by then it's not the same.
No, it's a very long time.
Yeah. People won't look like this anyway.
Bergstrom's turn to pick up 10s. Opens under the gun. A7 offsuit for Govert Metal, a hand commonly known as the Spraggy.
Oh, Spraggerino.
Folded around to the button. Lucas Rose with King Deuce of clubs. Now we've got Turn Mulder in the small blind. He has pocket fours.
So Mulder here, 79 bigs. Bergstrom about 38. Potential to set mime here. It isn't under the gun open, but I feel like there's enough dead money where you can just have a call and take a peek. King, queen off, though. Definitely never a fold. Mandatory call minimum. I don't think you end up squeezing versus under the gun open here too often, though. The range is a little bit too scary unless you got a very specific read on Bergstrom being super loosey-goosey. Most players at this level won't be from that position, regardless of style.
What about Neugebauer with King Queen?
180.
Squeezes.
Yeah, decides to take the squeeze spot regardless.
You don't want to fold tens. Last time a guy had tens, he made quads. That means it happens every time, right? Is that how it works?
That's how it works.
Perfect.
So Mr. Bergstrom here, 40 big blinds behind her, 38 in fact. I think honestly needs to just make a decision for all of his chips, or yeah, I think it's a shove or fold spot. I don't think you're going to call here too often.
Oh yeah, you think it's quads for sure.
And that's that. No messing around. I guess this is the danger of 3-betting versus under the gun open range there, James. It's kind of what I'm alluding to. I think it's going to work some of the time, but not this time.
Bergstrom just above average with 1 million chips.
Oh, invasive. Huh?
Ace 8 of clubs for Lepuliak. Players amused as the jib camera floats across the table.
Extreme close-up here.
Govert Metal is doing everything in his power to turn the entire audience against him. For those of you who are interested, by the way, the next money jump will be when we are down to 31 players, and right now we're at 39.
Yeah, the tanking is definitely a little bit on the long side, especially with the combos being cards up here on stream. Hello.
Nut flush draw for Lepuliak, still ahead with ace high. Bergstrom just 12% equity. He's checked over to Lepuliak. And a continuation bet will get the job done. We're now 25 minutes into the level. And we are going to go to one of the outer tables because I believe we have an all-in. Omar Eljak, former chip leader, is all in. He has the red triangle of death next to his remaining chips. Action is on Neil Farrell, and Farrell calls tables ace-9 of hearts.
Link on fire.
Eljak has tabled the snowmans.
Num num.
got pocket 8. So this is a race.
No problem. Deuce.
And that is a wheel. That's a straight on the river for Neil Farrell.
Oh, really?
And that's going to see Omar El-Jack eliminated.
You love to see Feraldo winning here. 39th place finish for Omar. 21,000 euros, James.
39 for 21,000.
Neil Farrell now up to 1.7 million chips.
Go on, Feraldo. This is shaping up to be a pretty stacked final, James. They keep going this way. Still a long way to get down to that final 9, of course, guys. 38 players remain now, but I'm rooting for a few in there, and I'd really like to see some of these behemoths go to war.
When we came to Prague in March of 22, after an extended break for the EPT,
right?
You might remember that Tuan Mulder was bossing that tournament, and sadly we lost him in 7th place, effectively on the TV final table bubble. Didn't come back for the final day, which is such a shame. So kind of feel there's a redemption arc for Tuan Mulder in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Opportunity for Marley to prove that she is the superior poker player as well in her marriage.
Oh, I think she's proved that already.
No, I'm really rooting for Marls as well. I think that'd be a great little score just before Christmas. Fantastic stuff. Hope she can keep it going.
Govert Matal raised pre, and Lepuliak defended his big blind. Check, check on the flop. Ace high still ahead. As Matal did not continue flop, Lepuliak will lead at the turn, 70,000 into 110,000.
Shout out to Western. Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hope your stream is good. Welcome all raiders from Western's stream.
.37 players remaining. Yesterday we had Mohamed Firoz Mangro at the feature table. He has just busted in 38th place, also cashing for 21,000 euros. So we are seeing a few eliminations now, down to 37 players.
I think they should make this rule mandatory. Mandatory? Yeah, for all tables, honestly. It's I think it's a very good rule.
I think there would be, might be more action. Might be more action.
Yeah, more action.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
Everyone sees it anyway later. Why not just show it like...
Yeah.
Huh?
Probably also more fun to watch.
Yeah, more fun to watch as well. Like, as in there's dynamic and stuff, I guess. Maybe. You can level yourself.
It would be kind of ridiculous if you force people to show.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Matal been playing pretty snug. I don't know if he's going to get in there with ace-9 at this point from under the gun. Yeah, makes the fold.
14 more seconds.
Don't block the my card don't change.
Queen Jack suited for Tuan Mulder. Spirit of the horse. There was a period of time when every single online final table we covered had that horse avatar at it.
Spirit of the horse. He's going to put in a raise here.
So it probably won't surprise you to learn that Neugebauer is a former basketball player, and as we established, recent World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Just calls with the ace-10 of diamonds. Round to the chip leader, Porrig O'Neill in the big blind.
We're going three ways here. I think ace ten suited probably could have three bet here some of the time, but obviously flatting never going to be a mistake. And it's looking real good for Mulder right now. 2 overcards and the spades.
Yeah.
Unless you imagine.
I'll have O'Neill's hand, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, from Mulder's perspective, he's feeling pretty good about this, but O'Neill obviously flopping best. O'Neill, the deepest of the 3 stacks.
Everyone's checked. Jack on the turn, so Mulder now with top pair in addition to the spade draw.
So, James, based on the action we saw before, I think O'Neill's going to agree with my assessment. He needs to go big on this turn, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him going near pot.
Okay.
Oh, that looks a lot smaller. 85,000, so about half instead. Still a lead. And
No,
still wants
it's
to...
smaller than 85, it's 55.
Oh, excuse me. Even smaller than that. Surprised that he used this sizing, given the way that he played those 10s before. I think there's lots of stuff that will call a bigger size on the turn here. Might have missed an opportunity for a little bit more value here. I'm not sure if he ever leads like this as a bluff either, James. Don't think this is his size that he would sort of lead bluff with if he had some sort of a semi-bluffing combo.
260.
Wow.
So, to be clear, the guy who doesn't actually have a hand, who has 3% equity, is the one raising here.
Very interesting indeed, James. And you got to ask yourself, would Neugebauer not bet 9-10 on this board? Because that's what he's trying to rep, right? He's got the 10 blocker in hand. Does 9-10 not bet 7-8 tray in position, last act versus 2 checks? Perhaps not. I think most people would agree. A lot of people would like that strategy. 8-7 now concerned, but not so concerned that they're going to be folding. Mulder getting a great price here, James. How do you fold?
You can't.
You can't.
So this pot has just been grossly overinflated.
Yeah.
And we are going 3-way to the river.
And the river is.
The 7 of diamonds, so it's a full house for O'Neill.
Yeah, if you're O'Neill, you check again here. You want the bluffs to continue. If he has 9-10, you're definitely going to probably get another bet here quite often. Mulder's probably not loving this spot now anymore. Does Neugebauer fire again? This could be a big misstep if he does so. Yeah.
No, thinks better of it. Got called by 2 players. Suspects one of them has something. This guy has a boat.
And under these circumstances, that small lead actually kind of induced that move there, James. Yeah. So perhaps that was part of the strat. That small lead from Team Ireland.
And Pádraig O'Neill has moved over the 3 million mark. Close to 3.2 million chips, nearly 160 big blinds. He's in the catbird seat right now.
Absolutely monster pot there, you guys. Unreal stuff. Looking good for Team Ireland.
Meanwhile, Lucas Rose is still one of the tourney short stacks. Just 9 big blinds for him. Exactly. Luck is in the shirt. Oh no, you're 100% right. Harnessing the festive power. I believe in Christmas.
It's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, huge pot there. Moving on. See if Mr. O'Neill can harness the power of those chips and start knocking some players out here. Still 37 remain.
Neugebauer, king 3 of spades. Announces a raise to 45,000. Pocket 9s for Alex Lapuliak on the button.
Puliak, 51 big blinds. Neugebauer, 57. Playing it cool versus the hijack open.
Govert Metal's going to Govert Metal this. Calls as well. And it's a Jack 8-5 flop. 9 still ahead. Metal has whiffed. Checks it. Neugebauer. Just king high. And black cards with a red board. Checks as well. About 35,000 from the best hand.
Interesting size here, James. 35,000 into 165. Weird kind of multi-way dynamic. So all eventually folds, and that will take it down. I think I really like it. I think that's a really interesting size. You can start pumping it up on the turn there as well. Weed out a couple hands that have equity, though, just with the small size as well. So, looking good.
Well, a big hand just been played on one of the outer tables. It's our format feature table. And we've just seen the elimination of Andreas Berggren. Shove for his last 70K on the turn. He had sevens, but Marley Sprague had turned the nuts straight. That means Berggren was drawing dead on the river. So he's out in 37th place for 21,000 euros.
How many chips does Marls have now? That must be a big pot.
Well, Berggren was one of the short stacks, so I don't think he's added that much.
Headed in the right direction, though. 36 players left. Let's go, Marls.
Bauer is open with 9-8 of hearts. Decision is on Govert Metal in the small blind.
Am I right in saying that Marley is of Romanian descent?
I don't know.
Where am I getting that from? I feel like that's a thing. In which case, it could be Year of Romania all over again.
Steve O'Dwyer, 8-7 offsuit, defends, heads up to the flop. Ace, King 4 with 2 hearts. Not a terrible flop for Neugebauer.
Is it here? Sorry? Can you give me a bottle of water? 45.
45,000. 7 plus.
Continuation bet wins him the pot. So Marley's maiden name was Cordero. That doesn't sound Romanian to me. A lot of people saying she has Portuguese heritage.
Oh. I'm confused with a different player, I think.
Does Spraggy have more than one wife? Is that where you're confused?
Whoopsie.
Ha! Good answer from Zephyr. Yes, Tonka. You've confused her with Tonka, Spraggy's other wife.
Ah, that's what it was. You're the Tonka.
Remember when Tonka spent a year living in Spraggy's bathroom?
Pretty much, yeah. Grinding from the kitchen. Didn't get rid of him.
Tidy says, I thought Spraggy was married to A7 offsuit. Nice.
After he fired off those 100K bullets in the Bahamas, his last wife left him. Back to Romania she goes.
I told you, Govert Matal not make himself popular with the audience. Johan9999 writes, this guy, come on!
Come on. On to the next one. Looks like a raise and take it to me.
Jaitura says Matal is the worst. Worst tanking ever.
Worst tanking ever.
Excuse me? Can I get more water? Could you bring me 2 or 3 or... Perfect, thank you.
This guy needs a lot of sustenance.
Yeah, I mean, hydration is key, James, and as an ex-athlete, he knows that's important.
Also, when you are 7'3", you need more water than the average human being.
Yeah, starts at your feet. It takes a lot to fill up the tank, you know.
Bring him a giant plate of meat while you're at it.
Can I also get a protein shake? Thank you. YouTube chat says Matal is the king of the sloths.
By the way, you can hate on him as much as you want. He's not doing anything against the rules. He has 30 seconds to make a decision. If he wants to remain balanced and take the same amount of time, whether he's going to auto-fold or whether he's considering raising, he is allowed to do that.
The king of balance, Yaga. Men's want to talk about balance.
So he's raised to 40,000, he's rounds the blinds. Lucas Rose, the short stack, has the Spraggy. A7 off. Now, I know Lucas is short, but this hand is cursed.
He's all in, James. I guarantee he's all in.
500.
Lucas, don't do it.
He's doing it. Guaranteed, James. You're always taking the spot.
Oh, dear. All in for 36th place finisher, Lucas Rose. In a few minutes, once we've run out the flop, turn and river, he'll be cashing for 21,000 euros.
21K, not too shabby. Potential to double up and get back in this game, though. And he's going to gamble, James.
Now, I need to point out the equities you're about to see on your screen are wrong. A7 offsuit is 0% in this situation. Rose is going to need a miracle. It's an 8-high flop. Shocking, I know.
Six of hearts. Ah, oh, got there before me.
The other player's calling for sickness on the turn. Little sweaty action.
about that one.
In theory, an ace or a 6 would win this. But I told you, ace-7 offsuit, 0%. I repeat, 36th place finisher, Lucas Rose. I repeat, cashing for 21,000 euros.
King is suited, huh?
Message received. Over and out. Lucas Rose, GG's. And Mattel, ever patient. Manages to take that one down. 2 live cards.
Full metal jacket.
The full metal alchemist right there.
So, this is day 4 of the main event. It's also day 4 of the mini EPT Prague online series on PokerStars. First tournament's just starting, Nick. It's 3:15 in the afternoon. There's another at 6:15, another at 8:15.
Yep.
Low buy-in MTTs for you to play while watching the action from here in Prague. Remember, we add New Year Series tickets to the prize pool of every single tournament. That's added value. And so much added value this weekend. If you play on Sunday, if you play either of the mini main events, you'll be playing for a gold power pass worth $10,000 with silver power passes for the runners-up.
Yep, definitely check them out, guys. Small buy-ins, added value. That is the headline. Lots of cool opportunities. Get involved and check it out for yourself. Go and enjoy some poker. Make sure you keep the stream running, though. We got commentary coming all day long today, playing down to 16 or 6 levels, whichever comes first. And, of course, got action all the way to Sunday. We're playing down to a champion.
Doing the same thing. Don't say it out loud.
Five seconds. 6 pass.
Ace-10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
10 pass.
Raises to 50,000. We're halfway through the level, by the way. About 45 minutes on the clock to run on level 22 with 35 players remaining.
One pass.
Did not want to get involved there. I think 8-6 is probably all right to sneak in there with a call. Quite deep. Small raise. Dwyer just making it 50. Oh, to be fair, it was quite a large open. It was up to 50K.
Yeah.
So the larger size there from O'Dwyer, obviously, I mean, the defends need to be a little bit on the tighter side. So, yeah, seems good. Good techers there from Neugebauer.
4 pass.
Sides against it versus the larger size. Seems good.
Pass. Seconds. 6 pass. 7 raise. 50,000.
O'Dwyer opening again. 50K.
1 pass. Call.
Bergstrom has defended the big blind with Queen 4 of hearts. We have a 7-6-6 flop with just the 1 heart. Message received and completely not understood.
Wonder if Bergstrom ever check raises this board. Obviously not a whole lot right now. But backdoor hearts, backdoor straight drop. I think there are probably better combinations. Just kind of spitballing with you guys. Obviously big blind will have some trip sixes in there. And similar even hands, like combination draw type sort of hands. Under those circumstances, obviously hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, probably not loving to continue there. But just the fold also seems very fair.
I've raised 40,000.
40K from O'Neill under the gun. Current chip leader. Mr. Metal, 35 big blinds. What are you thinking, buddy? It's like the second worst hand in poker, so.
5 seconds. 6 pass. 7 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass.
7-6 of diamonds for Alex Lapuliak.
Is the next table to break the one over there? Is the next table to break the one over there? Yeah. Okay. I couldn't see the number clearly. Okay.
It is a Bob Fosse flop. Lapuliak with the open-ended straight draw. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, nice flop for the big blind defender.
It is a post-flop flip as we see O'Neill continue with 75,000.
Okay, so that was 75K into 110, so quite a chunky size. I don't think 6-7 goes anywhere, though. Probably at least a call.
Wat is je volgende toernooi? Er is niks in huis nieuwe appels, hè?
Ja.
He's thinking about a raise.
Triton iets?
Ik kan alleen Cyprus spelen. Ik kan alleen Cyprus spelen.
Oh. Jij kan alleen Cyprus spelen.
O'Neill looking for live tells.
Oh ja.
Ja, Parijs dan, februari.
Ja, EPT, ja. Als het buiten de EU moet je gewoon betalen. En Azië is eigenlijk zo, weet ik niet.
Ja, misschien ga ik dat wel even fixen.
It does work. Nice little semi-bluff there from Lapuliak.
Beter als je zelf gaat verhuizen.
Ja.
Kun je zoveel geld dat het...
Wil jij niet een keer Triton spelen?
Nou, misschien een keer wegkomen.
Vroeger speelde hij wel.
Cyprus is wel mooi, hè?
Cyprus is wel mooi.
Mooi hotel, hè? Mooie...
Ja, voor mij, ja.
We track across the room. 35 players remain right now. Make that 34 players remaining. We say goodbye to Asaf Grufi, who's just been eliminated in 35th place. Another player cashing for 21,000 euros.
Can also get very much less fun on the third.
If I had some, yeah.
Really on the third.
7 pass.
Hard to have something.
10 raise.
Hard to have something.
45,000. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Flip it over.
Mulder hovering around the 1.2 million mark. There are 3 players bunched up around that stack size: Lepuliak, Mulder, and Neugebauer. 34 minutes left on the level. Blinds then go up again. Plexowich asks, is Mulder leaner 900? Nope. Mulder is Tino Mulder, spirit of the horse.
Spirit of the horse, indeed.
Had a raise from Anton Bergstrom in the cutoff with ace-5 offsuit. Govert Metal will fold the queen-5 in about 20 seconds.
Metal. Can we get some Tenacious D playing whenever this guy's tanking? Mezzo.
There you go.
Taking it down, no sweat.
Well, with a stack of 3 million, with a stack of 150 big blinds, Porrig O'Neill is not just the table chip leader, he is also the tournament chip leader. Cesar Garcia started this level with around 2.5 million. No short stacks now at the table, following the elimination we saw a short while ago of Lucas Rose. Govert Metal has 32 big blinds.
1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
O'Neill on the button.
Taking O'Neill's style, man. Very composed.
5 raise. 40,000.
Seems to have a really good handle on the game here. Maybe he's just thinking, like, why do they keep dealing me such terrible hands? Hasn't exactly been a card rack on this table. Makes the fold. Mr. O'Dwyer. 72 big blinds. O'Neill, obviously our current chip leader, so quite deep stacked.
7 raise.
Steve is going to 3-bet with the ace-queen. Now, we've only caught one of O'Neill's cards. He has decided to fold his hand. Steve tables the ace-queen. Steve is second in chips at the table with 1.5 million. 77 big blinds. Now, earlier on, I said that Metal is entitled to do what he's doing. That being said, there is a clause in the T's and C's about what is considered to be abuse of the shot clock, and that is where players are using every single second of that 30-second timer when they have the intention to not play the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've seen it come into play. They've pulled the audible a couple times in my memory, but see, I think usually that happens closer to when there's significant pay jumps and similar shapes.
But we are getting close to another pay jump, Nick. Granted, it's only a marginal pay jump,
right.
But I wouldn't be surprised if someone took an interest sooner rather than later, and it's not uncommon for players to see the amount of thinking time reduced.
I think you might be right. We might be wandering into that territory. Yeah, getting involved with the tree betting.
Ooh, O'Neill with King Queen.
We've seen this probably on 2 other occasions, James. A cold 4-bet opportunity with the King Queen off over the last couple days. I would love to see O'Neill pull the trigger here again. Folding, also reasonable.
Natal, 9-3 offsuit. Yeah, I consider this to be egregious.
It's the fact he glances at the clock just before he folds every time, right? He's, oh, 5 seconds left, we're good.
I'm so curious. What did you have? You wanted 4-bet. Probably should have.
See, the one thing I will say, Nick, is okay, he has that 30-second timer. But he's not just using 30 seconds of his own time. 30 seconds is also being reduced off the tournament clock, off the blind level, every time he's thinking.
Yeah.
So it is actually impacting on the flow of the table, and it's impacting on the other players.
Yeah, and that means this table is probably going to be seeing fewer hands on average, which means, I mean, the whole benefit of having long clocks is that we see more poker. There's more opportunities to let the skill of the game shine.
And this is a situation where clearly has no intention of playing the 10-5, but is going to use that 30-second timer.
Pass, 7 pass, 10 pass.
I'm going to say it's getting to the point where someone needs to get involved. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that because it's irritating the hell out of the audience. I appreciate it's annoying from a spectator's perspective. I'm thinking about the impact it has on the other players and the amount of time that is being wasted as far as the clock is concerned.
Yeah, sure. It is our job to control the flow of the game. What's Toby's motto? Smooth and controlled.
Smooth and controlled.
Not just on bubbles, but also all throughout every single tournament that is run by our tournament director, Toby Stone.
90. 90. Okay. That's probably the roughest you can get to.
All right, hand number 56.
Pass. 5 pass.
Oh, dear.
Scribbles is right. It is against the rules to take the entire clock with no intention of playing the hand. It's become an issue.
7 raise, 50,000. 10 pass.
Just thinking though, James, what if the shot clock was shortened, but then the tickets, sorry, the shot tokens became longer? So the expectation was that you have to act faster pre-flop, but then when you needed the time, you actually had longer in the time banks themselves. What if it was a 20-minute shot clock, 20-second shot clock, and then each ticket was an extra 40 or something like that instead?
Like 1.1 million.
We're going to see a flop here. Steve O'Dwyer's raised with King 10, called by Neugebauer with King Jack, and Bergstrom with Queen 5. Ace, Queen 9. Bergstrom with the best hand for now.
Bet 40,000.
Steve O'Dwyer with a gut shot to Broadway and backdoor diamonds working for him. Continues for 40,000.
1 call.
Neugebauer calls. And Bergstrom folds the best hand. Heads up to the turn. The ace of diamonds, street flash potential, although not, because Neugebauer has the jack of diamonds in his hand. But O'Dwyer does have straight and flush draws now.
Dwyer, such a good poker face, man.
7 check.
Guy has a brick wall.
Well, Neugebauer has the best hand here, King Jack high.
Check. 1 check. 7 check.
Dwyer checks behind. Neugebauer is going to win this pot.
Yeah. Royal flush draw, no good. Oh, I know what that feels like, buddy. Trust me.
German, please, on people.
Floor has been called.
Sorry, guys. I need to inform.
Sorry, new cards. As long as the
German,
flop around. Oh, strong call. Folded a queen. A bad queen. Yeah. It's annoying for me that he chose to see that.
It's nice to be able to go to the nuts.
Okay. We do have a shot clock in place. That doesn't restrict us from giving you warnings about using it all the time for every decision. Alright, so if that continues to happen, and if we feel it's not relevant, we might shorten your decision time.
Then I know.
Alright?
So warning at this stage, Nick. Matal's shot clock is not going to be reduced, but it's very clear. It is considered to be abuse of the shot clock if you are using the full 25 to 30 seconds every time when you clearly have no intention of playing the hand. So after that warning, if it continues, The amount of time he has will be reduced if this behavior continues.
Yeah, and also, look, I know we've been ragging on him a little bit here, but Govert Metal heard the rule. He said, I understand, that's fine, no problem at all, and, you know, respectfully understood that he needs to speed up his moves, and I think that's cool too. So applause for that. What was interesting there, James, I don't know if you picked up on it, was that the dealer said he keeps using 25 seconds exactly every hand. So in that sense, it was the pattern of his delivery and the pattern of his behavior that actually became a bit of a tell in that regard to the fact it probably wasn't to do with the strength of his hand. So the dealer actually getting some live tells himself.
O'Neill versus Lepuliak. Ace-king ahead for now. Lepuliak still has live cards and a straight draw.
Five bet. 30,000.
Headed to the river.
That's not a straight.
No, not quite.
You're gonna have to bluff it, buddy.
55. 4 bet. 55,000.
Puliak so far, man, super impressed. Some really well-timed bluffs so far. Not the best run out for an ace-king call here, in my opinion.
Win. 5 call.
And the ace-high hero call
Yeah,
from
nice
O'Neill.
work.
A correct call.
I know,
Yeah, very nice call there from O'Neill. Perhaps just not enough chips in the middle there on the river to incentivize the fold, but I actually quite like that size. I do think it looks like you're begging for a call, and therefore ace-king kind of not feeling as confident, but another one going O'Neill's way now, 3.085 million, 154 big blinds.
We've got 15 minutes left on the level. You'll have noticed, by the way, we've ticked down to 33 players. That is because Vlado Banicevic has been eliminated in 34th place, cashing for 21K.
1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
I know we can do claps, Nick, but can we do hugs? Are hugs available as one of the little pictures?
Potentially.
We need hugs for Griffin Benja, because bless him, and I don't say this that often, bless him, Griffin feeling a little bit poorly today, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to join us on the stream today. So we need to send Griffin our best wishes and send him hugs.
There you go. Chat's got a few hugs there for you. Little Kirby hugs. I'm sure there's lots of emotes that could convey the same love that we feel for old Griff Benj.
Pass.
Where's the octopus one? That's kind of like a hug.
10 raise, 45,000. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
There you go. Nice work, Croaks. Octopus hugs. Boulder, Jack 8 suited. Makes the fold as we round on hand at number 60 of the day.
One raise, 45,000.
First time chatter, Ralph. Why are they showing the cards when everybody folds when somebody open? They've agreed at the start of today's session as they joined our feature tables to just show the hand at the end of each hand. So basically, they know that the other players are going to see on a 30-minute delay what happened anyway, so they've agreed to just do it just for a bit of fun, keeping it light, keeping it friendly. Basically, the winning player needs to show their hand whether or not it goes to showdown or if indeed it is won pre-flop.
Jack 8 against King 6, and Steve O'Dwyer flops best, pairing is 6.
7 check.
My God, that's actually quite an intelligent post in Twitch chat. Well done, P4773 RNBR34K. I like what you have to say.
It's actually a very good analogy.
Croaks and Lobster say, I think you mean pattern break. No, no. I'm talking about the person called P4773 RNBR34K. If they wanted to call themselves pattern break, they'd spell it out like that.
240.
I get the impression they got confused between the bit that's meant to be their username and the bit that's meant to be their password.
Mr. O'Dwyer turning 2 pair in the big blind. Taking it down. O'Dwyer now 74 big blinds, 1.5 million chipperinos.
So how close are we to the money jump? It's going to be once the table's broken and then it's the next elimination.
I think it was 31, right?
Yeah, so 33rd and 32nd both get 21K. Then it jumps to 24,180.
3 pass.
That's right, Curling Master. There is a $2.20 deep stack people can play right now while watching the stream because the mini EPT Prague series continues.
5 pass.
Hey, Curling Master, is that the one with the low buy-in but lots of added value?
Now, this is a legitimate decision. I'd say that Vital should be raising the button here with ace-9 of clubs.
Yes, 100%.
6 raise, 40,000.
O'Dwyer, is he considering a 3-bet?
Steven.
Mental's been pretty snug so far.
7 call.
Okay, just a call.
Oh, P4773 RNBR 34K gets back in touch, Nick, to say, thank you for the compliment, James. You are welcome, P4773 RNBR 34K.
Mr. Mulder calls the big blind. We're going 3 ways to the flop.
I kind of prefer here, man.
Ace 7-5, all diamonds. So top pair for Govert Metal. No one has a diamond in their hand.
Check back to the initial razor, Metal in this case.
Yeah. Like if you... Yeah, eventually.
Why not do it with 30 left rather
And
than
he's
6?
gonna take a check.
Are you chip later, by the way? Or?
Metal now a 94% favourite in this three-way pot.
Could change in a pot or two.
7 check. 10 check.
I think if you're gonna miss the flop bet, you probably should bet turn. I realize tons of equity when we can see the cards, but plenty of random stray diamonds, especially in the big blind, that you want to try and protect from here. Maybe even get some value from a hand like, you know, 10-5. It's probably a bad example. 5-4 with the 4 of diamonds is probably something the big blind might have here some of the time. 7-8 with the 8 of diamonds.
Nice hand, brother.
It's the best hand for the whole
Metal fires the turn and takes the turn.
But it was not so good hand though. King 8. This is better.
The ones you win, you forget.
Ace 9.
Okay. Exactly. True.
Now I say this is the best hand I have. Ace 9. That I have in my hands. Ace 9.
Yeah, he's not lying actually.
Tough decision every time though.
Yeah, I mean, not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Now I play a little quicker. The red cards, huh? Bring the luck to red cards.
Ah, I see. Hard to see that the previous
I didn't even notice actually. That's bad.
I can't even remember.
Somebody
look at the live stream. It's unbelievable what cards I have. No decisions. Easy decisions.
4 pass.
Imagine randomly tuning in the stream and seeing him with 7 free off and like thinking 30 seconds every time.
Every time I have 9-3, 7-3, 8 deuce.
Are you guys hearing this chat?
Is it like this?
10 pass.
I want to fold to the read one. 24
I
players.
see, yeah.
Fold into the redraw.
Sorry, I don't mind it.
There are weaker tables than this.
I'm sure.
Seven minutes till the break.
Can't believe they're here and 2 maniacs on the table.
Are you counting yourself?
Maniacs. He's a maniac too.
I have no cards, so I cannot play.
You just haven't seen
I cannot play.
Me?
No.
I'm saying he's a maniac.
Oh, he's a maniac
too.
too. Oh, okay. The whole table then.
He must not be lying. He must have had really bad cards.
He knows
I know
your tricks.
you can play some poker.
Yeah, I can play some poker, but I have no cards now. Maybe the cards coming now.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 right, 50,000. 10 pass.
Drew's going to use this opportunity to open up the 5-4 suited.
If I could pick anybody to get heads up with in this tournament, I'd pick you just because I want revenge from
I never lose the heads up
from EPT Campione.
I know.
When? Which tournament?
From when?
He beat me in the 10K high roller EPT Campione 11 years ago.
Oh.
Still tilted about it.
Wow.
Oh man, it must have hurt a lot.
I know.
Steve O'Dwyer out for revenge.
This is why you're here, right?
It's a long time
You've been
ago.
following him everywhere he went. To Vegas.
11 years ago. That was 2012.
You've been following him anywhere he went.
Can you even remember?
Yeah, I remember, yeah. when I beat him, it was for me very good results.
I like the idea. Steve was like, yeah, I'm here to take down my nemesis. And his nemesis goes, sorry, what's your name again?
I always want the trophy.
It was small field, eh? Not so big.
Like 30 players. Okay.
7 pass, 10 pass.
Neugebauer on the button with 5s.
45. One race, 45,000. 3 pass.
And ace-king 4 flop, the Pouliot with the advantage.
Check.
Do you know what, until Steve brought up that little anecdote about the heads-up battle in the 10K high roller, I'd completely forgotten about EPT Campione. I was there. It was not an easy place to get to. You had to fly into Milan and then take a car across the border into Switzerland to the lakes where Campione was.
Wow. We were talking about this, James, stuff that you've forgotten over the years. Unbelievable. The walking almanac forgot about the Campione.
Really wiped it from my mind. I was there very, very briefly, but the final table went very, very late. And by very, very late, I mean early the following morning.
Wow.
And I had an early flight from Milan, so I do remember clearly the winning moment, running back to the hotel, throwing stuff in a suitcase, getting straight in the car, and almost missing my flight.
That's stressful, mate. Stressful times. Don't like that. So c-bet on the flop, guys, and a call, of course, from King 10.
I think we've told the story before, but the live streams from the Italian stops on the EPT back in the day, there was an Italian production team, a local production team who we partnered with, and they did the stream in Campione. They also did the stream in San Remo around that time. And the director, bless him, English was not his first language. He was also a very loud man. So trying to concentrate on talk when you have a loud Italian shouting in your ear is not easy, especially when his counts went something like this. We are going to run a video in 10 seconds. Video in 10, 8, 3, 7, 5, 1. It was only a slight exaggeration, by the way. Joe can testify that that's what it was like.
He sneaks in a little bit of Italian there every once in a while.
Bad flop, bad turn, bad river.
Man, I'm just waiting for the Hardigan memoirs one day. It's going to be fantastic.
The lights they had on the main stage would go absolutely crazy every time someone was eliminated, and they had this huge LED screen where a taxi would come on screen whenever a player was eliminated, and I remember the tournament staff saying no. No.
A taxi.
We don't do that on the EPT. We have a little bit more class. They vetoed the taxi.
Can you imagine if Steve O'Dory got eliminated in that a taxi pulled up on the screen?
The back of my head. Yeah,
on your bike, son. On your bike.
Earlier it came right here, like, just right beside my face. Yeah, I saw it.
Can we spam James Hardigan emojis if you guys want to hear the memoirs?
Well,
Wait a
going
second.
to the outer tables, Nick, because Maria Lampropoulos has just moved all in for her last 120,000. Still quite a few players to act, including Marius Kuzmanis. He reshoves. And Maria Lampropoulou is at risk here. She tables ace-8. Marius Kuzmanis has 9s. No ace on the flop. No help on the river. And the PCA 2018 champion is eliminated. Maria Lampropoulou going out in 33rd place, cashing for 21k, taking us down to 32 players, and that means we're down to the final 4 tables.
Sorry?
Back to the main stage for what is likely to be the last hand of the level. Mulder, 4-1 favourite with queens.
Are we coming back after the break or not? Yeah?
So because we're down to 32, a table's being broken, and that means we're going to get an additional player on the main stage. We are going to stick with this table for the next session of play.
The action here, raise, call, pre, flop, check, check.
Mulder's still good.
I mean, it's been played quite passively here, so probably a big bet on the river now.
Bet 175,000.
Slight overbet.
You're showing either way. You'll win.
4 pass.
John Mulder winning the last hand of the session. We are done at the feature table, but
Felt the check raising coming.
there are still hands in progress out in the field.
Alright, so you're going to be using that one, so 7.
Are we staying here? Or no?
Yeah, that's your seat, and you're going to be using this one. That's
Are we staying here?
You are staying here for another level, no more than 2. Go.
Okay. Can I have my phone?
Sure, your phone.
You're on break, you can have your phone. There's action at Ramon's table next, so let's go over there.
Yeah.
Picking up the action on the turn, it is Ramon Kalias versus Andras Gognievich. Ramon has bet 275,000. There's the board. King 5-4-3 with 2 clubs. Some of us would like to have a cup of tea, Andras.
Well,
he folds. So Ramon wins that hand, and he is now up to 1.5 million.
Roll neck Ramon, roll neck Ramon. Big but sassy, sleek and snazzy, he's roll neck Ramon. Hey!
Well, with this session coming to a close, we can check on the stacks of the players at the feature table. We believe Pádraig O'Neill is still tournament chip leader with more than 3 million. The other Irishman at the table, Steve O'Dwyer, is playing 1.6 million, more than 64 bigs, at the next blind level, which is 10k, 25k, with a 25k big blind ante. So same lineup on the main stage, with an additional player joining us. We'll be 8-handed when we come back from break. And that break is going to be around 15 minutes long. So join us for more action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the Prague main event. It's day 4, the day we play down to 16. Right now we're at 32. We're at 4 tables. By the end of the day, just 2 tables will remain. Back soon.
call.
And Chandler call. 3 players.
So Pantaleo's opened under the gun with ace-king. Puchkov in with ace-queen. De Vries calls with 3s and flops a set.
Shander to 3s.
Chandler check.
Ace-king drawing stone dead.
We're about to find out just how invincible Giuseppe Pantaleo feels right now.
Amsterdam pass. Chandler raise.
Raises to 525,000.
I don't know what I think about this raise. I think it's pretty tough to get a call from ace-king, or any hand that whiffed entirely.
Yeah.
But well done, it happened.
Giuseppe call. 525. Turn card. Deuce of spades.
I'm so glad that we still have that alert for the change in blind levels to ruin the tension of dramatic poker moments.
Here comes the rest. It's a little bit more than pot.
De Vries all in for 1.7 million.
Giuseppe pass and Chandler wins again.
So Chandler De Vries gets the fold. Has 3.19 million.
5,000 blinds, 40 and 80,000.
And the blinds are going up to 40,000, 80,000. Okay, this next hand you may have seen before. It's quite a significant one.
All right. Good chance I don't remember it anyway.
Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack-8. Definitely would describe this as one of the most famous hands in EPT history. As Pantaleo raises to 165,000, action on Jesus Cortez Lozano in the big blind, who's got Jack-10.
Seems like a fair defend. Lozano running fairly hot so far.
Queen 6 deuce. So both players whiff. Lozano checks the action to the pre-flop aggressor.
Seems like a pretty standard spot to c-bet. Oh, okay.
Board pairs on the turn, puts a potential flush out there. So with no c-bet from Pantaleo on the flop, Lozano leads turn for 230K. Pantaleo calls.
Well, yeah, this leads me to believe that Pantaleo is going to make some kind of move on the river because you can't possibly think you have the best hand.
Well, with the board now double paired, you will note that they are both playing queens and deuces with a jack kicker. This is going to be the type of pot that everybody loves. Although, as you suspect, Joe, it seems that Pantaleo is getting ready to make a move. Lozano has bet 330,000. Pantaleo did not call hoping to hit something on the turn. He is going to bluff this river, raising to 790,000.
How much?
790.
This is really weird because Pantaleo did not c-bet the flop, right? You'd expect him to c-bet with clubs, with a queen. The only hands you wouldn't expect them to be any c-bets would be...
Lozano calls, Pantaleo mucks. It should have been a chop.
Oh, man. Do you think he knows?
Yeah.
Probably.
I had to check high too. Yeah, I saw it. You saw it?
Lozano showed.
My. Oh, he showed too? Oh my God, how do you recover from that? Oh no, I mean, I understand it because you never expect you're gonna chop with jack high there.
He mucked his hand, that's why it's not a chop. He surrendered, he threw his cards face down into the muck. Lozano, as the last player with cards, which he showed, automatically wins the pot.
Oh man.
Raised to 160 from Ken.
Kent Lundmark,
who has raised to 160,000 with ace-jack. Puchkov has flatted with sevens. De Vries calls with king-queen. Pantaleo must be on uber tilt right now, has fours in the small blind.
Do we just want to say that Cortez deserved that pot for making the call with jack high?
Yeah. Thor Stang is in as well with 5-4. We are going 5-way to the flop.
Thank you.
And that flop is ace, 5 deuce with 2 diamonds. This is a very Kent Lundmark flop.
This is messy. Hey, remember how I say like early day coverage because of multi-way action?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Interestingly, Pantaleo has decided to lead here with pocket fours. I don't think it's going to work out for him.
I mean, look, I don't want to read too much into it, but this is the kind of play you start to make when you're rattled, right?
Can't call.
You just start acting goofy.
Pantaleo does not improve on the turn.
It might be compelled to fire again.
Check?
Nope, all right, fair enough.
Kent Lundmark checks behind. River is the 8 of clubs. Lundmark has a lock on this.
The Lundmark check mark.
Check. And check showdown.
Gets checked to showdown.
Shows a pair of fours.
And
doesn't
more
muck this
chips
time.
Are gonna slide away. Just in case. Yeah. The smile with like the rocking in his chair like that leads me to believe that he's losing his marbles a little bit. Yeah.
So Pantaleo has lost the chip lead, started with 6.4 million, down to 2.5 million. Kent Lundmark now playing more than 4 million. Pantaleo has opened with ace-7. Puchkov has ace-5 suited in the big blind. He calls. Queen 10-3. Normally, my reaction to the toothpick would be, nah. But Konstantin Puchkov, the Russian Carl from up, is kind of making it work.
I will allow it.
Flip a bit. 260. Outstanding call.
260k apiece. Wheel draw now for Puchkov. Pantaleo still with the best hand right now. And there is the wheel. Runner, straight cards for Puchkov.
Toothpick tell time. Yeah, you're right. It really does mess with things, doesn't it?
Two bounce events, small blind 400, big blind 800, running 8100. These are shuffle and deal, please.
Puchkov betting 760,000. Now would be a bad time for an ace-high hero call.
I mean, does Puchkov really look like the bluffing type?
Well, I mean,
yes.
I think Pantaleo has very much lost his mojo.
Yeah.
Along with a significant percentage of his chips.
You know, when I think river full pot bluffer, I don't often think of a guy with his glasses on a chain.
Pantaleo down to 1.26 million. Came into the final table as the big chip leader. Now one of the shortest stacks, and now finds himself all in with ace-10. Does have Shander de Vries dominated, but Pantaleo is the at-risk player.
And this would be a very sad ending.
And the flop comes 4, king.
There is a 4 on the flop.
Giuseppe needs to catch his 10 to stay alive.
Pantaleo looks so despondent.
Miserable.
King with hearts.
I guess that helps a little.
Yeah, an ace or a 10 would save him. It's the ace.
Yes!
Barry Greenstein.
Sorry.
Risha stuck to de threes.
It's what? Not nothing against.
No, good thing.
So just checking the advertised payouts. Second place, 525k. The winner, 825. And Mark with ace queen, Lozano with king jack.
James, any recollection as to how long this heads-up match actually went?
I don't remember it that clearly.
880.
I don't recall it. I don't recall it being an epic heads-up battle. I remember the final table being quite meaty, but I don't remember the heads-up going on forever.
Well, it feels like it's going to be relatively short on TV if ace-queen holds.
You think it's going in here?
I don't know if there are 20 needs.
I mean, Lozano 3-bet to 880, and he had a total of 5-something, right? So I don't see why.
Yeah, Lundmark
just
shoves.
doesn't shove. Yeah. Oh, man, look at that rail.
And Lozano calls, yes, this could be it. Kent Lundmark, a 2-1 favorite to win the Barcelona leg of Season 7 of the European Poker Tour.
Let's see the
997, ace high still good. Lundmark now nearly a 3-1 favorite. Lozano needs help. King or a jack required.
You're just like, please, just pair me one time.
Is it 5 of spades?
Same outs required. 6 cards that Lozano can hit to survive. If Lundmark fades a king or a jack, he's the champion.
Strike 1 on the flop, strike 2 on the turn.
Let's see the river card.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein. We have a winner here in Barcelona. Joe, tell us his name.
Kent Lundmark.
The Swede
There it is.
takes it down for 825K.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Live from the King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. Day 4 of the main event rolls on. Record-breaking field of 1,285 players now down to the final 4 tables. Chip leaders galore. Porig O'Neill over 3 million in chips, followed by Garcia, Kite, Farrell, and Marley Sprague. Part of the PokerStars family alongside myself, Joe Stapleton, and Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, Joe.
We are getting down to it. Half of this field needs to go before we call it a day today. 32 down to 16. These are the chip counts of the players we will be keeping an eye on, all of our eyes on, at the feature table. Overall chip leader, Porig O'Neill, is somehow the chip leader at the feature table. That's exactly how that week works. Steve O'Dwyer in the number 2 spot. Boy, that is a big gap between number 1 and number 2, isn't it, for the 2 Irish players?
Yeah, huge spot. Loving this action. Would love to see them go all the way. Let's see what happens, Joe.
And Thurin on Twitch noticing 2 Dutch players at this feature table in the form of Tuin Mulder and Govert Matal. Got Romania represented. Some other countries I didn't get to. Payouts. We're now currently in the 21,000 euro payout, so things are starting to get real in the payout department. Looks like we're on a pay jump as well. 32nd making 21,000 euros, but we're mostly interested is where we'll be cracking those 6-figure scores tomorrow. Runner-up in this event is going to get 643,000 euros with 1 million going to the winner. You know, we leave off the 30,000, but the 30,000 is still a lot.
Yeah.
Still a lot. 1,030,000.
Yeah, 30,000. That's a lot of 5K buy-ins. Let's not forget that. It can be easy to feel out of touch when you're looking at a million, right?
Do I have to use the 30,000 for more 5K buy-ins, or can I buy real stuff with it? You know, like food and vacations.
No. Yeah.
I mean, you can buy stuff, but that 5K buys a dream.
The winner is only shown. The winner is? If you win the pot, you show both cards.
Both cards?
Yeah. I mean,
The stuff in my dreams can't be bought.
30 seconds.
Like twins.
Oh, sorry, I thought it's...
Buenos dias, Adria.
Oh, but wait, did he pick though?
Adria Diaz under the gun, ace-5 off.
Oh, you folded that, okay.
Three pass.
Thought I'm under the gun. Then I wouldn't have folded probably.
Woo-ho! Year of Romania. Lupaleak.
Can I get 2 waters, please?
Pocket queens.
Yeah. Or 1 big. You have big ones as well?
The real deal
Okay,
O'Neill.
Then 2 small. Thank you.
Folds Jack 10 on the button. Govert, Matal, 10-8 in the small, and the small. Oh boy. Ace queen for Steve of the Dwyer. In the big blind, will not be folding. I mean, this would be hell of a live read, I guess, but just doesn't happen like that.
Well, if anyone can do it, Steve O'Dwyer. I think he just 3-bets here a ton.
210.
210,000, slightly over 4 times. Yikes. You at all nervous with queens here, Nick? You at all worried?
I think there's always an anxiety with any hand, really. You know, thinking about what's to come, thinking about, you know, how to get max, how to lose the minimum when it goes south. So Lupaliak only about 47 bigs. I say only 47 big blinds, obviously a ton in tournament poker.
If you think that Steve O'Dwyer is a very good player and is a much better player than you, you're gonna want to put more chips in here, not just call, right?
Well, on the flip side, if you think that Steve O'Dwyer is a very aggressive opponent, and of course he is, you could let him blast off with his whole range, including some of his bluffs here.
Nah, I'm taking.
I was going to say, I think the 4-bet is probably very conventional here. The 4-bet is what you're going to do a lot of the time.
$450. Not the biggest 4-bet.
All in.
Call.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Things escalated slowly, then quickly.
Good luck. Thank you.
Lupaleak gets Steve O'Dwyer to commit his chips, in the words of Candlebox, far behind.
Absolute snappy snap. Lupaliak had already decided ahead of time what he was doing and gets the dominating hand all in.
Lupaleak looking pretty excited, literally licking his lips at the thought of doubling through Steve O'Dwyer. Has to fade aces. 9-5-4, that is about, well, no, it's not super clean, is it, with a couple of wheel cards there? You're not too worried just yet. Steve's gonna need an ace or runner. Turn card is a 4. There goes the wheel outs. 1 card to fade. River, 7 of spades, home and dry, double up Lupaleak. Steve O'Dwyer.
Very big flat.
Left with 13 big blinds.
Yeah, absolutely amazing spot there for the queens. And just a very key pot now for Lupaliak. He's been having an absolutely stellar run. If I'm not mistaken, Lupaliak was the player who made the straight flush against Marley yesterday.
Yeah.
When she had the nut flush. On an absolute tear last couple days.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's the year of Romania.
It might be the year of Romania. 2.525 million now for Alexandru Lupaliak. That's 101 big blinds. That's got to put him in the top 5 easily, right?
Well, it puts him number 2 at this table.
And O'Neill is definitely chip leader at the moment, I believe.
That's correct.
So he's got to be close. He might just be second in chips, Joe.
It's somewhere, I would say somewhere between 2 and 3, yes.
I realize queens versus ace queen is dominating, but that is a sweaty moment, Joe.
We saw a smile there for a moment. We have got a walk-off. Jose Gonzalez out in 32nd.
Mario right there. He's gonna, yeah.
I love your music.
21,000 euros, which means we have hit a pay jump for the rest of this gang. Everyone now guaranteed 24,180. Dwyer now the second shortest stack at this table. And we've got to lose 15 more players before we can call it a day here. Nick, what do you think? Let's have a prediction. Do we get to 16 before the scheduled end of play, or do we go into overtime?
So, just like to point out, I'm 2 for 2 on the predictions this Prague during this trip. So let me give this some thought, because I want to go for 3 for 3. Are we going to go the distance? Are we going to play to level 6, or are we going to get to 16 before then? Is that your question?
That is my question.
Okay.
I want to know, look, I did manage to make it out to the Christmas market for 1 second the other day, but Hardigan was hungry. So he was like, we're doing one mulled wine, and then we're going to find a restaurant. So I didn't really get to take it in. I didn't really get to look at the tree.
Yeah.
I didn't take any pictures. I didn't browse the wares of the people in the town square.
Sure.
Like, I'm looking for a new broadsword. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm looking to replace my leather tunic.
You're looking for a +5 dexterity, potion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, some potions maybe. So I want to know, am I going to have time to do that tonight, or are we going to be here all the way through?
Okay, let me assess the situation. Average stack at the minute, 1.2 million.
I thought you were having fun in this table, and I see.
Hey, we're still playing or no? Thank you.
And
Are you in?
earlier on, we were discussing there is a table that is very short stacked. How many would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, not just when you got to walk.
It doesn't make a lot of sense in that situation.
Otherwise, yeah, sure.
It's a great point, Crazy Carl. What time is it in Prague? It's 4:30 in the PM. I say for me to be able to go out and do any of that stuff, we'd have to be done by like 9. I think anything past that's probably a little too late to get out there, although it is Friday night.
Yeah. I mean, look, also, why's he got to be such a Grinch, man? It takes you all the way to the market, then he just shoos you straight into a restaurant?
I mean, he didn't want to go at all because he was hungry. And then the compromise that was that we could do one hot wine. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I think we're going to go the distance here, Joey.
I think so, too.
Because we are quite deep, and even after consolidation, I don't know if we lose enough to get all the way to 16, but you never know. Also, Tom, my last prediction was, in fact, that Jan Kite was going to bet 180K on the river and get paid, and I drilled it exactly to the penny.
Yeah, one more complete dead-on prediction, and he achieves the status for the rest of the day of Nostradamus.
One more successful prediction, and I get to level 12, and I can finally use that greatsword that I purchased from the market.
All right, Govert Mattel 3-betting Bergstrom here, and that's going to end this hand without a flop.
Nickstradamus.
Nostradamus. Jason Toy on YouTube.
Maybe you're having fun.
Sorry, like.
Yeah, but we played it yesterday, and then it wasn't my idea, but I liked it.
Yeah, of course you like the show everyone rule. Jason Toy says, accidentally tuned into the French commentary. It took me 5 minutes to figure out that I needed to switch to the broadcast. I thought Stapes was just doing a bit at first.
Maybe if we don't play the showing game, that hand doesn't go out that way.
Well, now you got to do a bit in French, Joe.
maybe he doesn't jam if we don't play the showing game. Who knows? Probably still does.
Probably the same.
Yeah, probably the same.
Le commentateur, that's right, Zakat. Wow, look at Simple Hacker. I agree. I'm also a big fan of Stapleton. He's so fighting and brightens up every stream. Guess what? You banned. Diaz all in for his last 8 big blinds.
Not sure Mulder can call that many bigs here in the small blind. Still a player to act on his left.
He does call.
Spicy, spicy.
Neugebauer out, and that is going to lead to the showdown. And Diaz should like what he sees. Domination situation. Big favorite to double up. Big favorite to survive. Big favorite to take a little chunk out of Mulder.
Yeah, I mean, look, ace-5 is going to be ahead of some of that shoving range. I would be more concerned about playing the pot out of position to the player to the left, but look, if Mulder's making the call, it's probably the right one. Guy's a super poker genius.
King high flop. I don't think Diaz wants that 5 to be any more surrounded. Turn is a deuce. The club is good news for Diaz.
Gut shot potential now for Mulder.
Takes away 1 out. And it's the nut flush for Diaz. Double up. Oh, double up. What the heck is going on YouTube right now? Some people really dislike Adria. Buenos dias, Adria.
Players remaining in the midfield, please retake their seats. We will restart in 2 minutes.
Tune down to 43 big blinds. Spirit of the horse. So we've got somewhat of a horse expert on the production team here, and he told me that horses have 11 distinct noises. It's like whinny, neigh, snort, whatever. There's 11 of them.
Okay.
We didn't really get into the nitty gritty on what the other 7 are, but horse people are weird. I don't know if you know any horse people, but they're little.
Yeah, I know some horse people.
Yeah.
I know a few horse people. They're weird.
We got the real deal O'Neill. Min raising pocket kings from under the gun +1. Steve O'Dwyer with ace deuce folds. Now the shortest stack at the table. Diaz no longer. Mulder, king 8 suited on the button.
Are you sure they weren't just like describing the games in horse?
There's 11 different games. No, because there's only 5 of those.
Numbers don't quite add up.
Mulder chucked in a 3-bet with king 8 suited. This guy's a glutton for punishment right now.
11 at 37 bigs after making the 3-bet there behind Mulder. So I think O'Neill probably finds just the 4-bet here quite often. It's nice and small. 375.
325.
Close.
Prediction. Slightly off target. Is he going to pull an O'Dwyer here? I mean, at least O'Dwyer at ace queen. Oh, he's not going to fold, though.
Yeah, it's going to come along. I mean, Joe, you'll notice
if you call here, you've run way too good in your life.
Just clicks it at him.
You've run way too good in your life to think that you can make a hand here. Jack 10-6, all red, no spades.
Mulder's got just over pot behind Joe.
Just over 3% equity.
I wonder if O'Neill just rips it on the flop.
I would.
200.
What leads me to believe this is probably better.
I think it's probably better to have a bet not all in, Joe, just because you probably do want to have some continuation bluffs.
Not this one, we're not skipping.
Yeah.
And you do want to have a size that's not just like, I'm going to commit or I'm going to fold. But yeah, nice work there. I think I like the 200K, maybe even smaller. Maybe on that flop you can make it even smaller, but it is quite connected. You probably want to use a size that forces your opponent to commit or fold.
You might have seen the field ticker drop to the number 30. That's because we've lost the world according to Lars Garp. Everyone's favorite Frank Caliendo lookalike headed for the exit. 30 players remaining. Mr. Willie Welly asks, why do they keep showing their hands? Little gentle person's agreement amongst the table. It's been happening at almost all the featured tables we've had over the course of the last few days. Folks have just said, hey, you want to show our hands? We're going to see them in 30 minutes anyway. And
like 700, yeah?
Amazingly, everyone's going along with it.
I'm a fan.
It's just fun, says Arcadia, and I agree.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's too bad. Yours was dominating me.
I think that the person who's keeps asking how do they listen to the German commentary and their first name is Aryan, maybe we can give them the freedom to go to another channel. You banned. Aryan Reina feels like a name I was supposed to be tricked into reading, but I did it anyway.
Utah over here on Twitch chat saying, really need to lose the scarves. And also it's scarves, not scarfs, by the way. Scarfs is something that you do when you eat your food really quick. Scarves. I love them. What's your problem with scarves? Also, it's a powerful tool in protecting your tells as well. If you're not utilizing a scarf, maybe consider it. Maybe you need to find the scarves.
A way so you don't have your friend telling you on the hands, right?
I can't wear a scarf. It feels like I'm being choked by a really weak person all day.
You prefer to be choked by a really strong person, Joe?
It's just a tease.
There's not 30 minutes, it's until break.
Do you even scarf, bro?
Right. Oh, or someone's, yeah.
Just sits right on my Adam's apple.
I think it's fun, anyways.
Yeah, I think it's fun anyway.
It's a fun thing. Yeah.
Like I'm being choked by a really weak person. Awesome.
Not so
I know what
sure
I'm getting
about
you
that.
for Christmas.
To be honest, I prefer to play here.
Button versus Big Blind. Bergstrom versus
Do you
O'Neill.
think people would like to play this kind of games?
O'Neill has caught one straight card.
I don't think whole tournament.
Bergstrom hit a diamond.
Imagine online, right?
Yeah.
With the things you do right now.
The live stream is normal, right?
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah, live stream is normal.
Yeah, playing a whole tournament like this will be a little bit crazy though. Since the beginning.
I wouldn't mind it though.
We'll have fun for sure.
Bergstrom takes it down with the C-bet. Blinds are 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante. I tried to start a big blind ante in my home game, but my mom's sister was not available. Shout out Aunt Helen.
So every hand on the Titans or something like this, where you play high stakes online, that would be crazy. Man.
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh my God, people that want to rate my jokes, oh my goodness, that's the easiest way to get banned. Easiest way. Lepuliak on the button, King 9 off.
Metal. I believe you call here pretty much every time. Yeah, gonna call Metal 28 bigs is the effective stack. So we're starting the hand about 28 big blinds effective. It's probably closer to 30 because you'd like to look at your pre-antes situation. Speaking of antes.
That's right. Ooh, this could be a dangerous straight to make.
Nine of spades here, quite an interesting card for Lepuliak to have because, of course, a decent amount of hands that might like check raising here or continuing might be a flush draw and or a straight draw or a combination of both. Also blocking some street flash draws.
Ooh.
Also blocking hands like 8-9, 8-6.
That ruins the gross straight possibilities.
Metal doesn't want to lead turn here. I don't know if this is a missed bet from Metal, Joe. I just feel like when your opponent checks this flop, they're going to have overcards, some of which might have gut shots now. For example, hand like ace-9, maybe an ace-7 once in a while. Something like that. You catch my drift. If you don't lead the turn here, you're going to give some of these high card combos the opportunity to take another check, and that's just missing a street. Kind of gets rewarded regardless, though. Takes the check. Lepuliak bets instead. Metal now with a decent top pair and a gut shot. Playing it cool, just takes the flat. Deuce of diamonds, about as bricky as it gets. My anticipation, Metal checks. Lepuliak fires, Metal calls. Prediction activated. Okay, 2 for 3.
What have I done? What have I created? Go, go, Gadget, Govert, Metal.
I'm like 3, right? 305, fine, thank you. Or 305, sorry. Thank you.
34 bigs in a dream.
I think Govert's a pretty successful guy. I'm not sure how much of a dream this is, but
hey,
maybe.
Hey, don't be like that. What an EPT? It's not about the money.
Nick, you're a young man and I'm an old man. Can you tell me if I should be offended by this? This commentary is searching. Is that just a word? I don't know.
I feel like it might be an autocorrect scenario.
Scorching?
Searing?
Okay, sure, I'll allow it. Searching for a reason to ban, that's right, APK. Suffering, ooh.
This commentary is...
I was told you had Queen Jack off when you were tanking the 4-bet.
Oh, it's not true.
Oh, you're no.
Oh, Crypto, you are so banned, bro.
Jeepers.
Guys, it's almost Chat Pro Saturday. Please don't ruin it early.
I mean...
You guys are killing me.
I mean...
All right, HJ opens. O'Neal calls.
It's not mediocre.
Tanking is...
It's either really good or terrible. But it's not mediocre.
I was, thinking about it. Yeah. Thinking while he was tanking. I think that's what you were thinking.
No.
All right, back to the poker. Here we go.
Commentary is better than the NFL commentators. Boom. I'll take it.
Boom.
You guys hear about that scoregami the other day?
I did, yes.
I actually didn't. It's just because James mentioned it. Didn't even know what it meant.
I'm not even sure why is it. Where is it origami though? Isn't it the folding of paper?
Yeah. I don't know.
Bergstrom.
Isn't it more like bingo? Like we're ticking off like all the opportunities, you know, all the different
Yeah, I
scores.
don't know. Origami is a crafting art, just like scoregami is crafting a unique score. All right.
Yeah, it's a stretch though, isn't it?
O'Neill decides to call with some hopeful pair outs and some backdoor spades, but none of those materialize on this ace of diamonds turn. Bergstrom now lays up and is going to give O'Neill potentially a free river that cannot win him the hand. And O'Neill's going to pay for it anyway. He's like, I'll bet this scare card.
It's funny because the dealer says into her mic 5-bet.
Seat 5.
As in seat 5, yeah. So she's saying 5. She says 5-bet 80,000. It always freaks me out every time. What she means is seat 5 bets 80,000.
420,000 in the middle. Hopefully O'Neill does not improve on the river. Hits the worst, best card possible.
I think it just goes check, check, though, Joe. The queen improved in a way that they win quite often here, so.
It does go check, check.
Yeah, check, check indeed.
Bergstrom's gonna pick up a nice little pot there. Puts him third in chips at the table. Actually dead even for third with Neugebauer.
So cool asking, can the dealers hear the commentators? Only if they have a time machine.
Thank God, no.
Yeah, of course, everything you're seeing happen here 30 minutes ago in Prague. And we are discussing it in real time, sharing the action with you guys. If you're following along on Poker News or another live news reporting application and or platform, that's going to be in real time. That will spoil you, so stick here, stay with us, and enjoy it cards up with commentary.
Ace-8 suited for Alexandru. Oh, LTO Miles says, anybody already say that Lupuliak looks like Daniel LaRusso? Yeah, man, the Karate Kid. I'll allow it.
Wow, actually drilled it. That's pretty freaky.
And speaking of freaky, O'Neill's getting a little freaky deaky here with 9-8 suited. Attacking the Karate Kid. Sweep the legs, Johnny. He looks more like the kid from The Princess Bride. Sure, I can go with Fred Savage from The Princess Bride also. Yeah. Yeah, you're all right. You get a bad look-alike, and you get a bad look-alike. Puliak does have this hand dominated, but it's pretty tough to continue with ace-8 suited. Nice hand. You know what's weird is O'Neill's face says he's all business. Then he's got the wacky Christmas shirt showing his hands. So I think he's just doing a good job having a serious look out there. He's probably a pretty fun guy.
Looks like a pretty fun guy. Have you ever met an Irishman that isn't a fun guy?
Sadly, yes, but not that many.
O'Neill couldn't be more Irish if he dressed as a pint of Guinness. I'm loving the look. And also, as James said, harnessing the power of the festive season as well.
Festive O'Neill. Festive O'Neill. Dwyer folds the button. Only the blinds remain. 10-4 off for Diaz. It gives it up. A rare walk for Toon Mulder, who had the best hand, ace-6. So I ran into an EPT champion today at breakfast.
Oh, yeah?
And I'm not going to say who it is. Because they told me a bad beat story. And I went, well, you know, that's pretty rough. That's why I don't play. I can't really handle those. And then he proceeded to tell me what the game of poker is all about. And it's about surviving the bad beats. And I was just like, boy, I didn't sign up for this newsletter. Just trying to eat some eggs here, pal.
Oh, dear. See, you're never safe, Joe. You're never safe in this industry.
Somebody explaining to me what the game of poker is all about is
great game of Pot Limit Omaha.
Definitely finished up breakfast sooner than I would have otherwise, so thanks for saving me the calories.
Oh, jeez. Okay, potential here.
All right, yeah. 2 actual hands.
Mr. Mulder.
Full Mattel jacket versus the truth is out there. Neugebauer not gonna play this hand.
Neugebauer is gonna play this hand. Scarf activated.
Hello, nurse. 3 snowmans. Nom nom for Mulder. And Mattel with a kind of dangerous second pair.
So far, Mattel been pretty patient. This is not an unreasonable continuation bet, though, of course. Very strong second pair. Will fire 75 of the thousands. Mulder, gotta be.
You gotta smooth it. You gotta smooth call this one.
So I was about to say, Joe, I think the key difference between some of the other hands we've seen where people have flopped big is, first of all, what are you check raising as a bluff here from this position, especially with the player to your left? So it's already unbalanced, right? You're already screaming that you have something very strong
Okay,
here.
so explain this to me. So what you're saying is that in order to raise in any spot, whether it's check raise or raising, you also need to have plausible bluffs as well.
You don't have to, but if you do, and you don't have plausible bluffs, then people will know that you're very strong and in a very meaningful and tell-ish
Yes,
way.
I'm putting chips in the middle. I'm strong.
Yes, but there are other situations where you go, I'm putting chips in the middle, and I've got a bunch of bluffs here as well. And people go, yeah, you can be bluffing with this.
You're talking about if you're a good player.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if you're playing against a relatively soft pool, then yeah, just go ahead and raise and just hope for the best, I guess. But the other point is that we're quite shallow here, right? Mulder's about 30-ish big blinds now. In fact, 28 after making the call on the turn. Or sorry, on the flop, excuse me.
Mulder
Checks it over.
checks. Is not going to get a nibble. Shows. I don't know what that word was, but I think it was. Mwah. Maybe it was something in Dutch. Can you put that in Google Translate, Nick? Mwah.
What?
Oh, it means nice hand. Woo-wee, that is a lot of chips in the middle. I see cards in front of Marley Sprague playing against Umberto Ruggieri. 750K in this pot. Whew. Board is 10, king, 7, 3, 7.
10 seconds. Check.
Ruggieri checks. We're checking the showdown, looks like. Marley shows ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds for the missed everything.
But it's good.
And it is good. Oh, wow, there are 2 flush draws out there, and Ruggieri had the other one, but only had ace 4.
Yeah, you're like sitting with a finger in your mouth.
Oh, was I?
The ring.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, just let her stack her chips, all right? That is a big, big pot for Marley Sprague.
Up to 2.4 million, Joe.
85.
That is good, probably for second or third on the leaderboard.
Looks like it. Follow Marley. Follow Marley. No, she's looking real good. Loving the action. Would love to see Marls make it all the way today.
That's right. Lobbin Spraggy is still in. Someone should change that command. Because for at least the rest of this tournament, Marley is Spraggy, and Spraggy is Ben. Marley already had a great poker name. I heard you guys talking about her maiden name, Cordero, which I believe means heart.
Oh, in what language?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Yeah, I'm totally tripping. I don't know where I got that from, but I feel like.
What'd you say? She was Iranian?
No. I asked if she was of Romanian descent.
Romanian. Oh, it's the year of Romania. That makes sense.
Is Dino Grande of Romanian descent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There is a poker player out there of Romanian descent. That's
Last
good
names
to
that
know.
end in U are usually a dead giveaway for Romanian.
Ah,
so it's
yeah.
Cordero.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, I apologize. That
Whoa,
was completely
baby.
random.
Never gets old. Pocket A's. Oh. God, I wish I could just go down and look at them in person. Cordero means lamb. Okay, well, if that's true, then that's not as good a poker name.
Is that a raise and take it, though? Raise and take it. Texas Dolly folded in the big blind. Unbelievable.
You made a bad fold?
Probably.
I don't know. I feel like Lamb can be a cool poker name.
Yeah.
Like
Lamb, not traditionally known as an aggressive.
A wolf in lamb's clothing.
I think the phrase is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, well,
More like a lamb to the slaughter. Lions over lambs. That's right. Stu is a Romanian name. That's correct. STFU, also Romanian. Correct, yes.
Natal, under the gun. Gonna raise for the min. Natal starts the hand with 27 big blinds. Sorry, 29 big blinds, excuse me.
What you're playing?
750.
Well, Boliak giving it a think with the queen jack.
You're hoping you can show it maybe in the river or something, you know, after a big pot.
O'Neill's got so many chips, he's got to make a labored effort to get his cards around them. It's a long trip. Raise and take it, Mattel. Show 'em. Devo Dwyer getting a little loosey-goosey under the gun with King 7 suited out of a 10 big blind stack. Look at that, gets King Queen to fold. Oh, Steve O'Dwyer. Ooh, boy. Ace-Jack suitor, though, for Mattel. At least he's live. And is going to get to realize his flop equity. Ace 8-6, not great for SOD. Does have the range advantage, but would be walking right into it and does take the first step toward the buzzsaw. Bets the minimum, though. He's too good. Even when he's going to do this, he's going to lose the least. Air says the stakes are high, unlike Mattel's scarf tie. All right. Never heard of a low scarf tie being something that we take note of, but sure, why not? Oh, that's a raise.
Metal.
Steve gives it up. Mattel shows the big ace. All right, this is pretty good, though. If Marley wins the million, she could afford to buy a Lamborghini.
Ah. Well, yeah. I mean, checking the Marley in position, give her the keys to the Lambo.
Or you could do your Michael Caine impression. Don't you do the Lamborghini then? Don't you do that one? Isn't that one of your lines?
I usually do. Some men just want to see the world burn.
Oh, you don't want to do the Lamborghini then? Remember that line?
I don't know that line.
Yeah, okay. I guess
What
it's not you.
was that also from
Batman Begins?
Batman
yeah.
Begins? Yeah. No, I don't know that one.
Oh, he says the Lamborghini then. He says like the Lamborghini den. Like
Lamborghini then.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know how to do it without doing it. I don't really do impressions.
Pocket queens. So raising off a 42 big blind stack.
Yes. Neugebauer, who has very kind eyes. Bergstrom, ace 10. Neugebauer's been real quiet. I don't know, man.
$165.
We raised 165.
Well, you're going to find out where you stand with ace 10 pretty quick when you put out this 3-bet. Whoops.
Slaps it in.
Oh, sorry.
You're all like teachers, you know, like, hey, hey, hey. What are you doing?
If you're watching along at home and you're getting the itch to play some poker, now's a good time to tell you about the mini EPT. Smaller versions of the real-life EPT happening here in Prague every single day alongside the coverage. 3 tournaments a day, starting at 3:15 8-15 and 5-15. Someone took my other page. Anyway, New Year's tickets. Every single tournament has New Year's Series tickets added to the prize pool. And on Sunday the 17th, while we broadcast the main, the mini mains are both going to have gold power passes added to them.
Don't miss out, guys. Small buy-ins, loads of added value. And all you guys out there that come and you're like a first-time chatter and you're like, hey, I'm looking for free tickets, you can find them there.
6:15, 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 every single day. So you've still got time. You got about an hour until that 6:15 tournament starts.
140.
And here we go. Back in action. Pocket fives, pocket jacks. And Diaz with queen 4 off in the big ain't gonna play. Bauer trying to figure out what to do with pocket fives facing this 3-bet. And we are going to have a little set miming. Will we see some dirtiness? I don't think we've seen too much dirtiness with people set miming.
No, don't think I spotted any today so far. Neugebauer checks it over to Mr. O'Neill with the Jables. I think you can continue really small here. Like super duper small. Goes for 85.
Oh.
And takes it down. 29 players remain in day 4. Parik O'Neill here. 136 big blinds, 3.4 million chips exactly. He's having a good day 4 so far. Let's see if he can take it with him tomorrow as we play down to the final 16 and or 6 levels today.
Outer table action. We're following Ramon. This is a 3-way pot. Ramon, Neil Farrell, and Vincent Melli. Full board has run out. 3, 4, 8, deuce 9, and it looks like it's checked down. Neil Mox. Ramon shows 10-8 for a pair of 8s. And that is a win.
Have you done this song yet, Joe?
We haven't.
We haven't.
I haven't done it yet.
You haven't done Roll Neck Ramon yet?
No, here we go. Little Ramon up to 2.2 million.
Roll Neck Ramon. Roll Neck Ramon. Basement sassy, sleek and snazzy. He's Roll Neck Ramon. Hey! Flawless.
I mean, it would have been good to have something to improve upon, but unfortunately, we just nailed it. So,
yeah, being perfect's boring. I agree with you.
Nothing we could do about that.
Yeah.
Some people are just born winners. Oh, Dwyer all in from the butt with 9-5 suited. He ain't scared. A little cheeky grin from Steve O.D. Oh, Dwyer rules.
You'll notice there that he was all in with 9-5 of clubs, guys. You'll notice that happened. That seems kind of crazy.
Should I explain why it wasn't that crazy?
Yeah, go for it.
It was folded to him on the button.
Yeah.
And then he only had to get through 2 players.
Yeah.
And he has just enough of something called fold equanimity.
Fold equilibrium. Yeah, very good. Yes, applying max pressure to some of those shorter stacks. ICM very, very significantly going to adjust calling ranges here, guys. We're coming up to another pay jump very shortly. Let me take a glance.
I guess that's the answer. Yeah.
So next pay jump is going to be 27th place. We're now 29 players. So people sweating the additional cash, people sweating their survival here in Prague as we get down to the final couple tables. And Steve O'Dwyer is somebody who's going to be very well versed on how incredibly wide you can shove in those situations. And I'm here for it all day long.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Adios, Diaz. And it looks like this is going to get through.
1 pass.
This guy is such a big deal. A lot of people giving O'Neill the James Franco look-alike. I guess I see it.
Fourth raise, 50,000.
Babuliak raising King Jack under the gun.
Pass. 6 pass.
Here's a good spot to double up.
This is a good spot to get it in. More like Sam Rockwell than James Franco. I like that better.
On.
7 is holding.
Steven all in.
195.
8 pass. 10 pass.
200, yeah?
3 pass.
And as Nick stated, now is in a great spot to double up. Domination situation.
$195.
Lupa Liak translated literally means wolf cure in Romanian. I like it. They got vampires and werewolves there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It is the year of Romania. Beware Steve O'Dwyer. $866 looking pretty good for Steve. Just 3 outs for Lupiliak and just 2 chances to hit him. Lupiliak needs the jack attack and needs it on the river. Otherwise, O'Dwyer is doubling up. The 5th and final card, O'Dwyer rules.
Kings and 8s with an ace kicker. There it is.
You might have noticed during that hand that our field ticker went from 29 to 28. Turns out we got cameras all over the place, and we managed to catch what happened on another table. And that seems like someone's headed over to balance that table. Lupiliak.
Redraw 4, maybe you see us all again.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Probably.
And that's a good point. There will be a redraw at 24. We put all the players into a tombola. Whichever ones fall out, sit together.
Must be a big tombola.
It's a big one. This is the hand in question. Marley Sprague versus Umberto Ruggieri versus Adrian Guillaume.
I almost just checked folded.
Oh boy. Guillaume all in on this flop of 4-3 deuce. The action went Ruggieri bet 60, Guillaume made it 200, Marley called the 200, Ruggieri all in for $1 million, Guillaume calls, Marley folded aces, and I believe that Guillaume is 7 deuce for 2 pair, but was up against a set of 4s.
Wow.
We heard
I
Guillaume
think if you rate me.
was a bit of a wild card.
Me?
60.
I'd probably just check call.
Check call? Yeah.
Got it in with a pair of deuces, did river a second pair, but was not able to catch up to the flopped set of fours from Ruggieri. Guillaume out, and Ruggieri wins another massive all-in confrontation.
Turn is terrible. Yeah.
Marley was up against fours and 7 deuce and ended up with the third best hand.
Unreal. So that takes us down to 20.
Oh no, she would have ended up, sorry, she would have ended up with a straight there, I guess, but still. It would have been a sweaty turn.
Takes us down to 28, Joe. 27th place is another pay jump, so we're on another 4, 5, 6, 7, about 3,000 euro pay jump, a little bit more.
Yes, Marley would have ended up with the winner there, but did fold at the right time.
That's all you can do.
Players.
7 bars. 8 bars. 10 raise. 55,000. 1 pass.
I did say moments ago that we hadn't seen a gross smaller pair hit a set in a big pot yet to an overpair, but we just did.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
And great shove by Ruggieri because Marley had called the 200K bet from Guillaume. So Ruggieri got Marley to fold those aces.
It's like a raise from the button and a take it. So as we head into the next hand, Adria Diaz, now 13 big blinds, is going to be UTG. Obviously, that's a really expensive big blind coming round, Joe. Every time the big blind sweeps round, you got to put 2 big blinds in the middle. Can be really, really devastating to some of those shorter stacks. It means the pressure is off a little bit once you get round the blinds, though, because you're not bleeding out while you're waiting for that blind to come back round. I was having a conversation with a friend last night about some interesting dynamics that sort of adds, and a lot of players coming from online used to playing with antes that everybody pays as opposed to a big blind ante. There are some adjustments to be made there. Very interesting how that small adjustment to speed up the game can really, really impact on ranges. Obviously, more dead money as we get shorter handed than there would be if we were all paying a smaller ante percentage of a big blind. And then, like I said, this sort of dynamic where once you get around the blinds, you don't have to be as active in getting the chips in the middle because you're not bleeding until the blinds come back around, at which point, you know, you might be more willing to gamble hard under the gun when you know you're going to pay 2 big blinds in the next hand.
So there's a big blind ante like my Aunt Helen.
Yep.
And there's a smaller ante like my Aunt Julie.
Exactly.
7 pass.
The real deal O'Neill putting out the 3-bet.
I've got a friend on the stream called Big Deal O'Neill as well. Every time I see that name, that's all I can think about.
Big Deal O'Neill makes a lot of appearances in our chat as well.
Sure.
Might have even been a super fan.
Really?
On Poker in the Ears. Maybe.
Oh, possibly.
Pocket threes fold.
How did I miss that? So Reg in my stream. Reg in all
I could be. I don't know. I confuse white people a lot.
Yeah, it would have been.
Good hands, huh?
Yes, only good hands.
I think James was giving us the thumbs up. It was Big Deal O'Neill.
Yeah.
Amazing.
By the way, all the people in chat defending my Aunt Helen, she's not going to see it.
It's your own fault for not watching. Where's the support?
She's my big blind
You
auntie.
never know. That wasn't on the screen.
She can't watch.
I was out of line once, but that was it. To be honest, everything else was fine.
I was every single time.
Every single time, yeah. Once isn't so bad. I have four or five hands.
3 plus.
O'Neill with the king queen.
Big deal, O'Neill.
5 raise. 50,000.
This guy's so metal.
Grunge tried to destroy the metal, but the metal was just too strong.
Scrub that.
Scrub that one.
6 ball. 7,000.
All right, Metal's in with the queen 9 suited. I like it. By the way, me saying I like it does not mean it is good or bad. Just saying it makes me interested. It tickles me. I like, what's his name? Guillaume going broke with 7 deuce over there. That's Metal.
You know it's more metal.
Going in with 1 card.
Yeah, gambling 1 card.
305.
Diaz has doubled up once already this level. Will be ahead, but is probably gonna win this pre-flop. Is O'Neill using time banks on this?
I mean, Diaz's shove isn't for absolute chunks here.
Oh boy, all right.
All right, we're off to the races.
Metal gets out of the way. And Diaz is going to be ahead, but how far ahead? That's the question. Not super far ahead. Big board incoming. Diaz, tournament life on the line. Jack high is good for Diaz. O'Neill still only has kings and queens as outs. Spade on the turn is dubious, however. Diaz fades the spade. Now just has to fade the kings and the lady kings. Does fade them both.
And big hold there for Diaz. Going to be a real key moment for him to remain in this tournament and get back in the driver's seat trying to accumulate some chips.
Double up Diaz. Second time this level, 27 big blinds.
Not too shabby.
Sorry if it has been asked, is Marley still in? Not only has been asked, we were just showed her in a hand 1 minute ago.
Yes, she is still in. She got chippies too.
Don't answer that.
Sorry, Joe. Mr. O'Neill, still 127 big blinds, guys. Still a huge chip stack. Had plenty of equity, just didn't get there this time. Got a question over here on YouTube, which I think is pretty reasonable. Hey, Nick, why has it become vogue for top players to not set mine with small pairs? So 2 things happened. Number 1, people got wise to the fact that they actually aren't as good as we once thought, but also people got more aggressive, which is probably the more important of the 2 reasons. Back in the day, everyone would have a limp. We'd all see a flop. So you had the opportunity to set mine for very cheap very frequently. There wasn't much 3-betting that was done back in the day, and therefore you could get to a flop a lot more easily. And when you made your set, you could just win a bunch of chips because people didn't really know what they were doing. These days, you don't win as much because people are a lot better. These days, people pre-flop raise way more, so it's more expensive to call. These days, people 3-bet, so even after you do call, it gets really expensive. And as we get down to the shallower stacks, people have done a bunch of really cool math to realize that small pairs just don't do as well as we get shallower. Much more high-value set mines when we're deeper. And of course, we usually join EPT at day 2, sometimes even later. And under those circumstances, you've already gotten past the point where we're super duper deep, where everyone always set mines, and therefore it looks as though when we're covering stuff that they just don't play their hands the same. But really, there's all kinds of other aspects at play. Like ICM comes into play, so you don't want to mess around with too many small pairs. It still happens from time to time, but for the most part, it's down to the meta just changing and people just getting a little bit too good for the old strategies. Hope that answers your question.
That was a great answer, Nick. Can you handle this one next?
Yeah.
Will Joe be commentating today? That is from Drock on YouTube.
Yes, thank you for your question.
There you go. O'Dwyer still out in front with ace-queen. O'Dwyer was the pre-flop aggressor when check on the flop. It's been checked to Steve for a second time. And it checks around for the second time. 7 of clubs on the river.
Checking it out. Taking my chances.
And Steve gets to get to showdown with a pretty decent nothing. And wins a small pot, but with his stack size, every pot is meaningful. I rarely do this, but I want to give a quick shout out to Nick Walsh, who's putting in some major heavy lifting on the stream today. We got a man down due to a tickle in his throat. And Nick's been plugging away here.
Look.
Thank you, buddy.
No thanks necessary. Nobody loves it more. Here for the squad. I'm here for you, chat. Dedication all the way. It's like thanking someone because they're enjoying their favorite ice cream.
Okay, I take it back.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe.
Oh, by the way, before you act so thankless, we need you to do 2 more levels. And the next one's totally by yourself. James and I have a tea time.
I can pull it off, no problem.
Yeah, we have mini golf. 6:30, drinks after.
I do think some mulled wine is in order, though.
All right, Govert Matal, the initial raiser here. Ace-8 suited. Mulder with ace-10 in the small blind.
Raise 175,000.
The tree bet.
Oh, and Neugebauer with ace-queen in the big blind. Now, after it goes raise, re-raise, a lot of time you're not loving ace-queen, but in this particular dynamic, I would say you're not as...
Yeah, I would be very tempted to put in a 4th bet in some manner here, Joe. Yeah, I think I shove here too, yeah. Okay, so Metal's opening up off a stack, which is pretty reasonable to have a relatively wide amount of opens. You've got one of the most aggressive players known to mankind 3-betting the button. If there was ever an opportunity, excuse me, the small blind, if there was ever an opportunity to cold 4-bet jam ace queen, that's about as good as it gets in terms of EV.
You do 2 seconds too late?
Yeah. The last thing he's thinking about as well, 10 seconds before, obviously.
I was like, just don't call.
Been there. Am there. Allegiu on YouTube asks, how much is the big blind? Does anyone know? Sure do. Thank you for your question.
25K. Lines are 10K, 25K with a 25K big blind ante. Yeah, it's cut off one of our shorter stacks. Just got the double though, so 27 bigs now.
8 plus. 10 plus.
You pronounce your name like Tien?
Tien.
One song.
It's hard to pronounce if you're not from Netherlands.
I would have guessed like it would be like 10.
Recheck.
But no, yeah, it's Tien.
Turns out that Adria Diaz is the Spanish
Trying to get a
Nick Walsh.
Lesson on your name the other day.
He's a spin go player?
Yeah.
On the phone, something about the 50K.
What's his screen name?
He said the shorter stack it gets, the better it gets for me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, that's how I feel.
I probably said
Does it have his username on there?
Yeah.
Carbutron 0.
Total fish. Absolutely. I'm just kidding.
Apparently, he did a 24-hour straight $100 spin and go and had to have a 3% ROI.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. The problem with the 24-hour thing is that you could just run bad on so many fronts. Bad multipliers, you know, just bad luck with your flips.
Well, turns out he didn't do it.
Yeah, was it close?
Yeah, he had 12.39%.
Oh,
ROI.
Oh, okay, cool. That's pretty good. That's nice too. Yeah, not even close, huh?
That added up to $4,700 in EV profit, despite an actual loss of $1,600.
Oh, I see. Okay, the challenge was to get the EV. Okay, I
EV
understand.
ROI.
Okay,
yeah.
he's a man after my own heart. Then I really appreciate that. Spins all day. Anybody that disrespects spins, you just don't get it. Just don't get it. 6 on the river for Neugebauer. He's going to bet 80K. Bergstrom, like, this feels gross. I would be very tempted to pay this off of some of the time.
Yeah, me too.
Just
It's
one
a
of those.
pair.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a pair.
And if Neugebauer is paying it off, I don't feel so bad about it. Guy's very talented, played a lot of poker, lots of success at the poker tables, online and live.
Lucky River. Yeah, I figured to have something like that. 10-5, better.
Harris says, spins are a grind. I've spun 100x in a 3-hour session 2 times and shipped both on a $50.
Sounds like a sun run.
That's plus EV.
That definitely works. 100x in a 3-hour session twice. That's pretty insane. Yeah, the odds on that are pretty sick.
AA4OD. 2240N.
Played a few $100 spins during my last stream before we came to Prague.
Does that get your heart racing anymore? A $100 spin or no?
Not really, no. But like, it's great. It's great fun for the sweat, but it's not super stressful.
Top set for O'Dwyer, 98% of the equity. Do you have your bankroll hidden? What's in your PokerStars account, or does that show up?
I usually hide it. If I were to play, if you said to me, Nick, go and just play spins full time for like 3 months, I would not only hide my bankroll, but I would also hide my
username.
All my graphs and everything as well. Like I would try not to look as much as possible.
Oh, you would hide it from yourself.
Yes.
Ooh, did you hear that?
You prefer the red ones or the black ones? Just to give me haste.
That's the mystery bounty.
No problem.
And apparently it's down to 3. And Gab Yong Kim is chip leading that event. And remember the time we did Prague in March in 2022? Gab Yong Kim finished 4th in that for 622,000. So they're down to the final 3 in the mystery bout.
My only preference is that if I'm all in and behind, I have pocket 9s.
Oh, yeah, pocket 9s is a nice hand.
So much more likely to win.
Yep.
Just like Mateo asking, why would you hide your graph from yourself? Because it affects my mentality as I play. Sometimes if I do that, I'll say, oh, I feel like I'm running super duper bad, and then I look like a week later and I'm like, I was actually running way better, I'm just being a baby. And then if I'm running really, really good, I'm going, oh, I'm running super hot right now.
Great.
And then I stop playing so good. Yeah, it's better.
I like pocket 7. I think it's a great hand.
I used to also have a tool as well, Joe, that every time you were all in and at risk, there was like just like a color box that would cover up the board so you didn't know what the run out was.
I could get behind that.
So at times when I was getting really frustrated with the runouts and I felt like I was running really bad in my all-ins, I just turned that on, and I didn't matter. Did you get in good? Okay, that's all you need to know. Next hand, just cover everything up. It was actually a really good tool that helped me get through some more bad run and just focus on the play.
One pass.
Oh.
3-bet from Mattel gets Neugebauer to fold.
Steven right.
You show in aces and people show in aces. What's going on?
Yeah.
O'Neill, the far and away chip leader at this table. Double the chips of Neugebauer and then some. We have got to cut away for a moment, however. We've got Marley Sprague versus Cesar Garcia. Garcia betting 200K into the board of King, Jack, 6, 5, Ace, 4 diamonds out there. Garcia betting 200K into what looks like a pot of at least 300, maybe 400, 500,000. So 3 diamonds on the flop, 4th diamond on the river. Marley played a time bank, but then mucked.
Lucky river.
Looks like
maybe not. Maybe it was
Garcia has got a lot of chips on that end of the table. Back to the feature table.
Set of ochos.
Second set of ochos we've seen this level, I think.
Yeah. So O'Neill in position with the set. On the button with the set feels just fantastic. Continuation bet in play. We are sub 30 big blinds here. So 2 and Mulder, about 26 bigs. Goes for approx 1/3.
Mulder, yeah, with not a lot of equity here. Does turn some, though. Whew. Everything's funner when you hit your card on the turn and river. Nick, I know I want to do this all the time when I have a set, but you size up here at this point, right? Straight cards, flush draw.
So just remember that Mulder actually is getting on the shorter side now. I think you go pretty close to full pot, though.
175,000.
175, that's also good. But yes, sorry, in response to your question, yes, you size up, absolutely. I think The idea is we just want to make the pot big enough so we can shove for less than pot on the river effectively, and Mulder's got 615K behind. So actually, this is an even better size than I was suggesting. This is actually a much better size than my suggestion. My knee-jerk reaction.
Mulder calls this pot getting real big. That is a full house for O'Neill. Ace-jack high from Mulder.
Yep, loving it. O'Neill's line here pretty much perfect. I don't think it's ridiculous to give you a hero called on this river, but I'm not sure what Mulder has in mind or what kind of history these guys have. The next move is pretty clear. You're all in. And you also definitely want to be all in and not bet another amount, Joe. I think the all in, the statement of all in or all in.
What if you just bet one chip?
All in.
I think this looks weaker because this looks like you're trying to be stronger and therefore can be perceived as weaker. Mulder folds. Nice work from O'Neill there. I completely love the sizing strategy there. Felt really good.
Nick Walsh says your size feels good.
10 calls, 10 calls, you know. It would be
That's
nice
right.
if it says 10 calls.
Team Ireland, 3.44 million chippies now.
$137 big blinds is rather nice, isn't it? I'd say so. Never win pots. Seems like me and you probably have never experienced that feeling. Bergstrom. Ace King. Or as your uncle calls it, King Ace.
This isn't a completely ridiculous 3-bet spot for O'Neill, Joe. Like Bergstrom, obviously talented player. He starts the hand with 25 big blinds. And I feel like you could, like, you don't have to go for like a full 3x here. You can go for like a 2.5xer, you know, whatever the initial raise was here. And I think it just gets tons of folds. There's a lot of pressure on Bergstrom to have to raise fold here under these circumstances where we got a bunch of short stacks on other tables, potential to bust, and we're coming up to more bubble action. It's not going to work against Ace-King, which is weird, right? Yeah, I know, but still.
Well, it's good that you can still explain that this spot is still an okay spot to do this, even though we can see that Bergstrom has a hand that is not going to fold, and it's more than likely going to punish.
Yeah, no, I think this is stellar. The little glance out to the field there from Bergstrom, obviously.
All in.
Yeah. Going to be sweating some
triple
ladders.
check.
Just triple check, yeah. But no, I really like this. I think it shows a lot of really good game awareness from O'Neill. I understand he 3-bet folded, so like, you know, what's the big deal, Nick? But I think that that's a spot that's going to win him a ton of chips in the long run. And, you know, we're looking at the long term. We're looking at actions that win you chips over time, not just in singular moments such as this.
We saw Bergstrom look out into the field. Maybe it was this hand he was taking a peek at. Andraz Ganjajevec is all in. Ramon making a decision. It's a queen high flop. No, there is no flop yet. My bad. Pre-flop.
No game. 40-60.
Against king queen. Ah, there's the queen high flop. Ramon is looking like he's about to eliminate Andraz Ganjajevec. He is more like Ganjajevec. Oh, it's right there.
Never gets there.
Out in 28th place for 24,100 euro, 80 euros. And Ramon is up to 2.6 million in chips.
And that means we can sing the song.
Roll.
You got to give me more of a head nod. Roll neck Ramon. Roll neck Ramon. Basement sassy, sleek and snazzy. He's roll neck Ramon. Hey!
All right, rocky start, but we got there.
That's okay. It's been a long day, guys. Synchronization, not quite achieved, but was on the second attempt.
Under 5 minutes left on this level.
50,000.
Oh, Dwyer, 23 big blinds.
Oh, we're going to see some set miming. This is like crossing the streams. Ace, 5-7, 2 clubs. No love for pocket fours. It is ahead, though. Let's not ignore that fact. Steve's going to take a stab after the betting lead is given up by O'Neill, and it's going to work. Granted, it was the best hand, but you're more than happy to get a fold there. Steve shows the fours.
Just talking about those small pairs as well, weren't we, Joe?
Yeah. I wonder when he's going to unveil his brand of cough drops.
When is he going to take us out on the boat one day, you know?
Either cough drops or fish sticks. You like fish sticks, Nick?
Do you like fish sticks?
I love fish sticks. What?
You're a lyrical genius, Joe.
Did you see Kanye tried to throw a rave last night in Vegas, $2,000 tickets, and the cop shut it down?
No way.
Yeah.
Is this a bit?
No, I saw it on Twitter.
Just in the street somewhere?
Like in a warehouse.
Kanye. More like Kanye.
Boo.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Oh, Dwyer back in action. It's going to be the last hand of the level, probably.
Oh, 1 ball.
Three ways to the flop. Oh.
2, 3, 4, 2 spades. Bergstrom with half the equity with ace high. Spade draw.
2 overcards.
Oh, way more than half. There you go. That was half before the flop. I was like, it seems like it should be more.
2 overcards, and then a flush draw, and a gut shot to the straight. Tons and tons and tons of equity.
1 check. 3 check.
That's a straight for the ace.
That looks like a straight to me.
Wheel. Wheel win.
Bergstrom, big blind. Uh-oh.
50,000.
Oh, Neugebauer.
Neugebauer's like, all right, I can do something here. Watch me rep this. Bergstrom like, you really got a 6 in this spot? I don't believe you.
You got it.
Diamantes, of course, as well. Neugebauer doesn't have a diamond in his hand, though, so. Anyway, that's 1 for Bergstrom. Now looking at about 41 big blinds.
That's a nice flop. Yeah.
First I realized that I was going to be the big blind the last time again, but if I win it, it's...
Yeah, if you win it, it's fine.
You get it at a discount. So that is the last hand of the level for this particular table. But there is still a hand in progress out in the field. And we have this time, I'm not going to jump the gun. 4 cards on the board. King, 8, 7, 4, 3 hearts. Yakovlevich versus Stocken. And I think that Yakov will call him, has checked. Stocken checks behind, 10 on the river. We'll just call this person Dejan. Dejan checks again. Stocken doesn't look like a huge pot they're contesting here.
Bet.
Stocken bets 65,000. Dejan. Lays it down and shows a 4. Tight laydown, bottom pair. So Stocken is going to win the last hand of the level. We are headed to a break. 26 players remain, playing down to 16 today. Redraw at 24. This was the feature table. This will no longer be the feature table. But the table we're coming back with won't be our feature table for long either, because there is going to be that redraw at 24. So things are going to get all shook up. Padraig O'Neill, the far and away chip leader at this particular table. The new feature table will have some old friends and some new friends. Sebastian Schultz, Mark Hillu, Ramon Callias, and Neil Farrell. Might as well name check the other two, Vincent Melli and Adam Wagner, all at our new feature table. We're taking around a 15-minute break. More from EPT Prague in 15 minutes' time. Victoria.
All in with ace-10 of hearts. And Michael Muldoon calls the shove.
Calls for less. There's 2 hearts gone.
So Muldoon, the at-risk player with 7s, racing against Vicky's ace-10. Ace on the flop.
8 of diamonds, 5 of clubs. Vicky has a pair of aces. Michael needs a 7.
6 diamonds.
Let's see the turn card. It's a queen of diamonds. 3 diamonds on the board. 7 of diamonds. So
7 high flush draw.
Vicky looks sicky.
The river is not a diamond or a 7, it's another ace. And that will see Michael Muldoon eliminated in 4th place. He receives £110,000. And 3 players now remain. Vicky Koren, Emad Tatu, and Jan Sharvik, the Balrog. 1530 blinds.
Oh man, the pound was real strong when this was shot, huh?
Yeah, I think I remember coming to Vegas in November of 2006. Those are the glory days. 3s for Sharvik. And this is a pretty famous hand, guys.
Okie dokie, here comes a...
Take this back and put this.
Yep.
total of 250,000. Jemand pass?
David Berman.
Respect to Jan, he's
David Berman to the goal.
So knowing Jan Shavik as you do, Lex, are you surprised to see him call here?
Yeah, but it's also really cool to see because it's kind of an early adapter thing, like peel with pairs and stuff. So kind of is on brand too.
And immediately after that flop is dealt, Vicky announces all in.
I tell you, I'd be pretty tempted to call it off with threes here myself.
Yeah, I think so too. Like that was very much like a, you know, like a power.
Yeah.
Wanting to make it look like a power play.
It sounded like she wanted a fold. And I'm sure she does.
David Merman to the con, thank you. Attention please, Bill White to the con, Bill White to the con, thank you.
I mean, I guess she could be shoving with other pairs, right, that aren't,
Okay, Jan,
you know, like...
1 minute for a decision, please.
I think their biggest issue is that if your opponent has Queen Jack, they have about the deck, and that's like that feels like best case scenario. I mean, obviously Ace King is best case scenario, right? But if they have King Jack, you know, they can King Queen Jack 9, and whatever is runner can make a pair to you too. If they have one spade, that counts as like one out. So.
Well, Emad Tatu called for the clock, and Jan Shavik's now on a 60-second countdown.
There will be a 10-second countdown. At the end of the countdown, the hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
The Balrog calls.
Check. Is the hand for Vicky?
He taps the table. Nice call.
Yeah, that's gangster.
He's the favorite, but not by a lot.
Jack on the turn.
And let's see the river card.
And Jan Shavik is eliminated in third place. £168,600. And Emad Tatu apologizes for calling the clock.
Do you remember back when calling the clock was the worst thing you could do to someone?
I wish they would do it like every hand in nowadays poker.
Right.
So Shavik made the good call, got punished, and now we're heads up for the title.
Let me give you the chip count. Victoria has 1,925,000.
See Vicky drinking water now.
2,056,000. 25,000. And Emad has 2,056,000.
So at this point, Emad Tatu has the slight chip lead.
Almost the same amount of chips. Emad calls and Vicky raises 70,000 more. call.
All right, 200K pot to kick things off.
8, 10.
Top pair versus second pair.
Vicky bets 100,000.
Bet of 100K, quickly called by Tatu.
Trump cut is a deuce. Vicky bets 300,000.
A bet of 300,000.
Must be nice to be able to just keep betting top pair.
Oh, that's so nice.
And gets called again. River card is a 9.
Ooh.
9 of diamonds.
Vicky check.
Kind of an ugly river.
Yeah, just check. You have an 8.
600,000.
Emma bets 600,000.
I genuinely think she made him do that by saying, "I'll let you both the floor." So he's like, you know what? That'd be cool. You know what I mean?
Card the 9 of diamonds.
A lot more of that went on back then than it does now.
It's come a total blank on the end here.
What? Was that considered a blank in 2006?
It's a brick. Well, she made the right call against Barney Boatman earlier. A not dissimilar spot. And she calls this one.
Well.
Showdown. Check 8 for Emma. And a pair of 8s. And Vicky shows a 10 queen. And
10s are good, and momentum swings in Vicky Corrin's direction.
Induces the bluff, snaps it off, takes the chip lead.
Okay.
7-6, the hand for Vicky. She calls, and Emad's going to check his option with 8-6.
5, 3,
Oh.
4. 2 clubs. Emma checks.
Flops the joint.
100,000.
Bets 100K. Tatu with the straight draw. And he raises.
What a dream.
Imagine if heads up was this easy all the time, Lex.
Yeah, that's crazy. That call with the queen 10 was really good, though.
450,000 more.
I mean, it was really good, except for the fact that she thought the 9 was a brick.
No, I think she said something like, "Why couldn't have been a brick?"
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
370, 390.
Total brick. I call. No, actually, it was a flush and straight card, but you're good.
Vicky calls the raise. We've now got the better part of 1.2 million in the middle.
Club is 5, 3, 4 with 2 clubs. Here's the turn card. 10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds. All in and a call.
Vicky got the nuts straight. 3 to 7 and 6-8 is the hand for Emma.
Looks like she's gonna pass out.
It really does.
Vicky got the straight. Emma got in with 6-8. Let's see the river card.
River card is a jack, and that is the moment that Victoria Corrin became the first female EPT champion. Wins the London leg of season 3 of the European Poker Tour on home soil, £500,000. Emad Tatu, the runner-up, for 286k. So we kick off day 2 of the Super High Roller with blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. Olashemian first to speak. He's got queens under the gun.
Oh, hi.
And that's a raise to 14,000. Paul Newey has ace-king suited.
First hand, and we are already headed for a collision.
Newey counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 40,000. Round to Mike McDonald in the big blind, who's got kings.
OMG, this is just a sick, sick cooler.
All in.
Mike shoves.
And I don't think Ola can fold, having both these guys way covered.
Shemian 5-bets, enough to put Newey all in.
Paul's got about 20% of his stack in the middle, and I don't think he's supposed to fold this. Offsuit, there's an argument. Suited, I think he's got to try to triple up here.
He calls all in.
Paul's not the most experienced player at the table, but he's got the bankroll to play just as fearlessly as the rest of them.
That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. We've got the ace.
Ace gonna come, I guess.
I definitely deserve to lose one of these eventually this year.
Mike's having a pretty good year.
You owe me an ace from the PCA.
Paul bubbled that tournament. Awkward.
A 3-way coup to start the day, and kings are holding on that flop.
There's a spade there.
Newey's the only one who even flopped a backdoor.
The turn card is a 9. Newey's looking for an ace on the river. Shemian needs a queen. It's a 10. A triple up for Timex, and Paul Newey is out.
Well, guys, the ace didn't come.
We saw.
Again, Paul.
Aw, Paul Newey.
He always loses with grace. He's a class act, this guy.
Can't fold.
Action has been folded to Shemian in the small blind. He has aces.
See, now this will probably be standard.
Ola just keeps picking up big hand after big hand.
He's had more big hands than the Foo Fighters Everlong video.
He's setting a trap with this one. He just calls, and Jason Mercier has ace-king in the big blind.
That's not going to be good for business. That's not going to be good for anybody. Except probably Olashemian.
Mercier responds to the limp by raising. A total of 26,000.
How many clicks does it take to get to the center of a cold deck pot? A 1. A 2.
And this is a 3-bet to 78,000.
A 3.
Jason Mercier. 4 bets to 168,000.
A 4.
All in.
Shemian 5-bet shoves.
5 clicks.
And Mercier calls.
Just a very unfortunate spot for Jason. Merce dog is a huge dog.
And he knows it.
That wasn't a sigh, that was a sad bark.
They're counting it out for me.
561.
They're counting it out for me.
Some folks think that's lucky.
Not much hope for Mercier on that flop.
You have more, right? A little more. Not much.
Jason likes to be drawing dead on the turn. Sure enough.
Okay, good luck. Good luck, guys.
Mercier is eliminated, and Olashemian will move up over the 1.1 million mark.
How much was it there?
561.
Oh yeah, it could be really close.
Always sad to see the Merce dog go, although not as sad as Marley and me.
6 setup.
Welcome to EPT 2024.
Game on.
Yo. Hello, my babies.
Oh, ay caramba.
Wojciak makes the call and wins. We play to win. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are in Prague for the conclusion of EPT 2023, and it is day 4 of the main event, the day we play down to the final 2 tables. We're coming back from break with 26 players, so we're nearly at 3 tables. Chances are, during the next 90 minutes, we will hit 24, and that will necessitate a redraw. The top 5 stacks right now. Horrig O'Neill from Ireland has 3.5 million. Second in chips, Ramon Callejas. Another deep run for Ramon in an EPT main event. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And there is Ramon getting mic'd up because he's taking a seat on the main stage.
Roll neck Ramon.
Roll neck Ramon, plus a former EPT champion, Neil Farrell, also on the main stage, along with Mark Halou, Sebastian Schulze, Adam Wagner, and Vincent Melli. Blinds going up to 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante. Average stack just shy of 1.5 million, so we're playing around a 50 big blind average. But of course, average stack doesn't really tell the whole story. There are some short stacks out there in the field, including Yuri Kobab and Toyn Mulder.
Really? I mean, really, it's Toyn now.
Toyn.
Teun.
Spirit of the horse, and he's going to need it, because he is edging into the danger zone. Right now, we are paying players 27,800 euros. Tomorrow, we're going to hit those 6-figure scores and we reach the final 8. On the final day, we're going to see someone earn more than $250,000 for 5th, more than $500,000 for 2nd, and more than $1 million going to the champion, plus the EPT Prague 2023 main event trophy. That's right, 2 more days after today, playing down to the final 6 on Saturday, playing down to a winner on Sunday. Hope you're enjoying the action so far, and hopefully I'll be back over the weekend for the last 2 days of our Cards Up coverage from this tournament. Looks like action's underway again. This is level 24, 15k, 30k blinds with a 30k big blind ante. Action is going to start with Adam Wagner.
Folks were asking if there are any more Czech players in the crowd. The field. Here's one.
65.
Wagner raising with ace-king to 65,000. Folded to Vincent Melli. He folds the button. And looks like Mark Halou's folded the big blind.
I like to raise and take it with my drawing hands.
You put it on, man. Don't worry about it. It's just normal poker.
Take it from an EPT champion. It's just normal poker.
That's a fun.
So in the event that we see 2 eliminations this level, or indeed at any point this evening, that will bring us to the redraw. We'll be down to 3 tables, and there will be new assigned seats for the 24 remaining players. That will mean a new feature table. And play will stop when we get to 16. Should we play 2 more levels after this one and not be at 16, we will stop for the night. There's a limit, Joe. There is a limit.
I like to take it to the limit. One more time.
Push it to the limit. Limit past the point of no return.
Someone in chat last level mentioned the microclimates that must exist out there, because we got dudes in hoodies, hats, and scarves, and other people in t-shirts. Neil Farrell's in a t-shirt. How can they both be in the same temperature?
I would say that it is cold outside, but relatively warm inside. AOB pointing out that Neil Farrell is Scottish, and generally speaking, people from north of the border don't feel the cold.
Mystery bounty.
Ramon raising under the gun with Jack 10. Round to Mark Helou. He gives up the button. Adam Wagner in the small blind, Queen 9.
Oh, it's so hard. It's so difficult. Want to play Queen 9. Want to play it. Ugh.
And Neil Farrell in the big blind, Ace 8.
Easy. Much easier.
The flop is King 6-5, all spades. Neil playing in flow, checks to Ramon.
I love Neil Farrell, but Ramon is rolling necks and rolling fools. He's rolling over this entire field.
Continuation bet gets the job done.
Yeah.
Ramon table chip leader, closing in on the 2.7 million mark, second in chips overall with 26 players remaining.
How's he always doing this? He's good. Thank you for your question. Der Blank Merlin, I am also in Prague. The technology exists for remote commentary, but it just isn't the same as being there, being in it, being in the thick of things, talking to players, seeing them at breakfast, seeing them afterward, going down to interview them after the win. There's a certain je ne sais quoi with being on the scene, and I prefer it.
Mark Helou has opened with 10-9. Neil Farrell deciding what to do with King Jack in the small blind. Neil is cold. Ramon 6-4 off, calling as well by the looks of things. So we're going to go three-way to the flop.
Seems like they got a lot of this board coverage here. Farrell hits it the hardest.
Oh, yeah. Checks around.
Quick check around.
Who's got a heart? Who's got a heart? Hello.
Farrell fires now. Do you even stick around with 10 high and the 9 of hearts? Ramon never giving up easy. Thinking about, can I win this pot? 9 of hearts does not stick around. Ramon calls drawing dead. I feel like this is one situation where Ramon's not going to figure out how to win this pot.
$200.
200,000 into 330,000.
Dramatic. Dramatic as the clock clicks down.
Here's Ramon tempted to hero here with just a pair of fours. Ramon folds. Neil Farrell wins the pot. Now we have got significant action at one of the outer tables. There is an all-in and a call.
Oh.
John Kite has shoved on a jack-high board. He's got king-jack, but he's run into the ace-jack of Alex Lapuliak. All in on the turn, just the river card to come. And it is a king on the river. It's domination rotation in Kite's favor. So he gets a big double up there through Alex.
20 cameras here.
Sits back down. 1 foot out the door. Now both cheeks in the seat.
John Kite's going to be up to 2.6 million, so he will now be the second biggest stack in the tournament. That is a huge blow.
Oh my God, that was a huge pot.
Yeah, that is going to leave Alex pretty short stacked.
It has been a roller coaster for Lapuliak ever since making that straight flush against Marley's nut flush.
Yeah.
Call.
Under the gun raise from Sebastian Schulze, called by Adam Wagner. Now, Vincent Melli won the UK IPT season finale back in November. That was the event held at DTD in Nottingham, Joe.
Yep.
He is French, but he's lived in London for the last 15 years. He's a regular at the Hippodrome.
Smart.
He won 159K for his first place finish in that UK IPT. And he knows that the ace-7 off is the Spraggy and is rubbish.
What's Spraggy got to do to shake that? Can't follow him forever.
Well, we don't know what Schultz's other hole card is, but we do know he's ahead.
If his other card was also the Queen of Spades, would he still be ahead? It's the only eventuality I can think of here.
So Schulze checks the flop, checks the turn. Wagner checks behind. Jack on the river.
Factor asking, why is one card hidden sometimes? Is it because the player didn't properly show it to the table cam? No table cams, but you have the right idea. Most of the time it's because they didn't leave them in the box long enough, or they covered one up with the other card before they could do it. Sometimes it's because the card's broken, but usually it's because The player just didn't leave it in the box long enough. It's a card reader, that's right.
140,000. And Wagner folds the tens. Sebastian Schulze now playing a 25 big blind stack. He is the shortest stack at this feature table, but there are shorter stacks than him out in the field.
Jess Alice J, not wrong. Also, RFID can be pretty temperamental sometimes. I mean, if you think about it, right? It's a reader that picks up whatever the tiny little microchip is in a playing card and only picks it up a certain distance because it doesn't pick up the other cards. I mean, it's really pretty impressive.
Neil Farrell, ace king of diamonds. 10-7 of diamonds for Ramon.
Looks like Ramon and Neil are going to be nemesi for this session at least. And it looks like we're about to go 2 for 2, Neil Farrell. But I guess Melly might throw a spanner in the works.
Time to equip those melee weapons.
Is a spanner a weapon?
You can throw a spanner at someone's head and it'll do a lot of damage.
Yeah, right. Smart. Almost as smart as moving to London if you're going to play poker for a living.
Well, I don't think you're going to get away with this one, Ramon.
Neil, you can never be too careful. I think you should lay it down.
It's just ace high after all.
It's a drawing hand.
$440.
4-bet from Farrell. And Ramon folds to 10-7.
So far, both times it's been the two of them. Neil's just had it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to more marginal spots, Ramon is a lot tougher to deal with.
They're now pretty much even in chips, although Neil Farrell has the slight advantage. He becomes the table chip leader. And there's not much separating Ramon and Vincent Melly right now. Round two, the button. And now the blinds. Sebastian Schulze in the small. Again, we're missing a card. I'm starting to think that this is to do with the deck of cards and not the reader. I think we might have some dead cards. The RFID chips that Joe was referring to occasionally get broken, especially when people peel their cards very aggressively. Great, we've got 2 dead cards, but the hand's over pre-flop. Schultz is still hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Still 26 players remaining, 15 minutes, nearly 20 minutes now into this level. Mycroft92 asks, how often do they change the cards? At least once per level, often more if cards get damaged.
What's that?
Once per level, but more often than that if cards get damaged and it necessitates a deck change. But say, for example, there was no problem with any of the cards, we would still, as a matter of routine, change it at least once per level.
Got it. I didn't even know that. It's nice when you get to open hands like this. Don't get to call that often with them or 3-bet with them that often, but when it's folded to you and relatively, oh boy.
A lot of ace-kings at this table.
Any ace-kings about?
Schultz re-raising.
Hey, 150. So it's 190 to call with 9-8 suited. 2.2 million. Yeah, come on, let's go. Let's have a spin. What a fun flop. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep. Ace high ahead right now, but Melly with slightly more equity. It is a post-flop flip between these two.
It must be so cold on that side of the table. Wow.
Okay, then.
I mean,
things get serious. I mean, Schultz only had 17 bigs behind.
Right.
So it's a leveraging bet. Schultz deciding not to call all in with ace-king on that board.
Right.
Melly now becomes the table chip leader with close to 90 bigs.
talking to Griffin right now, and he says he feels pretty bad, actually. Not emotionally for missing, like he feels genuinely.
Generally speaking, when people are put on antibiotics, it's not because they're feeling okay.
Yeah. And he swears
Just having fun.
it was a coincidence that he got sick on the release day of 3 new Jack Reacher episodes. But yes, he did watch all of them.
Does he think it's a coincidence that he got sick after spending so much time at the spa?
Maybe. It's too much relaxation.
Sometimes if those places aren't kept clean.
I do find, actually, and I think there's an actual scientific rationale behind this, that when I relax, I get sick. Like, usually within a few days after Prague, I'm sick. Because my whole body's finally like, just breathe a sigh.
So the trick is to stop relaxing.
I think Griffin relaxed too soon by going to the spa twice. And he said, by the way, the new Reacher's really great.
Cool story, bro. Well, we're actually going to step away from the feature table and go straight out into the field because there is a big hand, and we have just seen an all-in from Alex Lapuliak. John Kite raised to 65K. Marley Sprague 3-bet to 200K. Serge Shashan called, and now Lapuliak is all in for 800,000.
So the action's on
Kite.
Thank you.
Kite was the original raiser.
Kite, then Marley. Then Serge.
Correct.
Okay.
Kite folds. Marley folds.
800.
Shashan, the online qualifier. Calls. Hands are tabled, and we are off to the races. Ace Queen for Alex Lapuliak. Pocket tens for Serge Shashan. And tens are holding on the flop. And on the turn. And on the river, we lose Alex Lapuliak in 26th place. Had that bad beat against John Kite. That took most of his chips. Serge Shashan takes the rest. And Alex is going to cash for 27,800 euros.
27.8, and whenever a cab driver asks him if he ever had a straight flush, he gets to say yes.
Serge Shashan up to 2.8 million. He and Adria Diaz are the last two online qualifiers remaining in the field. And we return to the feature table. So we cut away on the flop. Wagner continued for 75,000, suffice to say, Farrell called. And now we get the second bar from Wagner.
Did you say second bar? Love it. That's a pretty sick blind on blind hand here. Yeah.
I'm a big pussy.
Neil.
I wish there was a better word for that, but I understand the sentiment. And he was right.
"30 minutes into the level, 25 players remaining. One more elimination and we will hit the redraw."
Redraw is imminent.
Well, there are still a few short stacks out in the field.
That was very tight.
And Sebastian Schulzer is becoming a short stack. 17 bigs right now.
Everybody wants to be able to call home and say they made the redraw.
Action's been folded to the blinds. Neil's in the small. And again, we're having trouble catching cards.
Story of my life.
24, you redraw.
Jack Trey.
Yes. Yes, it's redraw. Yes.
No, after one player redraw.
One
yeah.
Who do you think's got the best hand?
Probably Ramon? Who do you think has the best hand?
I think Farrell's got 9-7.
You think he has 7-9? That did occur to me.
Yeah.
Ramon with a meaty flush draw.
Mighty, matey.
One you can't really ignore. And blind on blind, queen high could also be the best hand.
Balls the 60,000. River is 6 of clubs. Well, we know Ramon has nothing better than queen high. It could be the best hand.
Yeah, Neil could have limped it. Nope, he's checking.
Got there.
Oh, checks the 6 once he has some showdown.
Oh.
Queen high was the best hand.
Looks like a replay. I thought it was a replay from the previous hand. It was the same board.
Sorry?
You played the hand similar.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck? Same board.
I had a good hand that time. Trick is to get all the money in behind, and then when you're ahead, just check and don't put any more in. That's how you play the game.
You remember?
Yes, I remember it.
Thank you, Slasner and YouTube chat, for helping folks out.
Fold in our hand. I'm glad it's on stream.
You are so good?
Hmm?
You are so good?
No, I'm going to get bullied.
Oh, okay.
All right, there's a little something for you.
65.
Raised to 65,000 with queens.
Here's a little something for you. $10-7. 2 gapper. Double suited.
It's a call from Van Samelli. And he has a straight draw. Queen's big favorite though.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack. 9, 10, jack. Nope, just the 8. Yeah, let's see one more. Flick them in.
Always coming.
Always making a pair when you have a straight draw.
Correct.
And it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense, James. There's 4 of the other cards and 3 of those. Although, okay, there's 6 of those because you have 10s and 7s. But when you're open-ended, it's the same deal. And there's 8 of those. When are the math wizards going to explain that one to me? Nobody answer that person in chat that just wrote, hello, commentary, people. And then said, don't ignore the chat. Definitely ignore that person. Do not answer them. You don't get to just show up and go, hello, answer my question, my one person. Derail everything just for one person. I won't do it. I won't derail everything just for one person. I'm telling you right now. You think I'm going to make a big thing out of one person and ignore what's happening on screen because of you? No. Another pair.
And Wagner has a lock on this.
I'm starting to understand why it's easier to make a pair now than to hit the straight, because there's a lot more pairs you can make. I think I answered my own question.
Does it bring you solace?
Yes, a quantum of solace. I just don't.
250.
Wow, 250. Good for him. I'm just like, man, I got pocket queens here, but I'm against a big blind, so I could be against lots of 6s, 7, 9, 10, 8, 6, 7, Jack 9. I'm just thinking of all the big blind hands that are beating me.
250?
Of course, you only get action there unless you're up against one of those hands that are beating you.
For you or for him? For him. Unfortunately not for me. I hope you had a jack or something similar.
You didn't tell me a good fold after mine, now I'm worried.
Oh, what did you have?
I had king jack. I was thinking about raising turn. And then I thought about calling turn. And then I had kind of a bad feeling that you should always at least continue there. I just had a bad feeling, so I just went with my gut. And if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. Jack 9 wasn't beating wrong. Good call. Good call,
Before,
chat.
it'll be wrong
Good call,
again.
guys.
You mean they haven't changed the rules? Three
Nope.
pairs still isn't a
3
thing?
pairs still not a thing.
God damn it. We answered that months ago.
After we're down to 16 players, I'll have a little
And
look
that's
back, see.
why I don't play. Because I'd be like, I'm losing to Jack 9 here.
problem is, even if you had like ace-10, it's wrong, you know? But,
All in.
3 all in.
Was it in the hearts? The king jack hearts?
no, I'd the jack of hearts.
Chat is always right, especially tomorrow. Chat Pro Saturday. If you can hang on, you're hanging by a thread.
I was thinking about raising. Because, you know, if you're sat there with like queens and someone raises, it's pretty shit.
I would like to remind everyone that Chat Pro Saturday is a privilege, not a right. So behave yourselves.
Take one of the batteries out, slow it down.
Privileges can be revoked.
Like diplomatic immunity. R.I.P. Joss Ackland.
Kind of ironic now that the bad guy is racist in that movie. Domination situation, and there is a king on board.
There is. Ramon, the favorite here.
I think a lot of times this will go check, check, but I don't know if Ramon's going to let that happen. Sure enough, Ramon is not letting it happen.
Lou calls the 50,000. This hand goes to the river. It's the 10 of hearts. Actually goes check, check, and Ramon is gonna ship this pot.
No ship.
And Ramon will be adding 190K to his stack. Hovering around the 2.5 million mark. That's $1 million more than the average stack right now, which is 1.5 million with 25 players remaining. 80 bigs.
Excuse me. You have a pile of this. I can't see. I thought you had one. Thank you. Oh, actually.
It's better now.
No, because it's behind. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
There's a little tune there. I approve.
Hello.
Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome. $80,000.
80,000. Wow.
Yeah, no cheap flop.
Sorry.
Did he say sorry?
Oh, polite.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Adam Helpless asks, when are they bringing out Joe Stapleton dolls? Have you pitched this idea of a Joe Stapleton action figure?
You know, of all the egomaniacal ideas I've come up with over the years, I don't think I've gotten to that one yet.
But you could have the different outfits. You could have Joe in a suit, Joe in a t-shirt, Joe in a suit with a different shirt.
In the same suit.
I mean, there is the danger that some of your more passionate fans might attempt to use it as a voodoo doll. Mentioning no names of people who might try sticking pointed objects into parts of your body. You know, if you haven't mentioned someone in commentary for 5 minutes, suddenly you feel a sharp pain in your ear. Ace-9 versus 6-4, and it is Neil Farrell who flops best, pairing his 6. And away from the feature table to one of the outer tables where there has been an all-in. Pre-flop. John Kite raised to 255,000. And Grigori Rodin has moved all in for 1.2 million. John Kite's played a couple of time bank cards here.
Kite living on borrowed time and is also running out of time.
Kite lays it down. The shove gets through.
For you.
And Rodin chips up.
Something like that. I guess we're 15. Yeah. Yeah. I use 3 time banks with ace list. Only in Italy you do that.
Real trash talk happening.
Back at the feature table, so it went check-check on the flop and check-check on the turn. Melly has bet the river. Neil still has the best hand with a pair of 6s. Makes the call, good call, and Farrell's going to chip up.
Pretty good level for Neil Farrell. Got the better of Ramon a couple of times. Did fold one winner, but in a fairly tough spot. Now, 2.4 million.
I tell you what, Joe, the Stapes action figure line is getting a lot of love as a concept.
Oh, God.
Mainly because of all of the accessories you could get. There's the obvious stuff, right? Like the headset or the microphone.
Sure.
But what about a single chip and a chair? Special limited edition spray tan, Joe Stapleton.
Spray
That's
tan,
a
sure.
throwback for
Yeah.
the fans.
I guess a bunch of crumpled McDonald's wrappers at my feet or in the bedroom set.
A flat screen TV that's been ripped off the wall of a hotel.
That's right. Still using that one. Ball is right. The obvious ban hammer for bopping. Got to be able to bop. All right, whose lunch is Ramon gonna eat now with the worst hand? Hello? Condolences.
I think Halu's going to be all right here. This is a problematic board for Ramon, though. Check, check. Bald 42 says, does it have a speech chip with different lines? Anyone remember the talking Action Man commander figure where he'd pull the string in the back and he'd say stuff like, enemy tanks approaching? Well, it'd be like that, and Joe would say stuff like, hello, my babies.
I mean, I only say 4 things pretty much anyway.
So did the Action Man. Give me some cover. What's the password? Enemy tanks approaching. What's the password? Give me some cover. Ramon check calling for 70k on the turn.
Well, it's going to be tough for Ramon to win this one, but
125,000.
Can he get away from this small ace?
seems like such a trivial call to make, but wow.
Good fold.
He's too good. He either beats you or doesn't give you as much money as he should.
I don't know why, but like the check back on the flop, the bet on the turn, the bet on the river, it felt very, I have an ace. And there aren't many aces, if any, you're beating there. Good fold, Ramon, who's third in chips at the table. It was very tight at the top between him, Melly, and Farrell. Schultz is still the short stack at the table. Fewer than 15 big blinds now.
So, you know, we reference, I think you should leave pretty regularly on the stream. I'm a big fan. You're a big fan. Griffin's a huge fan. Tickets just went on sale for I think you should leave live in Los Angeles. It appears after 10 minutes they are sold out.
Wow.
Sold out the Greek Theater under 15 minutes.
Did you manage to get any tickets?
I did.
Well done.
But they're not cheap. Nothing's cheap anymore, but...
No. Well, we found out yesterday that you can actually get hoodies relatively cheap.
Yeah, right. The 200 euro hoodie, that's cheap. Yeah, sure.
Mark Hello first to act.
Five raise, 60,000. 8,000.
Raises to 60k. You know he has the 9 of diamonds. Ace King for Ramon Callias on the button. Oh, just calls in position. Sebastian Schultz is in the big blind with King 7 of hearts. He calls as well, and we are going 3 ways to the flop. I hope for Sebastian's sake it's not king high flop.
Well, for Halu's sake,
4-check.
9 high seems pretty good.
Yeah, he's got at least top pair. Schulze has an open-ended straight draw.
Do we think this is going to be top set a lot?
5-bet.
Because it's not ace-9 of diamonds.
1 pass.
Bet of 80,000, which gets a fold from Ramon. Schulze has 11 bigs behind. That's right, it's a gut shot straight draw, not open-ended. So Schulze just calls.
Pot's getting big. A pair. All right, so we got like a pie chart. The biggest chunk is top set, right? But I feel like any other card that he could have been raising under the gun with is doing
I don't have my phone.
great here. Obviously, we know he's already winning, but 8-9 of diamonds.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
60.
8-9 would be a very sexy hand right now.
60,000.
Not ace-9 of diamonds. Earth synchro. We know that the ace of diamonds was folded.
Correct. By the way, Schulze has decided to lead the turn for 60,000.
5 call.
And Halu just calls. Queen on the river. So no straight for Schulze, just a pair of sevens. $505,000 in the pot. Schulze with 215K behind. And remember, he took over the betting lead on the turn. I'm tempted to say that Halu's range is very narrow here. I do think it's pocket nines. I do think he's got the set.
Well, it seems like Schulze may be loading up to unload.
And considering how quickly Halu called the turn, I don't think he's folding river.
I mean, you do have some things to worry about, even if you do have a 7-9s from the big blind, right? There's straights possible. But for this amount, I don't think you can ever fold nines, and therefore he should have called already.
Maybe it's Jack-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, just add 9, it becomes a lot more difficult here.
10-9 of diamonds, maybe.
5 call.
Good game.
You have to show, yeah.
I have to show.
Good game, says Schulze, and we know it is good game.
Oh, wow. What did Halu have? 10-9. The Grafton. 10-9 suited. And Schulze not happy about it. He does not have any outs, by the way. 8s and deuces not working for him. Schulze is KO'd in 25th place. And that is going to take us to the redraw, Joe.
Schulze probably more mad at himself than anything else there, hopefully, and not anything else that went on in that hand.
No, 2 nice calls.
No, he called 80 to see.
All right, yeah. No, you don't have to explain it. It's okay.
Yeah? What do you think?
Well,
Maybe.
he was trying to see, well, he was trying to see the 8, wasn't he?
But the pot was too big anyway. So 200, it's like it was like 400.
Yeah.
Just didn't have enough chips to get him off the 9 at the end.
Correct.
Yeah, going good. King high.
So just checking if play has concluded at the 2 outer tables. Looks like it. So we are going to go on a short break with 24 players remaining. And we are going to conduct the redraw and seat the remaining 24 players around the final 3 tables. Everyone is on the move, so needs to rack their chips.
But like when you're short, that matters a lot.
How exciting, huh?
I really thought you had like ace queen.
Well, the really exciting thing, Joe, is that the redraw is done pretty much instantly in the PokerStars Live app.
That thing doesn't look like
okay.
So I can tell you that the 3 tables have been drawn, and I think it's very clear that we are going to go with table 1.
Have to go big.
Because table 1 is going to have Tuan Mulder, Ramon Kilias, Anton Bergstrom, Marley Sprague, Adria Diaz, Cheng Zhao, Marius Kutmanis, and Yuri Kachab. So that is going to be the feature table when we come back from break. These are the chips, the players we were just watching.
Cheng Zhao. When did he buy in?
So got to get the new chip counts into the graphics system, got to get the players mic'd up, get them relocated on the main stage. Should only be a few minutes, and then we'll come back and play out the rest of this level before the dinner break on day 4 of the EPT Prague main event. During this break, it's a chance for you to relive a recent interview from the Poker in the Ears podcast as we speak to science writer and poker player Alex O'Brien. By your own admission, Alex, the book doesn't teach you how to play poker. Who is your target reader? Who are you hoping will pick up this book?
It's really interesting because I wrote a book that I wanted to read. I wanted a book that championed both poker as this multi-dimensional, highly cerebral strategic puzzle game. But at the same time, I wanted to champion the scientific method and the scientific process. So I have 2 camps, but in fact, after 3.5 weeks of book tours and speaking engagements, it has a huge, broad appeal to a wide audience. Yesterday, I was at Saracens Rugby, talking to, including the England rugby captain. Surreal moment. I mean, I had to pitch myself a little bit, but we were discussing the poker player's mindset, which is, I find out, very similar to rugby players, how they deal. There's apparently tilt in rugby. Did you guys notice? I found this out yesterday. But for them, hearing how poker players think and prepare for matches, how to deal with setbacks, how to deal with emotional control, they loved all of that.
Yeah.
And I was surrounded by these really tall players. And, you know, again, I've been very clear all along. I'm a nerdy science girl with one foot in the science world and 1 foot in the poker world. But it was still hugely exciting for them to hear. And we discussed that we will have a poker night at the casino with everybody. It just shows how appealing it is when you deconstruct the game of poker to its core elements. And the other group of people that really enjoy reading it are corporates. So I also did a talk at an international law firm, and I'm going to be at Google next week, who read it as a business book. So
that's so cool.
It does different things to different people, which I'm really happy about.
I think this book really does, like, how many times, Alex, when people find out that you play poker, do you have folks say to you, oh, well, people tell me I'm really good at reading people, so I think I should learn how to play poker. I'm going to slap this book in their hand every single time someone says that to me and go, here, read this. If you still feel the same way after reading this, then maybe we can talk about teaching you to play poker, because I think that people hear that as a compliment a lot of the time and automatically think it's going to make them a great poker player, not knowing what it really entails.
Yeah, I find that too. I mean, oftentimes people say, oh, I could never play it. I don't have the poker face, or I'm not good at bluffing. So I really hope it does this justice for poker, that it pulls it out of this sort of gutter in a way, and places it right next to games like chess and Go, and does that for the general public. And the general public is responding really, really positively to it, because it helps them understand via poker how to pay attention, how to improve their critical thinking. And they see it now, chapter by chapter.
Yeah.
The building sets of what makes a good player isn't too dissimilar what makes a good person, like success in life. So, yeah.
But also, and this, please take this as a compliment because it's intended as one, you've not made it sound dry, because often when people look at poker as a strategy game or approach it from the point of view of these are the skills that relate between poker and real life, often when people go down that avenue, it can suddenly become a bit boring. And we all know that poker is a game. It's a social experience. It's meant to be fun. And I'm pleased that in your talking about the game, you never lose sight of that. And I think it's your passion for the game that also comes through in how you talk about it. That yes, there's a serious side to the game, and yes, it's a skill game, but also it is a game and something to be enjoyed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm so passionate about the game because it's about outsmarting people in a way, right? You sort of kind of constantly, and then what happens with me is I find leaks, and I was telling this the rugby teams yesterday. I said, poker is about being honest with yourself, because you have to look at yourself and analyze your game and be honest, and not blame it on your opponent and go, could I play that spot better? Is there something that I'm missing here? Because your improvement isn't coming through what you've done well. Your improvement is going to come through what you haven't quite achieved or haven't quite optimized, and that's what I love about it. I'm a much better poker player than I was a year ago, and I see that in the results I'm getting. So now I walk into a certain field and I just expect to do well.
Yeah,
I have that confidence because I know I have an edge of a certain field.
Well, we recorded the last episode of Poker in the Ears of 2023 just before we came to Prague. It will be back in the new year. It is the official PokerStars podcast. Joe and I host it every single week. There are interviews like the one you just heard with Alex. We give you behind-the-scenes stories of what happens on tour. Plus, on-air contests, your chance to be a super fan and win prizes. So you can take part and you can listen by downloading, subscribing, following on all major podcast apps. Poker in the Ears will be back in 2024. First episode of the new year likely to drop in early February. And in March, Joe, we're going to hit episode 300. So we need to do something special for our third centenary.
300 episodes. My goodness. How many podcasts have made it that far? Not that many. We're going to be in the top 1% as far as weekly podcasts are concerned.
Sometimes it's bi-weekly, and we do take extended breaks, but yes, I take your point.
I mean, as opposed to a daily podcast making it to 300.
Yes, of course. So yeah, stand by for more news on what's happening with episode 300 and new episodes of Poker in the Ears to be enjoyed from the start of February 2024, just before we kick off EPT 2024. Details on that coming up. So yeah, the early podcast episodes will probably include our EPT Paris preview show.
Yeah, and let's talk about some of the good stuff too that people care about. On-air contests. We've given away a lot of cool stuff, and every week we give away a little bit of cool stuff. But how many platinum passes did we give away on the podcast?
2 or 3.
I think 3.
We now regularly give away bronze power passes as part of the Superfan quiz. Oh, should highlight, You can talk about the show on Discord. The PokerStars Discord server has dedicated channels for the podcast, including a general discussion channel and also a superfan applications channel. But yes, I did just tease the fact that we are going to be going to Paris in February because the full schedule for EPT 2024 is out there, and it's exactly the same as EPT 2023. But do you know what, guys? If it ain't broke, don't be fixing it.
Yeah.
So we're going to return to Paris. Now, we know that some people weren't overly sold on the venue for Paris 2023, so it's a bigger, better venue, more space. The Palais de Congrès is going to be hosting the Paris leg of EPT 2024. Then Monte Carlo in the spring, Barcelona in the summer, two of the traditional old favorites. Now, Cyprus made its debut this year and was a very popular destination, so we are going back there next year. And then in December of 2024, it's back to Prague for the Christmas EPT.
I hate the way you blow through an entire year like that. It's just so... because I know it's going to be over in the blink of an eye. We're not done with this Prague yet. We shouldn't be talking about next Prague.
Full schedule for the next EPT season can be found on the PokerStars Live app. Also at PokerStarsLive.com. So what can I tell you about Paris? I can tell you that the event runs from February the 14th to February the 25th at that new venue I just highlighted. And we are going to be bringing you live cards up coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Now, we are putting the finishing touches to the broadcast schedule, but you know you're going to get the main event at least. Maybe, just maybe, an extra final table. But I assure you that we'll bring you live coverage from Paris when we get to the month of February. That will be our Valentine's gift to you.
I have a suggestion for EPT Paris for Valentine's Day. EPT Travel should do a thing that if you bring your significant other, you get like a bottle of champagne and some chocolates in your room or something.
That's a much better idea than the one you were floating earlier on.
What, that I sell 100% of my action to an EPT and move in every single hand to see how far I can go?
Correct. The champagne and chocolate's much better idea. So back to the action on day 4 of the EPT Prague main event. The redraw has taken place. We are down to 24, and these are the 8 players we're going to be watching on the main stage. The biggest stack belongs to Team Pro Ramon Kalias. We've also got Marley Spragg. We've got Tuan Mulder. We've got Anton Bergstrom. And one of the online qualifiers, Adria Diaz. We continue at the 15:30 blind level, and we still have 32 minutes of this blind level to play out until we get to the dinner break. And it is going to be a full 60-minute dinner break tonight because we are expecting to play at least 1 full level, if not 2 full levels, after this one, because we're trying to get down to 16 tonight. If it goes quicker, fine, but we have to plan for the worst, and that would mean playing until around midnight. And everyone, including the players, needs to eat. Everyone needs their sustenance, Joey.
Well, some of us could afford to skip a meal or two. I'm including myself there.
There is Marley. Back on the main stage, playing around 40 bigs right now.
Marley involved in a couple of big pots where she had to get out of the way.
Tuan Mulder playing just shy of 30 bigs.
He's had some up and down days.
Ramon playing more than 70 bigs, and as we established, is the biggest stack at this table right now. The chip leader, John Kite, he's reclaimed the top position. Started the day as chip leader, lost that chip lead, was at risk at one point today, but is back in the catbird seat with 3.9 million chips.
Was quite literally walking toward the door when he spiked a major suck out on the river. That's poker, my babies.
Thank you.
So good to be able to follow Ramon on day 4 of this EPT.
roll neck Ramon.
4 pass.
Action back underway, and thank you to Tom, one of our super mods, reminding us that now we're down to the final 2 tables, sorry, the final 3 tables. The live updates team from Poker News adhere to the 30-minute delay. So if you'd like to follow the action, if you'd like to see the full list of players, chip counts, get hand updates from the 2 outer tables, but not have to worry about spoilers, you can now have Poker News open.
Carbet on YouTube says, if someone says good luck, just say thank you, noted. It was the dealer who said good luck, so there's not really a huge point in saying good luck back, so I feel like thank you was appropriate. Thank you for your comment.
Zhao with King Queen, Ramon with Queen 8, domination rotation, Ramon pairing his 8.
Reset.
Ramon. What are you like?
You know, Joe, there's many things about the live chat that tilt me.
Oh, boy.
The casual sexism is one of them.
You guys are in big trouble.
But when people freak out because someone has a face mask on, here's a news alert for you. There's a lot of illness going around at the moment. So if someone wants to wear a face mask because they are A, sick and don't want others to get ill, or B, don't want to get sick themselves, that's their decision. Live with it.
It's the mark of a really small individual to care about something like that. Sort of absolute loser.
Five bet. 65,000.
What do you do now, Zhao? What do you do now? I got a bigger problem with those glasses, honestly. Are we going to have a runner?
No.
Winter.
Seconds.
Oh, wow. River bluff from Zhao. And Ramon does not pick it off. Ramon folds the best hand.
Well, well, well. Chang Zhao. Maybe a little Coleus kryptonite.
Table chip leader. Moves ahead of Ramon on the leaderboard.
Chess asking, why not check raise on the turn? I don't think a pair of, are you assuming Zhao would check raise on the turn? Because that Zhao's out of position? I mean, I guess you could check raise on the turn, but you don't have to.
8 raise, 60,000.
Seems like what he did worked out just fine.
10 pass. 1 pass.
Well, the good news is,
3 pass.
and trust me, there is good news buried in this. The casual sexism has now advanced to casual racism.
Oh, great.
But the good news is, Chat Pro Saturday is now in doubt, because you couldn't help yourselves, could you?
Oh, boy.
Darkskez says, please stop, we're here for the poker. Yes, if you can get it back on track, guys, then you might just be able to save CPS.
Six pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Josh Gondelman in the 2-seat.
10 pass.
Not the 2-seat, but whatever.
One raise, 65,000.
Boy, oh boy, 2 hands in a row. Got him dominated. There's 100, 150.
Raise.
3 raise. 175.
Chase Twitch, comment of the day. Well done. Thanks to you, Chat Pro Saturday might still happen.
$175 the re-raise. I think when you get 3-bet from this position, you're going to be dominated quite a bit. A lot easier to justify seeing a flop with suited cards.
One call.
But Tuin is going to go for it anyway.
Okay, let's have us a flop. 8-6-4, ace queen high still ahead.
And although Tuin's going to be in trouble on boards that come queen high or ace high, he's probably going to do really well on boards that come nothing. Haha!
1 bet, 100,000.
Now this probably isn't going to work for 1 bet.
2 bets, 3 bets. Tickle him under there.
And that's the thing, is Mulder's not the kind of player that's just going to give up after it not working for 1 bet.
Raise.
Oh, wow.
250.
Zhao is not messing about.
He is stubborn. He's like, ace-queen's the best hand, and ace-queen is still the best hand.
Chips up to 2.4 million, more than 80 big blinds. How many players do you reckon we're going to end this level with, Joe? Do you reckon we'll see any eliminations in the next 23 minutes?
I set the line at 1.
Okay.
Or 1.5, I guess.
Shall we see what the widget thinks?
Yeah.
Level 24. Oh, wow, we are... So the widget's spread, because we get to... We generally prefer to look at options, but then we just take the median. Between 25 and 19 players.
In the next 23 minutes?
No, we should end this level with between 25.
That's a pretty wide gap at this point.
It's a pretty wide gap at this point, but let's go with the kind of middle number, right?
Okay.
So 22?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be there.
I don't know which is going to be a million miles off. Someone's.
All in.
Oh, well, there we go. There's an all-in. Bergstrom's just moved all in with ace-5 suited.
Cool.
And been called. Snap called by Kuzmanis.
Well, this is really going to mess with my line if Bergstrom doesn't win this.
Good luck.
If 10s hold, we will be down to 23, and the widget's back on track. There's a 5. Well, that gives Bergstrom additional outs. Or should I say, an additional out. Just the 1-5 left in the deck, along with the 3 aces. Turn card is a 6. Bergstrom needs a 5, or Barry Greenstein. River card is a 10. It's a set for Kuzmanis, and it's the elimination of Anton Bergstrom in 24th place. 27,800 euros. We have just hit a pay jump. Everyone is now locked up. 31,980 euros.
Feel a little bad for Bergstrom. I feel like he really couldn't get anything going the last couple of levels. Kind of got kicked around a little bit.
Kuzmanis now playing close to 60 bigs.
Yeah, no, only big blinds. Yeah.
Stacks of all the players we're watching right now, 7-handed on the main stage.
Little inside information on Zhao from YouTube. Zhao's been staying in Greece for the past months. I've played against a lot of tournaments. Big bluffs are coming your way.
I like it.
I mean, he was bluffing with the best of it on that last hand against Tuin.
Eight pass. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Action has been folded to Zhao. Queen 9.
3 pass.
And now round to Ramon on the button. No small blind this hand. So just Marley to get through. He's got ace deuce of diamonds.
5 raise. 60,000.
And Marley folds the king jack.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Doesn't want to play against Ramon out of position.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Muppet Chat 85 on YouTube. Local time zone rules apply. I don't care where you are in the world. It's about where we are in the world. Right now it's Friday, 7:45 in the evening. Won't be Saturday till tomorrow. So don't think for 1 second that CPS starts now.
Pass. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Oh, Lord.
5 pass. 7 pass.
This guy so wants to be Sam Grafton.
He's wearing that Indian motorcycle hat, and a former member of the poker media. Remember Martin Harris?
Yes.
He wrote a novel that features an Indian motorcycle heavily. A novel based on his childhood.
Huh.
And I really enjoyed it. It was called Obsessica, if anybody wants to read it. Short novel. You could probably read it in a couple hours.
One raise, 60,000. 3 pass, 4 pass, 5 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Okay, what am I missing here? So Cool says CPS. Can we come up with a better acronym? It's a little concerning in its more recognizable form. To me, the CPS is the Crown Prosecution Service.
Ooh.
That's the only CPS I know. What am I missing?
Chat Pro Saturday.
Well, no, apparently there's another one, and I'm not sure what it is.
Child Protective Services.
Oh.
Dana's from Florida, so of course she would know about CPS.
Pass. 5 raise, 60,000. 7 pass, 8 pass.
Rahman raising with ace jack, just the big blind to get through. That player being Tern Mulder, who's down to 20 bigs.
White ball.
Queen, Jack 9. Rahman, second pair, top kicker. It's been checked to him.
Five bet, 55,000, 1 pass.
I'm not going to lie, Joey, I'm very excited because in 15 minutes' time we get to eat, and Jimmy is hungry.
Today was going to be the day I waited to eat after we were done, but
You picked the wrong day to
that's
plan
gonna
that.
be a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to take
Four raise, 60,000.
both levels post-dinner break to get anywhere near 16 players. I'm also thinking tomorrow might not be a short day. I know in theory 16 to 6 sounds achievable.
They never are.
Oh, nope.
1 pass. And 3 pass.
Whoa. Marius, calm down.
Lithuania to the tune of Maniac. Sue me for that.
5 pass.
There goes another bottle on the floor.
8 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Zhao in the small blind with 6s. Action's been folded to him.
Raise.
3 raise, 100,000.
Queen 3 for Kudzmanis. And he calls.
Good luck. From what I've seen so far, I would not be that enthused about this.
King 5 deuce. Well, Queen High's still the best hand.
Yeah, but you got to get to showdown with it.
3 bets. 90,000.
Zhao betting 90,000. And
okay,
Kudzmanis makes the Queen High call.
There's a Queen High value here. There's also a lot of backdoors that you can turn that you're not seeing. This is one of them.
Yeah, the wheel draw.
And maybe your opponent slows down on an ace. Doesn't seem like Zhao's really the type.
I don't think this guy slows down. Oh, he does.
Oh.
He looked at his chips.
He tricked us, yeah. He tried, that's probably intentional.
Yeah, I like it.
Check.
Well, Queen High has been ahead on every single street.
Do you think he genuinely forgot what cards he had? What do we think the reasoning behind that would be?
Has Kuzmanis got his number? And does Kuzmanis think that Queen High has value as a hero call here?
It's definitely sus. 350,000. 3/4 pot. More than. Well, that fella on YouTube was not lying when he said, get ready for some bluffs.
And that bluff gets through. Cheng Zhao now playing 2.6 million, more than 85 big blinds.
What does checking his cards first mean?
What does any of it mean?
Like any of all of this?
Life.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
There's another bottle.
Being able to hear a bottle drop reminds me of my stand-up shows.
As long as they're not being thrown.
Seven raise, 60,000. 8 plus.
Each 2,000 players, no blind, small blind 1,000, big blind 92,000, 1,000, 2,000 next time.
1,000, 2,000 next hand, no blind, 1,000, 2,000.
So Mali opening under the gun, Zhao calling in position. Ramon folds the big blind, so it's heads up to the flop.
So Marley folds the king jack in the big blind, raises king 6 suited, and now has to play against the maniac of all maniacs at this table, dominated and out of position.
3 check.
King Queen is still ahead and has picked up the open-ended straight draw. Mali checks a second time.
Three bet, 85,000.
Mali folds to Zhao's bet of 85,000. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Dinner break incoming. A reminder, it will be a 60-minute dinner break because we are planning to play 2 more levels tonight. We'll only stop before that if we get to 16 players. Marley Sprague sitting next to a player who has the Spraggy and justifiably folds it. No, there's another bottle.
I think since we decided that Marley is Spraggy from now on, we should choose a new hand for Marley and call that the Spraggy.
3 pass. Five pass.
People in chat asking what the benefits are to being a friend of Poker Stars. Well, let's say there's like a bar fight breaks out. Poker Stars will come have your back, right? Let's say you're moving. You need to pick up from the airport. Poker Stars. Just normal friend stuff. And if Poker Stars wants to date your ex, they have to call you first and make sure it's okay.
Seems fair. Snowman's.
Nom nom.
And raise 60,000. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Raises to 60,000.
7 pass.
Round to the big blind. Jack 6.
8 pass.
Raise and take it.
David wants to know, will Poker Stars bail me out of jail? I've been told on no uncertain terms, no. All right, so it looks like my line of 1.5.
Sorry.
Strong line. Strong line.
1 pass.
Because there's been one.
Pass. 4 pass.
Come on, roll neck, Ramon. Show them what you're made of.
7 pass.
Beige, but sassy.
8 pass.
Raise and take it for the PSPC 2019 champion.
I don't think I've seen so many big blinds folded in the whole rest of the tournament.
Get 10% discount and free shipping for any orders placed at the PokerStars store during EPT Prague using the code EPT Prague 23. Promotion ends December 17th. Terms apply.
60?
Huh.
7 raise 60,000.
10% off, huh?
Does that include the brick? 10% off the foam brick?
Should we get the brick and just see what it's like?
Endless pranks.
10 pass.
So now Marley's raising 2 in's big blind.
Yeah, he is called with ace-3. A lot of opportunities in a hand like this. King, king, queen. Yep.
1 check.
Near enough an 80% chance of a chop.
If we get to showdown.
Marley continuing.
40,000.
Bets 40 into 165.
5 seconds. One raise, 140,000, 7 pass.
A nice raise there from Turn Mulder. Marley forced to fold. Hovering around the 30 big blind mark now. Mulder playing 25 bigs.
Spirit of the horse. Oh, that was a good one.
Adria Diaz is the table short stack with 14 big blinds.
Keith McIntosh says, let me state right now, I do not live a chop pot. Ah, he wrote live. You can't write love after. He said live first.
4 pass.
Nope.
5 raise, 60,000, 7 pass.
Coming towards the end of this session. Less than a minute on the clock. The Grafton for Diaz, 10-9 suited. Ramon has opened with Queen-9 of spades.
10 pass.
That's not how you're meant to play the Grafton. I guess when you got 14 bigs, it's hard.
So my turn?
7 deuce for Mulder.
One pass.
Okay, it's Zhao in the big blind.
I mean, this would be quite a matchup. And it is going to be a matchup.
Zhao defending with an ace. Confirmation that the other players are going to be leaving the table now because we have hit the dinner break. That's another bottle. Does Zhao have 2 hearts there? Ramon doesn't have much, but he's going to continue.
5 bet, 60,000.
Probably not getting rid of the ace of hearts for 1 bet, regardless of that other card.
There's another bottle.
Break time, everyone's just kicking bottles around the room. The beginning of the Temple of Doom.
3 call.
All right, we got a guess from Zoomer's daddy that it's the 10 of diamonds that's broken.
Okay. I like that. Good theory. Let's see what happens.
This might do it for this hand. Yeah.
105.
Ramon's had enough.
5 pass.
Ramon wants some food. And that is going to take us to the dinner break. We're going to be coming back for level 25 when the blinds will be up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. And things are going to be relatively shallow for quite a few players. Average stack will be below 50 big blinds for the first time today. Well, obviously, we just drew this feature table, so we're not going to be changing it during the break. We'll come back with the same lineup on the main stage. Good session for Cheng Zhao. Up over 70 big blinds. Ramon's still a decent stack, hovering around that 50 big blind mark. It's not looking so good for Marley Sprague. She'll have 21 big blinds at the new level. Tuan Mulder's dropped below 20 bigs, and Adria Diaz, the qualifier, is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
11 bigs at the 20-40 blind level. Those are just 7 of the 23 players who remain in the EPT Prague main event. Playing down to 16 on day 4. Action will resume in just over 55 minutes time when we come back from dinner. We'll see you then. It's the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Grande Chico.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Got a Vulcan Franco?
Oh, I'm actively rooting against him. He looks so much like my grandpa. I'm so sorry.
Now Frederick on the button. No pass as well, just the blinds.
Bonavena.
From the small blind.
Italian for the good Vena.
60,000 total, 40,000 more.
I'm liking the scarf he's chosen for this final table.
He's going to make the call. The blinds, you're going to see the flop heads up here. Let's see.
If you ask me, men show too much of their necks in the first place.
3 of clubs, 7 of spades. Salvatore first.
Bonavena's ace high, still the best hand. Alexiu's got 2 live cards and a gut shot.
By the way, don't think that it is Bonavena's intention to hide any neck tells here. This is absolutely a fashion statement. Nothing more, nothing less.
Constantinos is going to make the...
Yeah, no, I just think showing your neck is uncouth.
Okay.
See the turn. Turn is the 6 of clubs. We've got 10.
Like, what is this, a brothel? Cover that neck up.
So Bonavena's still ahead here with ace high. Alexiu still with the straight draw. River is a king. Ace high still good. Alexiu's going to bluff river. Bets 230 into 334.
He's going to bet 230,000.
Constantinos, my lines make no sense, Alexiu. Do you think he's waiting for a 6th street? Because if so, I like this bet. He's got a gut shot, he's got a flush draw, he's still got a live jack and a live 9. No, wait, the 9's not live anymore, is it?
Bonavena folds the best hand. Show the bluff. Show the bluff. Disappointing.
I don't think a good name for a poker player is one that ends in IOU.
Franco under the gun.
A fair observation. Okay, there's a seat open somewhere. Good luck working out who it was for.
Andrew's going to raise to 48,000.
Andrew Chen raising here with pocket tens. Makes it 48,000.
Frederick and Salvatore will pass. Solo Constantinos.
Round to the blinds. Nazar El Nazar in the small blind. King Jack of diamonds.
How much do you have? 200?
Nazar trying to figure out if he wants to call and maybe let in the big blind or just put in the rest of it.
Yeah,
there
he
it goes.
Decides to move all in.
Call.
Andrew Chen calls, and we are off to the races once again.
Andrew shows the 10 of spades and the 10 of hearts.
Good luck.
Nasser shows King Jack of diamonds.
This is a flip that Nazar Al Nazar has to win. His tourney life is on the line here.
Nasser has King Jack of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is...
Ooh, we have got top set against a flush draw.
Andrew has flop top set. Nasser has a flush draw. 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Poor Nazar, remember, had those aces cracked by Bonavena's kings.
Yeah.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Has to be a diamond on the river that doesn't pair the board.
Not the 7 or deuce to double through.
He knows.
Let's see the river card, please. It's the 8 of hearts.
That is not enough, and Nazar Al Nazar exits in 7th place, cashing for 99,500 euros, almost 100 grand. We're down to 6 players at this final table. from Prague, 2008. Blinds are now 15,000, 30,000 with a 3K ante.
Frederick's under the gun.
This is such a bizarre final table. I can't believe I haven't had the opportunity to ask Andrew Chen what was going through his head at this point.
I wonder if he even really remembers.
Raise. Yep. Frederick's going to raise. 72.
I imagine he does. And he must have been thinking, I'm clearly the best player at this table.
72,000. Massimo will pass the button back to Franco.
Definitely, but remember, you know, whatever his poker knowledge ended up being, it was in its infancy as well at this point. Maybe he really looked up to Salvatore Bonavena.
He'll pass the small. Andrew in the big now. He'll pass as well. So we're going to go heads up to this flop.
So Nugard and Alexiou go heads up to the flop. King 9 against sixes. And look at this. Quad sixes for Alexiou. Nugard has paired his king. And there go chips into the abyss. 85,000. Don't go all in.
Don't even raise.
Konstantinos is going to make the call of 85,000.
Just calls.
Return card for these two. It's the Jack of Clubs.
How does Nugard not go broke here?
Even if you have a bad feeling, you're just like, what am I going to do? Like, you can't not bet top pair. Konstantinos.
Call the announcement from Konstantinos.
It just never goes down like that when you have a weak hand. You're never like lean back in your chair. Call. It's just not.
130,000 apiece for the river card. Let's see if it was worth it.
It's not realistic.
River's the deuce of diamonds.
I think it goes check, check here sometimes, James.
He's going to check the place. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I take this?
Konstantinos.
Did he ask permission to bet?
He's going to bet
Yeah.
200,000.
Bless his heart.
Frederick makes a call.
200,000 snap called by Nugard. Alexiou could have gone so much bigger on the river.
He's adorable.
Another pot, and Nugard is left with crumbs. So much so that we rejoin the action with just 4 players because Nugard got schlooged in the ad break.
Oh no, Nugard.
Sorry, 5 players, 5-handed now. Nugard cashing out for 130,000 euros in 6th place.
Ready.
Bonavena has raised with ace-king. Alexiou is all in with ace-queen. DeChico frustratingly folds 7s. What is going on here?
He'll pass as well, back to Salvatore.
And win the tournament and go out. One of them.
All right, here's one for Salvatore Bonavena. You ready?
Yeah.
A bad lookalike when we get back to him. Robert Davi.
Yes.
Ace king. Ace king.
It's a great bad lookalike.
You kind of shouldn't
You have
say
an ice
that
king?
kind of thing too. I don't care.
Yeah, it's the same.
Special Agent Johnson.
We have ace king.
It's half the time they do it, half the time they don't. So
I have
You know, Constantine turning his hand.
Is he trying to tell him that he has one hand worse than ace king?
Face up or something like at this point.
Can't.
He can't.
One round.
It's,
EPT doesn't let you show it.
none of that.
Salvatore's going to pass. Wow. He's going to show ace king suited and diamonds.
Bonavena folds ace-king.
Ace queen offsuit.
Pozna kasa, go remove.
I don't know
Cheers.
Well,
what is going on here.
seems
but
premature.
I am loving this.
Bonjour, baby.
Now the drinks have arrived.
So Alexiou, monster chip leader, and increases that chip lead. Notice how Andrew Chen has chipped up as well to more than 2 million. And we've lost Francesco Siriani as well. Fifth place finisher for 166,000 euros, eliminated by Andrew Chen.
EPT Prague.
And then some more hands are played. And Andrew Chen is now dominant chip leader with more than 3 million. Alexiou now second in chips.
Cut to major things happening.
Blinds
Had happened.
now 25,000, 50,000. And Bonavena is all in with ace queen.
Constantinos announces call. Massimo folds the small.
This final table is fantastic.
He really reluctantly folds the big. Salvatore shows ace of spades, queen of diamonds. Constantinos has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Well, Bonavena finally gets it in, dominating against Alexiou.
Constantinos has it covered. All right, let's see the flop, please.
Finally doesn't fold the best hand to Alexiou.
Yeah.
Six of spade, 5 of hearts. Constantinos is the only player with a heart in his hand. Here's the jack of spades.
Just has to fade the 10.
Let's see the river, please.
Double up for Bonavena. So Bonavena back over 1 million. And are we starting to see the descent of Constantinos Alexiou?
All right, Andrew and Salvatore are the blinds. Constantinos is going to be on
I mean, he had enough chips that he could withstand that, but another big hand like that doesn't go his way, and that is pretty much it for him.
Well, he's lost all of his blue chips, and those are the big ones.
Oh. Well then.
Bear in mind that during the montage, he lost the chip lead.
How much do you have?
Having doubled up Bonavena, I don't think he's particularly comfortable right now.
No, Lin.
Andrew's going to raise.
I know purely.
Ah.
It's changing this. Too much.
Andrew's going to raise to 130,000.
Just a raise.
Raise is small to big.
I'm all in. Call.
Bonavena all in with ace-5, called by Chen.
Andrew's got 2 black kings.
Andrew snap calls before we even have a chance to animate the cards.
2 million in the middle.
Andrew looks like he's lost his hand already.
Salvatore's lead is for roughly $1 million in chips.
Why does he have such a defeated look on his face? He's a huge favorite.
He knows the adage, always an ace on the desk.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Turn is an 8 of diamonds. Salvatore now just needs to dodge either of the remaining kings, and he's going to double through. River card, please.
2 big double ups in a row for Salvatore Bonavena, and he's now the chip leader.
So Andrew had 3 million when we started that little bit. Just got doubled through for $1 million.
Bonavena definitely has the advantage over him. It's close, but Bonavena's in front right now. King, queen off.
He announces raise from the button.
Raises to 200,000. Constantinos Alexiou all in with 3s.
Come on, dude.
Too much.
$1 million.
Million. 1.15.
Okay, sorry.
945 more. 945,000 more is the raise.
This guy is real good at pre-flop poker.
Da aggiungere ancora.
Bonavena has folded so many big hands to Alexiou.
This is one there's a stronger argument for folding than some of the others, but this time he calls, and they are flipping.
Well, this time Bonavena is not calling all in. It's Alexiou who's the player at risk, and he needs to win this flip.
Like 3 doors down versus 3-6 Mafia.
Flop is due.
Three's holding. 86% favorite.
One more time, he has to dodge the king or the queen. Let's see the river card, please.
River card is a king. Italian flags in the air. Hugging and kissing left, right, and center. And Konstantinos Alexiou eliminated in fourth. Cashes out for 199K.
These guys just flipping for hundreds of thousands of euros.
Yeah, the letters ICM have no meaning in this joint. 3 players
We're playing
remain.
for the win, James.
2 of the final 3, Joe, are Italian, and the Rail are loving it.
Raise.
Salvatore says raise.
Andrew Chen actually has a smile on his face too. Looks like everybody's having some fun.
Massimo says all in. Andrew passes. That's, I know. We got to know what that raise is first. Salvatore makes.
Why not?
Bonavena opens on the button. DeChico moves all in. Bonavena calls, and we're off to the races one more time.
Like The Happening versus The Day the Earth Stood Still. One of these two terrible things from 2008 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Flop is
DeChico pairs his ace.
Doveva passare. Devo passare perché tu sei davanti a me. Perché sei davanti a te. Ah, sei davanti a te con la sua 10. Che io devo passare.
Massimo needs to dodge the 2 remaining 4s in the deck and running hearts in order to double through. Let's see the turn card, please.
He just disinvited DeChico from Sunday dinner.
Hasn't changed. We just need to dodge the hearts are gone. We have to dodge either 4 in order for Massimo to deck.
Che faccio? Non va, passi. Ho capito, io perché devo passare?
You come to my house, you eat my scallopine. You do this to me.
Guys.
No more scallopine for you.
All in.
Let's see the river card, please. It's 8
Now he's prepared to celebrate.
DeChico. We will go see a man. His name is DeChico.
Give him 6 back. Yep. Massimo first.
So round to Andrew Chen in the small blind, who's got Queen 7.
He's going to call option over to Salvatore, who's going to check his option. So Andrew and Salvatore in the blinds are going to take a look at flop.
Queen on board.
Flop is king of spades.
Nope.
King of
Not a
hearts.
3.
Domination rotation.
He's going to bet 75,000.
A bet of 75,000 from Andrew Chen.
Salvatore's going to call 75,000.
Bonavena calls.
Right, so for 75,000 apiece, let's see the turn. It's the ace of hearts, ace, king, king, 3, 2 hearts, 2 spades. Andrew's first.
3 to be counterfeited at this point. How many more Italians could possibly be in this room?
Andrew's going to bet out 180,000.
Oh my God. Should we look up who was winning the high roller at the same time?
There wouldn't have been a high roller in Prague.
Oh, it's definitely a 1K then, right?
Maybe a 500.
The 200 euro nightly.
Yeah. So this hand going to the river.
180,000 apiece. Let's
Bonavena, big favorite.
8 of hearts.
Board bricks out for Andrew Chen, but he's not going to stop firing.
Man, oh man.
Andrew's going to bet 500,000.
Andrew Chen, he's got the queen high flush blocker.
Bonavena with just a 3.
I mean, really kind of unlucky to run into a 3 here. Bonavena's just not supposed to have any of this. Wow.
Andrew says nice.
Oh, look at that. Called you with a 3 and I'm right.
Just very unlucky to meet such a sticky player who just happens to catch his only out.
Look at this fancy chip stacks graphic. Chips going up, chips going down. A lot of hands, long final table. I remember it was quite boring. Bonavena, big chip leader. Chen now the low man.
All in.
Andrew.
Sounds so defeated as he moves all in for his last 1.2 million.
One moment.
Oh, God. He just, what can you do? Like, everything he does, it doesn't end up working out. I wonder if he's as tilted as he looks.
6 of hearts. Andrew is not in play with Let's see the flop.
People not being very kind to Bonavena in chat.
And the flop comes. 3, 7, 5, 2 hearts. No help for Andrew. Andrew needs a king or a queen.
Will Andrew be drawing dead on the turn with the 4?
He's a 4.
Yeah.
That's a 4 of hearts at least. Oh no, that's no good. That's Bonavena. He's dead on the turn. Right.
They could chop. They could still chop.
Andrew's like, excuse me, yes, I have 3 outs to a chop, thank you.
Andrew Chen out in 3rd place, 257,000 euros. And this was a huge moment. Bear in mind, there has not been an Italian winner on the EPT so far, Joe, and the final 2 players are both Italian, so we are guaranteed our first Italian champion. Will it be Salvatore Bonavena or Massimo De Chico? Right now it's Bonavena with the massive chip advantage, 4.3 million near enough, playing 1.4 million.
Now, James, I realize you probably didn't think this at the time because everyone's poker knowledge was relatively limited. In retrospect, watching this, do you think that there's still somehow a chance that there won't be an Italian winner?
I tell you who wasn't winning, and that was the audience.
The live stream audience.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is really cute, actually.
I mean, what a huge moment, though, for the Italian fans, for the Italian audience, and for Italian poker. And Spain is still going to have to wait another 7 years. I actually remember because when we did the live stream commentary back in this era, all of the different commentary teams were on site. I mean, the Italian team were just almost in tears. They were so emotional about the fact they were finally going to have a winner.
That's very sweet.
I just wanted to go to bed.
Lo and behold, the Italian flops best. 2 pair against top pair.
Maximum bets. 120,000.
Raise.
Wowee, great spot for DeChico to chip up. That's a good question from Tag. Now there's only Italian players left. Are they allowed to speak Italian to each other?
No. Not during the hand.
Call. Massimo, all in.
So yes, this looks like a double up for DeChico.
You got 2 pairs, 10s and deuces, and queen 10 is the hand for Salvador. Massimo in the lead with 2 pairs, 10s and deuces. Let's see the river card. It's a 5 and he doubles up.
DeChico. 2.8 million now. So yeah, it took a lot of hands, Joe, nearly more than 250 hands to get heads up, and then this heads up battle went on for some time as well. This was a very, very long final table. It was, yeah.
Raise. Massimo's going to raise.
You do a good job of not complaining about these. Like, I don't have to hear a lot of war stories. I've heard about Copenhagen, but this one flies under the radar. This feels long even on TV.
Yeah.
Re-raise.
And Salvador, re-raise.
All in.
All in.
Bonavena shoves on DeChico. Can't call it off with King 4. Passes.
Pass.
You wave that flag.
You've earned it.
2.3 million.
Who's going to be covered in that flag? Who's going to be jumping up and down with their rail?
Raise.
8-7 of diamonds for Bonavena. Raises.
Who's going to celebrate tonight with a big bowl of scallopine?
Ace for DeChico, and he calls. Let's have a flop. And it's an 8-high flop with the wheel draw for DeChico.
All hearts, maybe an action killer? Nope.
DeChico shoves with his straight draw. Bonavena calls with top pair, and this could decide it. If Bonavena's hand holds, and it will do 72% of the time, we have a winner.
And 7 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds.
Bonavena looking to hold Avena.
Turn card is a 6, no change. Massimo.
Lots of bricks in this deck.
We know the winner.
5 or an ace needed for DeChico. The river card is a jack, and Salvatore Bonavena becomes the first Italian champion on the European Poker Tour. Takes down Prague in season 5 of the tour, December 2008. Massimo DeChico, the runner-up, cashing for 445,000 euros. Bonavena gets 774 grand, plus the title and the trophy, and a place in the EPT history books. Chip leader back in action with ace-queen of diamonds. Adrien Guillaume with ace-queen off.
Yeah, Guillaume, the effective stack here, 52 big blinds. Looks like he's reaching for the tree bet.
I guess 3-betting the chip leader opening under the gun with ace-queen off is Elm of okay. Oh, boy.
Marley with jacks.
Yeah, look at the action here as well, guys. Under the gun open, under the gun +1 3-bet. This is a weird spot. Lots of players stacked behind. Marley
Yes.
might just muck it. Yeah, I mean, look, we can see the cards, but that action is real scary, and I don't know.
And if things keep escalating,
well, exactly,
you're going to have the 5th best hand.
That's exactly, well, and then things could escalate where you still have the best hand and you
4th
still got to
best
fold.
hand. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I'd probably do the same thing there.
You're right, Lobster. That might have been the only right way to play jacks.
And we're going to the flop. Well, both players, same combination. John's going to have a little bit more equity with the diamonds. Ooh, there's one. Not enough to make the flush just yet, though.
Terrible fold with jacks.
They both have the back door. Both need running red.
And Duncan has returned. Morning, lads. Are we playing to a winner today?
No, we are not. We are playing to the final 2 tables. We will play to a winner on Sunday.
That's right. We're going to play down to 16, or we're going to play 6 levels, whichever comes first.
To answer Emil's question, I don't think you would fold queens there, no.
What about Onno's question? Would you have loved to see a 5-bet to 230K then fold to a jam? Well, first of all, it would have been a 4-bet, not a 5-bet. But what do you think about re-raising there with the intention of folding to any further betting?
I think the only way to play jacks there is to skip right to the 5-bet, personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that idea. That doesn't sound quite right to me. I think just giving it up is probably okay. It's quite a specific setup where both players have ace-queen.
$195.
95.
It's 195,000.
Little discount there, not 200K, 195,000.
Discount and disrespect.
Ooh.
Betting 195,000 here with nothing, that's rude. Man, oh man.
Wow.
These guys want the kind of pot that everyone loves. So, do we think this goes check, check?
That's the coward's way out.
Imagine if John turns his hand into a bluff here.
Oh my.
Yeah, well,
it's actually a great run out for the defending for the 3-bet defend call, but it's also a really strong hand that can still be winning at showdown. So it goes check on the river. Does Guhyeon want to fire again?
Well, there's 920 in the middle, and he's only got 345 behind. Yes, he shoved the river!
Guillaume!
What a life. Ace jack of hearts, ace 10 of hearts. You can have it.
Wowee.
Maybe ace queen out. Yeah, okay. No heart, I always go.
The cheek.
Oh, Guillaume loves the Dolly Parton. Calls out of the big blind with 9-5. Ruggieri a 2-1 favorite with ace-king. And the flop is Jack 8-6.
7th size coming.
Still needs a 7.
8, 9, 10 jack. Queen is good too.
Oh! Or a queen.
He's now up and down.
Queen's not good.
Well, it will complete a straight that he
Yes.
thinks is good. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the defend with 9-5 here as well, though. Seems like an extremely wide defend here. Does have a good price. It's probably not burning money with the big blind ante in there, but okay, that's spicy. That's the one, a spicy meatball.
I really hate the defend with queen 5.
With 9-5.
Man, when you get bet into here, you're just like, really?
You're loving absolute life, and I'm all in.
For real?
Joe, I'm all in every single time. All of it. Every single disc. Every single
I
fun
might
disc
check
in the
my
world.
hand here just to make sure that I have the nuts. Then I'd be all in.
I like the Hollywood here, though. It really looks like he's trying to figure out how much he has behind. For a second, I thought he was going to mark his cards. All of it. Every single fun disc on planet Earth.
There's the all in.
Hollywood, my friend. Wow, what a river. Pretty sure that is. What a river.
If you get away from this, that's pretty impressive too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you can use more time banks? No? No. You don't understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Hollywood, you understand?
Default?
Yeah. Proud. Sure. Okay.
Guillaume does make the lay down. Wants Ruggieri to show. Seems a little annoyed that Ruggieri used a time bank and then jammed with the nuts.
Oh, that's an all-in. Rodin's raised with ace-queen. Ruggieri is shoved with king-jack.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see a fold here. Ace-queen seems like a pretty good hand to call the shove. So less than 20 big blinds. And it is, of course, hijack versus cutoff. So yeah, it makes the call. It will be a head. King Jack suited, 2 live cards, and the club's working in his favor. 1 club missing in Rodin's hand, though, of course.
Russians are okay with that call? No, don't stress.
First I win and call it. It should have been 2 against this guy. Should have been 2.
Ooh. Okay, so an ace-high flop, but 2 clubs out there. Ruggieri with the flush draw.
Sweaty flop.
But right now he is behind. Club on the turn. No sweat on the river. Ruggieri doubles up.
Another one.
One flush against flush.
How many clubs in this deck?
Too much flush.
Come on. Come on.
Very crunchy board, James.
Entirely too much tuna.
Oh, yeah. I raise 40,000.
Slaps it out there. O'Neill's putting in the raise. Min raise it is.
As the players remaining in the mystery bounty, we will restart in
Would you like some hashtag fun facts about Prague O'Neill, Nick?
I would like nothing more.
630K in live earnings. Biggest live score came in a tournament in Vegas last March. It's a six-figure score, $127,500. If we rewind the clock to 2012, he made the final table of UK IPT Dublin, finishing 5th for 20K. And this is his third cash in an EPT main event, cashed in Barcelona and Prague back in 2016.
Awesome. Sounds like he's doing everything right. Would love to see Mr. O'Neill going a little bit deeper here, here in 2023, here in Prague.
Well, he has flopped a set. Just the backdoor opportunities for Steve. Might think overcards are good as well.
I quite like the check on this flop. I think this is the kind of flop where you're going to open a lot from the hijack and end up checking, so the player in position a ton. So it's nice to actually have some balance where you have some of your strongest stuff played slow here too. Both players very deep.
Okay, well that's a bit of equity for Steve O'Dwyer. Picks up the straight draw on the turn.
I think at this stage you got to start pumping though. You got to start going big. If you miss the flop bet, you got to go big on the turn. Like 90K? 135. Actually, slight overbet, even better. Love it. The important point being that you just got to start putting a lot in as fast as possible if you're going to miss that flop bet. And it goes check, check over the first three cards.
O'Dwyer calls.
A lot of bad rivers here for O'Neill. That's not one of them. Quads is usually good, James.
4 of a kind. Very good hand.
$400K in the middle. O'Dwyer, the effective stack, 1.44 million. I think I probably talked myself into betting in this river now as well, James. Hands kind of weirdly represented with the check on the flop. And the overbet river, 450K. Quick fold from the King Jack, of course, but
shows it.
You want to show that one?
If you win the pot, you show both cards.
Both cards?
Yeah. I mean,
The stuff in my dreams can't be bought.
30 seconds.
Like twins.
Oh, sorry, I thought it's...
Buenos dias, Adria.
Oh, but I'm good.
Wait, did he pick though?
Adria Diaz under the gun, ace 5 off.
Oh, you folded that, okay.
Thought I'm under the gun. Then I wouldn't have folded probably.
Woo-ho, year of Romania. Lupaleac.
Can I get 2 waters, please?
Pocket queens.
Yeah. Or one big. You have big ones as well?
The real deal
Okay,
O'Neill.
Then 2 small. Thank you.
Folds Jack 10 on the button. Govert, Matal, 10-8 in the small, and the small. Oh boy. Ace queen for Steve of the Dwyer. In the big blind, will not be folding. I mean, this would be hell of a live read, I guess, but just doesn't happen like that.
well, if anyone can do it, Steve O'Dwyer. I think he just 3-bets here a ton.
210.
210,000, slightly over 4 times. Yikes. You all nervous with queens here, Nick? You all worried?
I think there's always an anxiety with any hand, really. You know, thinking about what's to come, thinking about, you know, how to get max, how to lose the minimum when it goes south. So Lipuliak only about 47 bigs. I say only 47 big blinds, obviously a ton in tournament poker.
If you think that Steve O'Dwyer is a very good player, and is a much better player than you, you're gonna want to put more chips in here, not just call, right?
Well, on the flip side, if you think the Steve O'Dwyer is a very aggressive opponent, and of course he is, you could let him blast off with his whole range, including some of his bluffs here.
Nah, I'm taking.
I think I was going to say I think the 4-bet is probably very conventional here. The 4-bet is what you're going to do a lot of the time.
$450. Not the biggest 4-bet.
All-in.
Call. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Things escalated slowly, then quickly.
Good luck. Thank you.
Lou Palayak gets Steve O'Dwyer to commit his chips, in the words of Candlebox, far behind.
Absolute snappy snap. Lepuliak had already decided ahead of time what he was doing and gets the dominating hand all in.
Pulayak looking pretty excited, literally licking his lips at the thought of doubling through Steve O'Dwyer. Has to fade aces. 9-5-4, that is about, well, no, it's not super clean, is it, with a couple of wheel cards there. You're not too worried just yet. Steve's gonna need an ace or runner. Turn card is a 4. There goes the wheel outs. 1 card to fade. River, 7 of spades, home and dry, double up Lou Palayak. Steve O'Dwyer.
Very big flat.
Left with 13 big blinds.
Yeah, absolutely amazing spot there for the Queens. And just a very key pot now for Lepuliak. He's been having an absolutely stellar run. If I'm not mistaken, Lepuliak was the player who made the straight flush against Marley yesterday.
Yeah.
When she had the nut flush. On an absolute tear last couple days.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's the year of Romania.
It might be the year of Romania. 2.525 million now for Alexandru Lepuliak. That's 101 big blinds. That's got to put him in the top 5 easily, right?
Well, it puts him number 2 at this table.
And O'Neill is definitely chip leader at the moment, I believe.
That's correct.
So he's got to be close. He might just be second in chips, Joe.
It's somewhere, I would say somewhere between 2 and 3, yes.
Fourth raise, 50,000.
Lepuliak raising King Jack under the gun.
Pass.
Here's a good spot to double up.
This is a good spot to get it in. More like Sam Rockwell than James Franco. I like that better.
All in.
7 is all in.
Steven all in.
195.
8 pass. 10 pass.
200, yeah?
3 pass.
And as Nick stated, now is in a great spot to double up. Domination situation.
$195.
Lupa Liak translated literally means wolf cure in Romanian. I like it. They got vampires and werewolves there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It is the year of Romania. Beware Steve O'Dwyer. $866 looking pretty good for Steve. Just 3 outs for Lupiliak and just 2 chances to hit him. Lupiliak needs the jack attack and needs it on the river. Otherwise, O'Dwyer is doubling up. The fifth and final card. O'Dwyer rules.
Kings and eights with an ace kicker. There it is.
You might have had some real
It's your own
shit
fault for not watching.
situations
Where's the
there.
support?
We don't know.
She's my big blind
You never
auntie.
know, that wasn't on the screen.
She can't watch.
I was out of line once, but that was it. To be honest,
Well,
everything else was fine.
I was every single time.
Every single time, yeah. Once isn't so bad. I have four or five hands.
3 plus.
O'Neill with the king queen.
Big deal, O'Neill.
5 raise. 50,000.
This guy's so metal.
Grunge tried to destroy the metal, but the metal was just too strong.
Scrub that.
Scrub that one.
6-4. 7,000.
All right, Mattel's in with the queen 9 suited. I like it. By the way, me saying I like it does not mean it is good or bad. Just saying makes me interested. It tickles me. I like, what's his name? Guillaume going broke with 7 deuce over there. That's Mattel.
You know, it's more metal.
Going in with 1 card.
Yeah, gambling 1 card.
305.
Diaz has doubled up once already this level. Will be ahead, but is probably gonna win this pre-flop. Is O'Neill using time banks on this?
I mean, Diaz's shove isn't for absolute chunks here.
Oh boy, all right.
All right, we're off to the races.
Mattel gets out of the way. And Diaz is gonna be ahead, but how far ahead? That's the question. Not super far ahead. Big board incoming. Diaz, tournament life on the line. Jack high is good for Diaz. O'Neill still only has kings and queens as outs. Spade on the turn is dubious, however. Diaz fades the spade. Now just has to fade the kings and the lady kings. Does fade them both.
And big hold there for Diaz. Going to be a real key moment for him to remain in this tournament and get back in the driver's seat trying to accumulate some chips.
Back to the feature table.
Set of ochos.
Second set of ochos we've seen this level, I think.
Yeah. So O'Neill in position with the set. On the button with the set feels just fantastic. Continuation bet in play. We are sub 30 big blinds here. So 2 and Mulder, about 26 bigs. Goes for approx 1/3.
Mulder, yeah, with not a lot of equity here. Does turn some, though. Everything's funner when you hit your card on the turn and river. Nick, I know I want to do this all the time when I have a set, but you size up here at this point, right? Straight cards, flush draw.
So just remember that Mulder actually is getting on the shorter side now. I think you go pretty close to full pot, though.
175,000.
175, that's also good. But yes, sorry, in response to your question, yes, you size up, absolutely. I think the idea is we just want to make the pot big enough so we can shove for less than pot on the river effectively, and Mulder's got 615K behind. So actually, this is an even better size than I was suggesting. This is actually a much better size than my suggestion. My knee-jerk reaction.
Mulder calls this pot getting real big. That is a full house for O'Neill. Ace-jack high from Mulder.
Yep, loving it. O'Neill's line here pretty much perfect. I don't think it's ridiculous to be hero called on this river, but I'm not sure what Mulder has in mind or what kind of history these guys have. The next move is pretty clear. You're all in. And you also definitely want to be all in and not bet another amount, Joe. I think the all in, the statement of all in or all in.
What if you just bet one chip?
All in.
I think this looks weaker because this looks like you're trying to be stronger and therefore can be perceived as weaker. Mulder folds. Nice work from O'Neill there. I completely love the sizing.
Welcome to EPT 2024.
Game on.
Yo. Hello, my babies.
Oh, ay caramba.
Wozniak makes the call and wins. Before we kick off EPT 2024, we have to conclude EPT 2023. The PokerStars European Poker Tour is in Prague. We're at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague for day 4 of the main event, the day when we play down to the final 2 tables. Right now we are at 3 tables with 23 players returning from the break. Now there's 2 levels left to play. Levels 25 and 26. If we get to the end of level 26 and we're not at 16, we'll stop there. But there's a strong chance, especially with a few shallow stacks in the field, that we will get to our target. We will achieve our objective this evening. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Coming back from break, Nick, we have got the big stacks to talk about before we talk about the middling stacks. Who are the 5 chip leaders in this 5K tournament? But right now, the catbird seat is occupied by Porrig O'Neill, 3.7 million chips. John Kite from Norway was the start of day chip leader. He now sits in second with 3.3 million. Grigory Rodin playing 3.1 million. Now, Cheng Zhao is at the feature table right now. And during the last 30 minutes of the last level, we saw him doing what he does best, which is bully and bluff. He's chipped up to 2.8 million. And then we've got former EPT champion Niall Farrell, a player who won his European Poker Tour title in Malta back in 2015 with 2.4 million. So these players, very comfortable, but there is a lot of players with sub 20 big blind stacks. At our feature table is Adria Diaz, who's got around 10 big blinds. So I don't think, Nick, we're going to get through an entire 90 minutes of poker without losing 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we spoke about earlier, so much prestige on the line, and obviously so many players wanted to make it to the final 16. We may see a slowdown in action as the ICM pressure increases on these players.
Absolutely, because we're reaching the point where the money is getting real, and also very soon there'll be limited jumps. We're going to get to a point soon where there's a jump in the prize money with every single elimination. So the ICM considerations will be there. Tomorrow, we're going to place the final table. And everyone who makes the final table is guaranteed a 6-figure score. We're looking at 271k for 5th, 353k for 4th, 459k for 3rd, 643,000 euros for the runner-up, and more than €1 million for the winner of this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. We'll present the main event trophy on Sunday. That's right, tomorrow we'll watch them play down to 6, Sunday we'll watch them play down to winner, so make sure you're with us Saturday and Sunday on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels for Cards Up coverage of the business end of EPT Prague. I've referenced already that we have Sheng Zhao at the feature table. Who else is on the main stage? Well, Ramon Callias took a little bit of a drop during the last level, so coming back from the dinner break with a 49 big blind stack. The blinds are now 20-40. Marley Sprague did not have a great session either, so she's now playing around 20 big blinds. Tuan Mulder is one of those players now sub 20 bigs, and I already referred to online qualifier Adria Diaz as being in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
So we'll continue with this feature table for the next 90 minutes. Looks like we're going to get the action restarted now. This is level 25 of the main event.
All right. It's all or nothing now. If you want to make it to the final 16, hand 136 of today. Funds are 20K, 40K, 40K ante. There's Marls. 21 big blinds, nothing to sniff at. Still a very playable stack with the luxury blind levels we have here in Prague. The usual suspect, Mr. Mulder, gonna play his button.
Raises with Jack-8 offsuit to 80,000. Ace-deuce for Zhao in the small.
Now, who's in the big blind here? We got Kuzmanas and 37 bigs behind. I was going to say there's a chance that Zhao is going to push back with the ace combo there, but ace-deuce off, not so hot from the small blind with a player to act behind who's actually about 37 to 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. There's an ace combo you can push back with. Max pressure on Mulder, and he's going to lose a big chunk of his stack now, about 16 big blinds. Playing the cutoff now.
Marius Kuzmanas from Lithuania.
Can you put Brown in front?
Asking Zhao to keep his big chips on display. Marley with ace-8. Round to Diaz. King-4 of hearts in the hijack. Folded to Zhao on the button. Ace-3.
Right.
Zhao, of course, our table chip leader. Absolutely not going to miss his opportunity to get involved with an ace on the button here in absolute position. Kuzmanas has a very nice hand, though, here, James. Small blind, queen-jack suited.
It's the prettiest of all the queen-jacks, Nick. The queen and the jack of strawberries.
You're going to want to play this regardless, but calling, I think, is fine. Maybe even some 3-betting there. Actually, don't know what the frequency is at this specific stack depth, but obviously Queen Jack, just a really pretty one, especially the strawberry variety. It's a great flavor of Queen Jack of Hearts.
King, Queen, 8. Interesting. So we've got second pair versus a 3 high flush draw. See that Kuzmanis is a fan of Sundays. That's my fun day. My I don't have to run day. With the action check to the pre-flop aggressor, Zhao continues for 110,000.
Well, he's looking good right now to make it all the way to Sunday with that stack. Minus calls. And still has the best of it for now. That 3 of clubs. Definitely some equity, though.
Board pairs on the turn, and Kuzmanis is now a 4-to-1 favorite. Checks a second time.
There it is.
Oh, the Jack of clubs. Kuzmanis with a decent 2-pair. Zhao with a baby flush.
It's the classic checking for a club move, James. We've seen it before.
This is a straight-eat, flush-eat paired board. It gets checked to showdown. Queens and Jacks, no good.
3 of clubs will do it. And the rich get richer.
Cheng Zhao now playing 3.1 million, 77 big blinds. He has the table chip lead by quite some margin.
Yeah, doing what he does best. Like the glasses, too. Interesting shape. Psychedelic Harry Potter glasses. What do you think, chat?
Nines for Yeri Kasab.
17 bigs to start the hand, guys. What's the line? You're going to want to play them. I think you just open here, especially at this stage in the tournament, guys. Imagine you just rip 9s and then 2 players wake up with monsters behind you when you could have just raised, played a very playable hand that realizes the equity very easily post-flop as min raise. This way you can raise, you can play the hand just fine. Sometimes a couple advantageous situations for you in the big blind defense with 2 undercards, etc. But if you open and there's a bunch of action behind, you can still get away and find yourself a pay jump without putting the whole stack at risk. And indeed, sometimes, raise and take it, as we see here.
Four of the 7 players at the feature table, sub 20 big blind stacks. They're not the only ones in the tournament. There are some short stacks at the 2 outer tables as well. Diaz has 11 bigs, ace-king under the gun.
I think this is just a shove now, James. We're getting a little bit too shallow from way out of position. as much option.
All you can eat.
That's all of it.
Round to the blinds. Marley's folded the small. Yuri's folded the big. So Diaz picks up blinds and ante, and that's going to see him now playing 13 big blinds. However, he now has to post.
Yep, straight in the big blind there. But a free big blind and a free small blind from the previous shove. So, you know, staying alive.
A7 suited for Mulder.
So 2 in here, 16 big blinds effective, very accomplished player. Probably just going to want to still be involved here, though, regardless. Does open none all in, and I like it a lot. You could feel the tension, though, now, James, right? A little bit less jovial. People really sweating these series pay jumps now and the opportunity to come back tomorrow and battle it out down to the final 6.
Well, we've got ace-queen in the small blind.
All in.
8 all in.
All in, and I believe, yeah, he has Mulder covered. 2 and quickly folding the ace-7.
Well, October, you like him opening ace-7 off of what? 12 big blinds? No, it was actually 17, but that's fine. Yes, I do like that. Absolutely. Even when he runs an ace-queen, still approve. And I'm also pretty confident that he's got about 30 million in winnings. So I guess he agrees. What is the number actually? How much? What's Two and Mulder's lifetime earnings?
Well, bear in mind, Nick, that you're probably going to find his live earnings. I'd be interested to know
it's
if you
plus online, yeah.
combine that with online, it's going to be a pretty decent amount of money.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolute omega crusher. Live earnings, 6.2 million. But yeah, you're quite right, obviously. Significant portion of that is online action as well. Or not accounted for there, that would
Correct.
also boost that. Yeah, well spotted. Yeah, no, absolute monster, but just because it's a little bit tricky to play doesn't mean it's not the right move.
Raise 80,000. 5 pass.
Fitzmanis has opened under the gun with King Jack. We see the Spraggy folded. Zhao announces call from the big blind.
Looking for a little set mime here.
Great flop for Jack 10 of hearts. 10-7-5, top pair, flush draw, near enough 90% equity.
Yeah, fairly stellar board. Pretty difficult not to be winning on the flop, and then if you're not, tons of equity against many hands that have connected. Zhao not going anywhere. He's like, I still got a pair. You're not going to get away with that too easily. And deuce spades in the turn, no change. I'm assuming Kidsmanis wants to continue here. Let's see, Kidsmanis 32 big blinds behind. XPR 3 and a bit. Let's say 60%. What is that, 190? Ooh, absolutely ginormous. This is a really interesting size, guys, because like you'd really love a call from a 7 or a 5 still, maybe even some worse flush draws. What if your opponent is sitting here with, you know, 8-3 suited? That's definitely a hand that the big stack can still defend in the big blind.
What's wrong with your blind, man? No one wants to play with you, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, big size, pretty prohibitive to get called by worse there, but just wanted to end it, it seems. And yeah, fires away, takes it down. Nice hand, sir. Marius takes down a really chunky one there. Now third in chips on the feature table.
Walk off from one of the outer tables. That is Ran Elani, eliminated in 23rd place, was knocked out by Neil Farrell. Elani cashing for 31,980. You can hear Farrell laughing in the background. 31,980 euros for Elani, and we are down to 22 now.
There's English reality. You now have a 15-minute break and a chip race of 500 value chip. English reality, there's 15-minute break.
Wow. Speaking of tune, we got some excellent stats here from Statric. Talking about two and 6.7 million in total PokerStars earnings. Once did a three-way deal with PT Fisherman and Prague 478 in the WCUBE 2020 main event. Eventually came third for 1.1 million.
So that was the first big series that we streamed cards up from the PokerStars arena. We did Stadium Series in the summer, but WCUBE 2020 was where I remember seeing that online handle, Tino Mulder, so much, and seeing that horse avatar at so many final tables.
Yeah.
And yeah, third place finish in that prestigious 10K buy-in main event. Huge score for third place.
Yep, so combine that with the number we just gave you, about 6.2 live. We're looking at about 12 million total. And 3 cash is already here at EPT Prague for a total of 485,000. That's just this event. First place for in the 25K for 180, third in the 25K for 105K, and third in the 50K super high roller for 200K. Came 7th in March in 2022 Prague main event for 138K as well. Just an absolute Omega crusher. So, looping back, A7 of clubs, 17 big blinds, still gonna find a min raise. Boom. Thank you, Statric. I appreciate it.
Something about taking your seats, table 4. I'm getting better at working out what the hell is being said on that tannoy.
Yeah. It's the language in itself. Hand number 144. Morrow's going to fold.
And Diaz will be folding as well. Round to Mulder. Pocket fours. Starts the hand with 18 big blinds.
All in.
He is all in. Cheng Zhao has ace-8 on the button. Folds. Marius Kuzmanis in the small blind with jack-3 of clubs. Out. Ramon Callejas, queens in the big blind.
Yeah, that's a big wake up.
And it's a domination situation. Mulder at risk and way behind.
This will be an 80-20, James, in the favor of Callejas.
Why did these two have to tangle?
Not even a flush draw.
Yep, diamonds and spades both covered, but there's a 4 on the flop. A set for Mulder, domination rotation.
Spirit of the horse.
Callejas now needs a queen. Turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Well, that creates
Always comes in the ribbon.
opportunities. Ramon said it. There is the adage that it is always coming 7. That would see this pot divided. A queen on the river would see Mulder eliminated. It's always coming!
Oh, unbelievable.
Always coming 7. The straight on board. This will be a chop pot. You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Especially Ramon.
Oh. What a time to find the Chopperino. Nice work, Ramon. Nice work, Team Pro.
Now you.
So Mulder survives, but does not double up.
Las que preparas. Las que preparas.
Action on Diaz with King 4 of clubs. Folds.
Tell you what, James, you just never see that stuff live. Classic Joker stars, am I right? Oh. So Ramon here, guys, 46 bigs. Marl's 17. Quick fold.
Sorry.
Yeah, I like the steal here from Ramon. Applying pressure to Marley. Definitely feeling the squeeze now with the 16 big blinds.
Yeah, she's the second shortest stack at this table.
Yeah, Black Elf, you're right. It's so rigged, you just can't make this stuff up. One of my favorite chat pro comments on the internet. That was good. That was a good one.
We have got an all-in at one of the two outer tables. Let's head over there. It's John Kite against Cesar Garcia. Kite betting 875,000 and Garcia moving all in for 1.4 million. Kite makes the call. Garcia showing ace, king of diamonds, and Kite tabling queens. The sickest, classicest of races. And a jack, jack 6 flop.
Oh, wow.
Jack on the turn. 5 on the river. That is going to see one-time chip leader Cesar Garcia eliminated, and it's going to see John Kite retake the chip lead. He's going to have about 5 million. Garcia cashing for 31,980 euros for that 22nd place finish.
Oh, man. Bummed for our elimination friend. However, my friend, Jan Kite, very pleased to see him doing well and have so many chips. By the way, guys, pretty prolific social media poker content creator. If you guys don't follow him, check him out on Instagram. He likes to post a lot of detailed analysis of the hands that he plays and the tournaments that he plays, and he tours all year round. So pleased for this guy. Really, really want to see him taking it down tomorrow. We'll see if he has it in him.
Garcia exiting the arena. And yeah, just to clarify, John Kite just shy of 5 million chips. He is the chip leader now with 21 players remaining. Back to the feature table. Ramon winning a pot with aces.
What's his name on Insta? Pretty sure it's just John Kite. Just like his name.
Zhao, still table chip leader. Kalias, second in chips with just over 50 big blinds. Nearly 30 minutes into level 25. Blinds will remain 20K, 40K for another 60 minutes. Aces for Zhao.
Whoa. This guy is a wrecking ball. Starts the hand 72 big blinds.
Makes it 80K. 9-6 for Marley. She folds the button. Small blind out, big blind. Adria Diaz was 7-4 off. No.
Wanted some action, didn't get it. Still chip leading on our feature table. Man, so many big names still in here. James, we're in for a real treat. Loving the action for the unknowns as well, though, of course. Huge moments for all players. So close yet so far. We all know what it feels like to be down to the last couple tables where the money starts to get really serious. This is where it counts.
Ramon, Queen 5 of hearts. He folds it. Oh, he's out. Jack 10 on the button. Suha, you are correct. Max Neugebauer, who is among the final 21, did recently win a bracelet at the World Series of Poker Europe in Rozvadov. So here we have Diaz in the small blind with Jack 7 offsuit.
You know how much you have?
Not much.
25. Behind.
Jack 7 versus Jack Deuce.
I know it's not a great hand, but this is not the most ridiculous combo to ISO versus limp when you have absolute position against the small blinds. And these are pretty high value spots, really, when you think about it. It's kind of like you get the button back in many respects, because you know that you're always going to be in position against the last remaining player once it's folded round here, but decides to check it, and I think that's reasonable. Jack Deuce, obviously not a great combo in the first place, but playability not so hot either. Diaz can probably just go ahead and just fire right here on the flop. Yeah, just the 1/3 into Queen 8-6. I think that's the clearest way to win there, James. I just think, you know, with Jack 7 off, the hand's not really going to develop in a way that naturally gives you an opportunity to bluff more efficiently than just on the flop, I imagine.
Probably.
You called?
Maybe. Why, you wanted to steal my big blind?
Oh, yeah.
Kudzmanis opening with queens under the gun. Raises to 80,000. Diaz has King Jack on the button, 11 big blinds.
I don't know, James. I think I'm probably just getting away from this one.
Yeah, it's a hand you can open jam with, but you don't really want to 3-bet with it.
I think he's just going to have a quick count here. He is very short, right? 11 bigs. I think flatting is...
Oh!
Okay, he's going to go for it.
And he's going to get called. And he's going to have one overcard, one live card. And if queens hold here, we will lose online qualifier Adria Diaz in 21st place. Understandably looking a little bit forlorn right now. No king on the flop. I guess a heart would be a sweaty card.
Sure.
Diaz does have the king of hearts.
If it's not a king, he wants a heart for sure.
No heart, so it's the ace of diamonds. So 3 outs for Diaz. Needs a king on the river, or we're down to 20. River card is a 4, so Adria Diaz busts in 21st place. Cash is for 31,980 euros. There is now a money jump. Next player out gets the better part of 37 grand. Diaz departs. And Marius Kudzmanis now playing a 52 big blind stack. Zhao, table chip leader. Mulder and Sprague, now the 2 shorties at the table, both with around 15, 16 big blinds.
Yeah, done very well last couple rounds. Marius on that 50 big blind stack, as James just pointed out, I believe, coming into the big blind. That's why, yeah, right. So ended that hand with about 52 bigs, puts 2 in for the big blind and the big blind ante. But yeah, done really well to chip up here. 50 bigs at this stage, a whole lot of chippies to play with. And on the button, Mulder has complete napkins. Chow with the 5 tray as well. Might even get a walk now. Hey, easy game for Kudzmanis.
Now second in chips at the table.
I'm enjoying the pace of this game though, James, right? No messing around, a lot less tanking. These guys here to play, get the job done.
We play to win. Action will start with Marley Sprague. Ace King. And a min raise from Marley. Not jamming the ace-king.
Yep, six-handed. She is, I think, deeper than you want to be jamming ace-king at this point. Not dissimilar to the ace-7 of clubs that we discussed earlier from Tuan Mulder. Very similarly stacked here. You're going to do it with some of your medium strike stuff, some of your weak stuff, some of your strong stuff.
I disrespect Will.
19 bigs for Marley Sprague.
She's going to be in the big blind the next hand. Action folded. The turn Mulder. He's out. Table chip leader Cheng Zhao folds queen deuce. Marius Kuzmanis is on the button with kings.
He can't be stopped, James. Don't stop me now.
Raises to 80,000. It's Ramon small blind.
Oh,
and he's
no.
got ace king.
Oh man, Ramon here, 49 big blinds deep. I don't think he ever misses an opportunity to 3-bet this.
There is the re-raise. A fistful of 25K chips. He's made it 300,000 total. Aces for Marley Sprague.
What is this? What is this?
A three-way all-in. That's what this is.
All in.
So she shoves, and that does reopen the action. Kuzmanis wants to see what Ramon has behind. We can see that Kuzmanis has him covered.
So question is, does he flat and try and get Colias in, or does he raise and try and get Colias out? Because he ain't folding, that's for certain.
What an absurd dynamic. Button against small blind against big blind.
This is unreal. This is a setup of behemoth proportions.
I'm all in.
And there's the ISO.
So now it's all into call for Ramon, who's put some time bank cards out and is clearly going to think about this situation. I mean, if Ramon does call here, he's going to be in terrible shape. And he does call.
He does.
It is a three-way all-in.
What, dream spots?
Marley Sprague set for a triple
I saw the
up.
blades. I know. Just
And
results aside, dream spot.
Ramon on the verge of being eliminated.
Oh my
Good for TV. Good for TV, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have to give my reaction for TV because it's just like, oh, pure. It's pure. Sorry.
Speed's alive.
Ramon looks sick to his stomach. Well, this has been a sick hand so far. Are we going to see more brutality, more vomit-inducing action when the board cards are dealt? Here comes the flop. Jack 4-4. 1% chance of survival for Ramon.
Oh man, this turn is going to be sweaty. Doesn't matter. Any of the cards coming out are sweaty now. Such a big pot.
Deuce on the turn. That is Ramon done. But Marley gets the triple up unless the case king hits the river.
Oh, please don't do it.
River card is a 10. That is a triple up for Marley Sprague. She wins the main pot. But Kuzmanis wins the significantly bigger side pot and eliminates Ramon Callias.
Exciting for me.
Wow, that's just no words. That kind of thing just does not happen that often. And look, Marley's reaction goes to show you what an incredible setup that was. Dream spot. Just final 20 players now going down, now decreasing after an incredible triple opportunity. Aces versus kings versus ace-king. That is one I will remember forever.
And some people may question Ramon's call there. But one thing you can't take away from him, he's made another deep run in a major MTT, another deep run on the European Poker Tour, a 20th place finish, which earns him 36,780 euros.
He has 2 million, he has 1.9. Yeah.
Marley now with 55 big blinds. Marius
Almost changed
Kuzmanis with 65
I know, I'm
bigs.
sorry.
It's okay. It was cute though.
It's a big spot for me.
It's a very big spot, yeah.
Looks like the dealer's just confirming the stacks here.
Well, just figuring out the main pot, the side pot.
Right. Oh man, what a huge spot for Marley. Very pleased to see her doing well there. Not a lot anyone can do, as you guys saying in the chat. Ace-king potentially could find a fold. It's such a weird dynamic, guys. It's so difficult to describe how different the game is at the highest level. You know, the ISO shove from the button can be a lot wider than I think you guys imagine in your local games, or some lower stakes games online or live.
Yeah, look, it just happened.
And look at this. We're balancing the tables, and the tournament chip leader has just been moved to the main stage.
Yes.
Kings, button saw my moonlight too.
And he win?
No, I won. I tripled up. I was sure.
I win as well. I'll just
But he won. He gets a side pot. He got side pot. Yeah.
I saw it take all that.
Here he is, Jan Kite, current chip leader. Or at least we think so. I assume so.
Crazy.
Yeah, with 4.5 million.
I'm happy.
Yes, chip leader, official.
Yes, here he is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man from Denmark.
He's big blind, yeah? Yes. Okay, these are not mine. These are yours? No. I can take them.
That was a bit, right? You know he's Norwegian.
Yep.
Least convincing bluff ever, Nick Walsh.
A bit more?
I actually did that as a bit for... who was it? Oh, it'll come to me. I actually did that as a bit, and now I've cursed myself, and I accidentally did do it as a bit.
I don't know. I tried to see. Yeah, it's okay.
Classic.
I think 6-5.
Blind v blind, but we are going to one of the outer tables where there is significant action. Steve O'Dwyer all in and at risk. O'Dwyer with deuces, Umberto Ruggieri with fives. And that run out means that Steve O'Dwyer is KO'd. We lose a former EPT champion. The most successful player on the EPTs, won more money on the European Poker Tour than anyone else. Cash is in 19th for 36,780 euros. We are down to 18. Umberto Ruggieri back up over 2 million.
It was KN Mockery, James. I did a bit with KN Mockery about how he was the king of Denmark. And now I glanced at the flag and we did the same bit, but then forgot that the flag looks different.
Easy game, man.
Now you have the whole table to lift your card.
Sorry, John.
I prefer win the first. I prefer win the first.
Yeah.
For race
Wow, this has been a very eventful 45 minutes. We came back from dinner with 23 players. There have been 5 eliminations, and we are 2 away from being done for the day. Remember, when we get to 16, it will necessitate another redraw, but it will also bring day 4 to a close. The redraw will be conducted overnight, and we'll come back with the final 2 tables tomorrow.
Flags are pretty similar, though, to be fair.
Well, that was another pot for Kudzmanis. I've been advised that what this stream needs right now is some geographical expertise. So we welcome back Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Wowee. You know, I ran that hand through the solver, and it turns out you're not supposed to run ace-king into aces and kings.
Really?
Yeah. He did the math.
Crazy.
So that is basically how all of these top pros using these top programs on these high-end PCs are so successful at poker. They're able to get algorithms to tell them not to do what Ramon just did.
Exactly. Naprin says Mockery is Norwegian too. I know that was the joke when I did it with Ken. Never mind. Like
you can't win.
I'm never gonna come back from this. I know.
You cannot win.
Michelle?
I have 6-15 until.
Thank you.
Blind v blind.
Well, thanks for bringing me in for the last 2 eliminations of the night. You guys done great. What did I miss, 7?
5.
5?
If there'd been 7, you wouldn't have come back at all.
Right. Math is hard.
The raise from Mulder will probably be met with a fold. But we are going to the outer tables again because we have another all-in.
Oh, boy.
Mark Helu is the at-risk player. He's got it in with ace-queen against jack-10. It's an ace-king-6 flop, king on the turn. Brick River, and that means Helu doubles up. That is not an elimination. That is a double up for Mark Helu.
Helu, more like goodbye. Oh, no, wait, he doubled up. Feature table chip counts 6-handed up here on the stage. Kokab and Mulder both on around 16 big blinds. That's your relevant information. Marley might look like she's third from the bottom, but at 58 bigs, she is doing just fine.
Oh, man. Better than fine. Fantastic after that setup. Aces all over the joint. We've had aces like 4 times this level. This is madness. All right, this guy starts the hand with 16 big blinds. Is going to open. Kite folds. Zhao's suited hand. Sorry, Joe.
That's all right. 9-2 suited for Zhao, and look at that. You can fold suited cards in the big blind.
I guess so. Unbelievable.
How do you feel when the 25K didn't run because you were in the main?
Yeah.
Must really feel like the fish then, huh? No, I'm joking. They're like, nah.
Good thing he said he was joking.
No 25k today.
Yeah.
Kind of like that time I was joking about how he's from Denmark. You remember that joke?
All right. Yep.
7 pass.
Oh, I guess they didn't play because they couldn't swap with you.
8 pass.
I guess that's the reason.
One of the two.
Yeah. It's always one of the two.
Action's folding around to JK. Just joking. Just kidding. I was just kidding when I said just joking. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Just joking. Just kidding. Just kidding.
4 pass.
Raise and take it for just joking. That's right, Joe King.
Just Joe King.
Thank you, Dark Skies.
At least TV table is quicker now.
Huh?
At least the TV table is quicker.
Yeah, y'all got goosed.
And that feels like days ago that we were this morning.
Yeah, I know.
JC on Twitch asked, did Spraggy double? I missed
Like a
it.
different
Nope,
tournament.
she did not double.
Like 8 hours feels like a day or two.
Thank you for your question.
And Pulitz on Twitch that says it's Norway, not Denmark.
We know.
Are you talking about my favorite Finnish player, Jan Kite?
Raise, 80,000. 10 pass.
Ace jack off under the gun for Jiri Kokab.
Just joking.
4 pass.
Marley in the large blind. King 7 off.
Got some chippies to play with now. I think this is fine to let go. I mean,
she folded King Jack a couple of levels ago.
Yeah, I mean, we're
last level, I should say.
We're 6-handed, so that open under the gun isn't as wide as it would have been if we were 8-handed, of course. But she's not feeling this one. Lets it go. I think that's totally cool. In a pretty fantastic situation to find some ladders at this point. I wouldn't have any issue playing a little bit more snug if I were sitting in that seat at this stage of the tournament.
No, get away from me.
10 raise, 80,000.
Martin Vanderbeen. Yeah, we're talking about Kite from Sweden. That's right.
All in.
Mulder jamming for those last 16 big blinds over this under the gun open. Ain't gonna get called by it. Hopefully nobody else wakes up with a better hand.
7 pass.
Nope.
8 pass. 10 pass.
JK. You win.
JK, just joking.
Where are you from?
Mulder. Did he say Denmark? Mulder has his own holiday here in Holland, says Danny on
Oh, yeah.
YouTube.
My
I'll
friend's
bite.
Friends told me. Like Spraggy or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tank,
Your friends.
Tankapia.
Okay.
Yeah. Honey.
Mulder with King 10 now.
1 raise, 90,000.
And someone has woken up with a better hand this time. Pocket 10s for Zhao.
Race.
3 raise, 275,000. 4 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass, 10 pass.
All the way back to Mulder. Gives it up. Mulder now firmly short a stack at the table.
I'm enjoying watching Mulder navigate this sort of shorter stack play here. Like, we're so used to just seeing him have all the chips and just beasting everybody, right? And you're like, ah, cool, he's got all the chips, he can do whatever he wants. But he's had to navigate this short stack, and he's been facing a lot of pushback as well. Obviously got lucky fours versus queens to find that chop against Ramon after flopping the set, but obviously I think that's a fairly standard shove under these circumstances. It's moments like this that the best players find a way out of the hole. They find a way to duck and dodge, sneak in a couple opportunities to double, a couple opportunities to pick up chips at non-showdown. Before you know it, they're back in the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, Mulder did it the other day where he like quadruple barreled directly into the nuts, the rivered nuts. And then like 2 levels later, he was like over 100 big blinds.
Yeah, exactly. Never give up, never surrender.
Mulder with a hand he can certainly see a flop with, especially given that there was no raise. 10 right in the window. Interesting flop here. Top pair, good kicker for Mulder. Open ender for Kite. Who checks it? My God, you rubes. Steve O'Dwyer is out. Enough. Mulder trying to get some flop value.
Succeeds.
And Kite does make the nefarious pair when open-ended.
Yeah, Queen 10's not going to like that. Not completely out of the realms of possibility that Kite has a jack here, calling on the flop. Feels like you just got to check turn a bunch, but Mulder's one of those players with great instincts, lots of experience. Maybe he has other plans.
5 seconds. 1 check.
Okay, we agree.
4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Nope, not even a straight.
So the question you ask yourself is Mulder the kind of player that's going to check a turn straight here? Do I turn 7, which is showdown into a bluff?
1 turn.
And the answer is no. Check, check. Queen 10 takes it. Nice little pop for Mulder. I think that puts him above 20 effective. Yeah, just over 21 bigs now.
Who's playing? Who's playing the mini EPT right now? Anybody in that 815 tournament? Get in touch. Let us know how you're doing.
If you're not, check it out. We're running mini EPT all week long in conjunction with EPT Prague, guys.
And Sunday's mini EPTs, both the $5 version and the $55 version, have gold power passes added. If you don't know what that means, it means a free ride to an EPT stop and a main event buy-in.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 18 big blinds and ace-queen suited. The min raise coming in from the cutoff. Kosab? Is that how we're pronouncing this, guys?
How much you're playing? 7. 7 total?
Kotsab. Kotsab.
Kotsab.
Optimus Clan cashed in the first mini EPT, but not in the last one. All right.
More opportunities this week.
I'm gonna let you order next time.
Small buy-ins, added value.
I'm gonna let you order.
Put you on mine.
Check it out.
Let me.
Mulder all in is definitely going to get looked up here
Just say she takes
by
the
Kotsab.
Oh, yeah. How do you miss this opportunity?
I'd rather call him Cocat
It's
because
not
I'm a
if you
huge
win
fan of
again,
Check
every
Taxi.
poker player likes free stuff.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
We won, last time we were at UK.
Call.
Mulder is live.
What is this, 60-40? Ace Queen might actually be a little bit more this time.
I think you made a video.
9-10 of hearts, lots of equity
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah.
Two and Mulder banking on the Grafton.
I think they more interacted with it or shared it.
Grafton pressure.
It's like everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone do this.
Yeah, we spent like 20 minutes outside disputing a bike, rented some bikes. They charged us an extra like 50 cents or something. And we went and fired like 6 bullets in the 2500.
Here we go. Mulder's fate on the line. Misses the flop pretty hard.
Huge flop for Ace Queen with the spades.
Mulder is going to need to hit a very specific card. One of only 3 of them.
Very Pacific.
Deuce of clubs is no help whatsoever, but at least he's not drawing dead. Still one last shot for Tino E. Mulder. Spirit of the horse does not connect. A heck of a good time watching Two and Mulder in this tournament. A lot to be learned.
The sweat is real though, Joe. That was not a comfortable moment, I should say, for Ace Queen of Spades.
Guess he wasn't covered. I'm talking like he's out of here.
No, Two and had him covered by just a smidge. Thinking he's got like 2 big blinds left.
He does indeed. He's got a chip and a chair. You know, Nick, I haven't brought up my catchphrase in a while.
Sure.
So if you're new to poker, new to the stream,
I don't know if it's been him. Okay, I don't know.
In all likelihood, Two and Mulder's about to be out. But as long as you're still in the tournament, you still have a chance to win the tournament. You can make a comeback from a stack like this. And I came up with a phrase for such a situation, and that phrase is, all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Yep, you can take that one home with you, but Joe wants royalties.
It ain't over till it's over. Yogi Berra had that for baseball. Mine is all it takes is a chip and a chair. And I came up with that phrase in 2017.
Do you remember like the date and the time?
I just remember the year. It was so long ago. You know, and it just kind of feels like it's been a part of poker for so long. But all I remember is that it was in 2017.
But was it like on stream that it was born?
No, it's something that I noticed in my real life and then I brought to the stream.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, we can go back in the archives and find the moment. Do you remember what the weather was like that day?
I can't. No. No more questions. Just enjoy it. Kotsap breathing a sigh of relief after winning that hand. Up to 37 bigs now. Is involved in this pot. Mulder is out.
One pass. I thought you were using all the time banks before.
No Socks is on Twitch is saying, that's an old saying, my guy. I know it seems old, but 2017 really wasn't that long ago. Guzmanis with a very fun hand, but is dominated. Queen 9 tray. Kuzmanis somehow pairs the live card. Domination rotation.
Bet 65,000.
And a pretty slam dunk calling spot here, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, probably even a check raise spot, to be honest.
Okay.
So Kosab, he's a little bit on the deeper side. It is king queen with the backdoor hearts, though. So I think you probably do want to have some raises here.
That is a raise.
My man. Once we get under 35, big blind's effective. We check raise the top pair a lot more frequently. Not all the time. Still tempered. There's still very conditional, player dependent, etc. It's not simple enough just to simplify it in that manner. But when you have a hand this strong, with some backup equity as well, I think you just go ahead and pump it in. Nice hand, sir.
Kuzmanis continues to have a banger of a level. Still above 70 big blinds.
If you got like some weaker Queen X, which of course you will have there some of the time, we flat a little bit more often. We got to check raise top pair some of the time, otherwise we're not going to be balanced enough to check raise with bluffs too.
Martin Vanderben says it feels like that phrase is much older than 2017. All iconic phrases do feel like that. They feel like they've been with us forever.
Feels like, you know, they've lived with us in our hearts forever and ever, just like that phrase.
Timeless, really.
Timeless, yeah, timeless.
Yeah, it's a timeless phrase. Kite, ace, queen.
And raise 85,000.
One day I'll have a catchphrase like you, Joe.
You've got predictions.
Yeah. Doesn't live in people's hearts and
You've got
minds.
some catchphrases. You've got, does he ever lose?
Is that my catchphrase?
I don't hear anyone else ever say it.
I guess you're right. I hadn't thought about that.
That never happens online.
I think that's been everyone's catchphrase. Anybody that's ever played on PokerStars.
I mean, everybody uses my catchphrase. All it takes is a chip and a chair, but I still know it's mine.
True. Maybe the mods can chime in on this.
So rigged, you can't make it up. Is that one of yours?
Well, that was actually something a chat pro said that I kept banging on about, but again, I don't know if I can claim that one.
Keys to the Lambo?
Hey, Lobster, next game, please. That's definitely mine, for sure. That's definitely mine, and I think only people that play Spin and Goes and other high variance formats will understand where that's coming from. Hashtag next game, please. I will claim. Yeah, that's definitely something I made up.
Mulder giving this a serious think with King 4, knowing that the blinds are coming round. Boom Shot says, all those live online earnings and he's still tanking for day 3 lull. At least they know what day it is. We're on day 4 and tomorrow is day 5. Who's which VOD are you watching?
I love that. It's day 4, buddy.
Good Lord. Imagine being so hungry to criticize someone that you don't even know what day it is.
Hey,
he's the most useless time traveler ever. Yes. Vaish.
I don't know. I can't really talk. I don't know the difference between Denmark and Norway, apparently.
Wait, what now?
Yeah, they're the same. JK. Just joking.
Okay, are we going 4 ways to this flop? Heck yeah, we are. 5, deuce, deuce. Does anyone have a 5? No. Does anyone have a deuce? No. Does anyone have a pair? No. Does anyone have ace high? Yes, 2 people. Ace 6? No. Ace queen, best hand.
It's your kids, Joey. We got to do something about your kids.
Mr. Fusion checks around. Okay, that's a spade now. Uh-oh. Zhao and Kuzmanis both with spade drawers.
Andy Straw says you should just claim colorblindness. I am actually colorblind, so that's working in my favor. Don't even need to lie about it.
Oh yeah, if you're colorblind, what color is this?
Put it away, Joe.
7 check.
It's true, he can't see color. He would have reacted differently. 3 checks. Is Zhao going to check the nut flush draw? Or bet into 4 opponents? Check. River. Goo!
Wow.
Nut flush versus second nut flush. Good joke there. Damn, Nick must have amazing vision. That's good. That was a good one. Kuzmanis first to act. Now, it does not have the nuts, but man, you'd be damned if you think that this ain't the best hand.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, look, here's the situation.
My parents went away on a week's vacation.
This is going to be the best hand a lot, of course. It's not even close to the nuts anymore on a paired board, but given the action as well, lots of passive checking, checking, checking. It's one you're going to feel real confident about. Oh, this checking, checking, checking.
What the heck? What the heck? Kite is making the call with ace high and the queen of spades blocker, which, by the way, isn't real.
I mean, Zhao actually might be tempted just to flat now, Joe, on the paired board. This is weird action, right?
This is weird action. It looks like flatting chips are being cut out. That black chip is 100K. That's 190 exactly.
You have ace 10, of course.
Ace 10, not even close.
Oh.
King high flush. Ace high flush.
Good call, John.
Whoops. Ace high, no good.
Yeah, ace high, no good.
Yeah. On a river. If I don't call, maybe he raise.
Yeah.
He should be happy.
Maybe.
If I don't call, maybe he raise.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, nice pot for Cheng Zhao.
I'm happy. King jack of spades? Only call? Oh.
I like how he's finding criticism with the guy who called with the second nut flush, deflecting the attention off of him.
You're in a strong third there.
Yeah.
Huh?
You're in a strong third place. I think they had those two hands.
I was
Jesus.
fucked on
Yeah.
the river.
Yeah. Like,
Only on the river.
yeah. Well,
Obviously.
naturally.
Tang, believe it or not, who asked, can you explain why Zhao wouldn't raise? It's actually one of the few things I can explain.
Okay.
The board was paired. And so the only way you can really get called there, unless you somehow are up against
I think he's more disappointed than
the
me.
second nut flush, is if someone has a full house.
Win.
Dick wants to add to that.
No, I just thought you were going to say, this is actually something I can't answer, but I won't. Thank you for your question.
Oh, no. No, it's rare that I can actually
no,
answer that.
I think there is some merit to thinking about raising there, given the fact that there was so little action on the previous streets. But, yeah, what Joe says is pretty much spot on. Yeah, I mean, it's if you raise in that position, can Steph still call you that you're beating? Sure. Are you beating quite a lot of stuff? Yes. Does the stuff that you're beating want to call a raise on that river when another player is already flatted? Probably not. Are you sometimes going to raise to a boat? Yep. It just gets a bit complicated.
And I guess even very, very rarely also you do open up the action again to just get bluffed.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It seems unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, that is another consideration for sure. I don't know if I just flat there, but there's a lot going on that paired board that's a little bit freaky when you're sitting pretty in the catbird seat already.
Okay, this person just said, like, for real, any explication for that call? It's explanation, and we just gave you one. Thank you for your question.
I like this one. Bro, if he risey, the other guy was call for sure.
All right.
I mean, Matt's not wrong. King Jack of Spades probably does. What Joe's saying is that's a very specific combo that's very difficult to have when you have the nut flush. Anyway, moving on, guys.
Pair of fives, good here. Yeah, Arcadia needs a better explication.
Chakana says, I'm sure if he knew everyone else's hands, he would have raised for sure. Yeah, exactly.
That was some serious missed value. Oh, God. Just go touch grass.
How many time banks is this then?
10 minutes.
It's probably going to be my...
3 out of 4?
3 out of 4,
yeah. Always.
So, John just looking over at Tuin Mulder's 2 big blinds and going, how hard are you going to tank here, brother?
I promise not to look if everyone folds.
We are on a pay jump as well, guys. Remember, 18 to 17. 86,780 locked up, goes up to 42,320.
5 seconds.
The nonchalant time banking while he takes a peek at the other table. Make no mistake, it's going in, my babies.
Yeah, this is about as good as it gets. Tuin Mulder actually under the gun, not in the big blind, hence the tank. I thought, oh, wait a second.
Oh, well, he's certainly looking at something. We do have an all-in and a call. Max Neugebauer all in against Porig O'Neill. Neugebauer, King Jack, 2 10s for O'Neill. If you ain't flipping, then you must be tripping. King high flop. O'Neill already counting out the payout. No 10 on the turn. Ace on the river. That's a double up for Neugebauer.
Love is safe. Love is safe.
What you for?
Not the ladder that Tuin was looking for, it seems. And he is all in. The red triangle of death is in front of him.
I actually have a good hand.
I stay by my promise.
Good hand.
I haven't looked.
1 by 1 then.
I hope I have two live ones. 8 is good. Oh, very good.
2 live cards. It was only another big blind to call.
Good luck.
Thank you.
How much? 100?
100 exactly.
100? Pay the man this money.
That's not one of my catchphrases. That's from Rounders.
All it takes is a chip and a chair.
And Mulder's first chance to double up is now, and it's looking pretty good.
Above average.
Above average.
Trip 10s for Mulder.
That is an above average flop for ace 10.
Ooh, boy, that is a sweaty turn.
It is always a sweat.
Kite can now make a straight to eliminate Mulder. River is an 8, not good enough.
Such a setup.
100,000.
Double up for Tino E. Mulder. Spear of the horse. Tino up to 4 big blinds. Yes, Andre, Spraggy is still in.
Hey, Joe, did you figure out the other 11 noises that horses make?
I mean,
it's 220 total,
I'm good.
Right? Yes, with the white big line.
And Mulder's in the big blind this hand. Kuzmanis with ace king.
For raise. 110,000.
Marley with 7s. Rethinking things, decides to get out of the way.
Oh, wow. potential to just call there.
I mean, she's just going to get aces and an ace-king versus king's hand anyway.
I think the other thing, though, here, Joe, is that 2 and Mulder might reopen the action if he goes all in here. So 1, 2, she flats.
Yeah, because he has 4 big blinds behind, not 4 total.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he is also in the big blind, so she might have been concerned that by flatting there, if Tuin, who's more or less committed to this pot, goes with his hand in the big blind, Kuzmanis can then ISO her out, which is a bad spot for sevens. You're not seeing the flop as frequently as he would be if you were closing the action, for example.
And that's an astute pickup. I think some people might have missed that.
Yeah.
Especially someone that hasn't been at this stage of a tournament this big before. I certainly probably wouldn't have picked that up.
But also, by the same merit, flatting with aces there would be real sneaky, right, Joe? Because the big blind's kind of like, all right,
well,
cool,
she doesn't have
gamble.
aces for once, does she?
5 seconds. 1 pass.
Mulder does, in fact, have to fold 6-3 despite having a third of his chips in the middle already. What has Kite got in the small blind? Obviously, speculation is on ace-jack, pocket jacks, but I don't think it even has to be that good for him to take a poke here.
5 seconds.
750.
For raise, 750,000.
Not messing around at all.
We're about to find out if it's jacks. $750,000. Hi, Chihuahua.
Hachi Machi.
Oh, everybody loves the fold with sevens now. Kite executing some time bank cards. Austin claiming Kite is going to ICM pressure him off. I don't think that's possible after this raise to 750,000 has been made.
All in.
10 is for them.
Kite shoves.
Cool.
We're going to be seeing that other card. You could hear the fear in Kuzmana's voice.
It's got to be jacks, right?
Big flip.
Yep, sounds like it. Big flip. 2 black jacks.
How much is this worth? Fine. 5.3 million pot.
Like Krampus versus the Bell's nickel.
I don't know. Pile up.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. This one for Kuzmanis, tournament life.
Rooting for pay jump or double up?
No.
I need some
I'm rooting
heat.
for both of you.
I need some heat here.
And we are on a pay jump, good for just under 16,000 euros. Here we go. Jack 10-10, that's a boat.
Unbelievable flop. Talk about above average flops.
Flops Kuzmanis nearly dead.
Some sweat, yeah. Like,
above average.
let's do a king, yeah.
Unreal scenes here in Prague.
Can we get a sweat on the turn?
No aces for a minute. Yeah.
And that turn is not sweaty.
Fuck, that run so hot.
GG, Marius Kuzmanis.
That King Jack.
I know, it's insane. I never had that in my
It's
life.
been uphill from there. Yeah.
Eliminating.
You are blessed.
Eliminate Ted.
Having 7% so in day 4.
In 18th place.
You are chosen, blessed,
It's insane.
and a noble gentleman.
For 36,780 euros, and
I would have folded if he didn't open
that
tournament.
flop benefited
'cause I know
everyone
he
in this
doesn't do
tournament.
yeah. He can only blame himself.
Team Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, he can also...
I would have
JK.
honestly,
The guy
I would
just
have.
busted an
He can also just do this and then
Like maybe you sometimes you have ace-5 or something, you know?
Yeah, no, I know. But if he have ace-5, it's okay. I fold. But like this time, I'm only afraid of queens. Only. And I think like ace-king like 99% of the time.
Sort of saying that he thinks the sizing indicated ace-king and ace-king alone, apart from maybe queens.
Because it was such a big raise.
I think that's kind of the thinking here, and I sort of tend to agree with that because it wasn't your classic 2.5x or lower. It was
like
almost
a 4,
a 3x.
right? Yeah, 3.
Yeah, it was like
money jump.
350k more or
Money
something.
jump.
Money jump. Yeah, I got it.
You're welcome. Tuin Mulder, the most direct beneficiary of that money jump, considering he still has only 4 big blinds behind.
You have 200k total?
I have 180.
With the big blind or small blind?
With the small blinds, yeah.
Thank you. Oh yeah, you had 220 last.
Okay, let's do it.
Mulder's all in with king high.
180.
The good news is Cheng Zhao can't bluff him.
Yeah, 108,000.
Yeah, I take it back actually, Joe. It's 390k from Kite and then up to 750. So actually not as big as I remember it in my brain. So perhaps just a direct live read.
Blessed.
Yep. Pretty probably. Shouldn't be.
I think he was talking about the initial raise.
Oh, to 110?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay.
That was almost a full 3x.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Zhao does make the call. Mulder is a favorite, but can't love this spot. Zhao pretty much had a call with any 2 cards. And Jack Deuce offsuit is any 2 cards.
Yeah, 2 live cards in this case.
Are we going to have the spirit of the horse, or are we going to have glue? Oh, we are having glue. It's all over. Bring out the screen and the shotgun. Mulder very likely to be drawn dead on the turn. Just a 7% chance with 2 cards to come. That's it. Another full house. Well, I started doing the "what a joy it's been to watch Tino Mulder play" speech, but he didn't actually go broke. Can you explanation this hand strat? I cannot. Tuin Mulder out in 17th place. 42,320 euros. It has been a pleasure. What a fun player to watch.
It's been an honor, sir.
And that means we are done for the day.
Jesus Christ.
Cheng Zhao, I mean, what an exciting table this has been. Only 4-handed here, but doesn't matter.
Absolute insane.
And I think there might still be action at the outer table. Yup. We're at the turn. This is Neil Farrell versus Preben Stocken. Action on Farrell. Checks. Farrell in position. All right, so the boards reads ace 10, 9, 5, 10. Action on Stockenblocken. Yeah, why not? You're time bank rich. You get 6 more tomorrow. And that's a bet of 65,000. Neil before Zod. And Neil nods and mucks. Pair of aces good for Stocken. And that's going to be it for poker today. We thought it might go into the 6th level, but it just about took 5. 3.5 minutes left on this level that will finish out tomorrow after the final, not the final redraw, but the penultimate redraw of the tournament.
Yep. Let's not forget Feraldo potentially looking for his 2nd EPT title.
That is 100% correct.
Guys got chunks. Jan Kite representing Norway. 162 big blinds. Absolute mountains. He's having a great time. Love this guy. He's on the tour all the time, travels all around the world playing all kinds of games, mixed games or otherwise. And he's going to be bagging an absolute monstrosity of chip stack.
And let's not forget relative newcomer to the 5K circuit, Marley Sprague, on a very deep run here and some pretty memorable hands. Got coolered yesterday, straight flush over nut flush, and then coolered the pants off of 2 players herself today. Aces over kings over ace king. And Cheng Zhao, also at least a newcomer on our scene. Fireworks. Bluffs McGee. Yuri Kotsab, a local, taking 33 big blinds into the 2nd to last day tomorrow. 16 players remain tomorrow, playing down to the final 6 ideally. These are the final chip counts of the 4 players who have survived this feature table. Tomorrow we'll be back to 8 of them, and there will only be 2 tables in play. No more field. Table on the stage, outer table. That's it. And tomorrow is when we start getting into the real money. Everyone now guaranteed 42,320 euros. But as we start to approach that last table, the jumps get bigger and bigger until the official final table starts earning 6-figure paydays. And the real money starts right around what? 5th place, more than $250,000, 350 for 4th, 600 something for 2nd, and 1,030,000 euros for the winner. We encourage you to check out the PokerStars blog for any updates you might have missed today. If you prefer to read a recap or get in between the lines a little bit, the PokerStars blog is your best place to do so. Some great writers on the team. I prefer reading myself. Join us tomorrow. You heard them. 12 o'clock for the players, 12:30 for you. 30-minute delay, day 5 of the main event. We'll catch you then. More from Prague later on.